What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible Iron Man and Fall of X. And the ending of this, I feel like it's going to blow your all's minds. It's crazy, especially if you're knowledgeable about the X-Men. But what this does is this picks up with James Rhodes in prison. Now, this is one of the things that we haven't really talked about too much in the Iron Man comics, but the long and short of this is that for those of you guys who are catching up, basically you had a guy named Fei Long who ended up taking over Stark Industries, and he ended up using Stark tech to build these gigantic 50-foot tall Iron Man suits, effectively Sentinels, that could help Orchis in tracking down the X-Men in the entirety of the Fall of X event, right? Finding different mutants, killing them, or imprisoning them. The funny thing here is that during the early days when this happened, Tony Stark and James Rhodes went on a mission to find out how far along Fei Long was in building up these Stark Tech Sentinels. In the process, James Rhodes is basically busted and arrested. Now, Fei Long has played a kind of game using James Rhodes as a sort of pawn against Tony Stark, in the sense that he's always trying to take these pot shots, sometimes to demonstrate he can kill James Rhodes anytime he wants to, other times to actually take out James Rhodes legitimately. And this is one of those times when he tries to do it. Now, the crazy thing here is that basically James Rhodes gets a phone call in jail. And when that happens, it's basically Tony Stark who's supposed to be calling him. The funny thing is that during that time, Tony Stark is handed a phone and saying he's got a phone call. So somebody's basically connected the two and tricked each one into believing that the other called them. Now, Tony Stark figures out pretty fast that it's Fei Long, right? He's the one that's basically doing that. And then James Rhodes gets into a kind of fight out in the prison yard. Now, one of the things to also know is it's not really Tony Stark's fault that James Rhodes got arrested. It kind of was, but it wasn't. It was more of the circumstance. There have been times in the past in Marvel when like Tony Stark just makes James Rhodes the sacrificial lamb and just like gets him arrested. Right? Tony Stark is a terrible friend to James Rhodes, if we're being honest. But once he realizes that Fei Long is kind of doing this as a game, it's really just to kind of have Tony Stark on the phone, listening to James Rhodes getting beaten to death inside of a prison. And so immediately, Tony Stark goes to attack Fei Long, only for Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, to get in his way, right? To literally show up and just say, "A word, Mr. Stark." And when Tony tells him to leave, he says, "The arrangements you commissioned from me were implemented in the Polonsky unit several days ago," only for us to end up finding out James Rhodes has help. And it comes in the form of Sandman, dude. Sandman was sent into that prison to protect James Rhodes. This is how you use a villain like Sandman, to be honest, right? This is how you use Flint. It's awesome to see this happen, right? Then you end up having Arthur Parks, who shows up, the Living Laser. Both of these guys intentionally got themselves arrested and sent to this prison on behalf of the request of Wilson Fisk, so they could basically protect James Rhodes. Now, understand here, these guys are not doing it because like they're altruistic, right? Like it's the right thing to do. James Rhodes is a superhero. On any normal circumstance, they'd be happy to see this guy get killed. But as we know with Wilson Fisk, while he is traditionally a villain of Daredevil and was originally a villain of Spider-Man, in more recent years, he basically worked his way onto the X-Men team by marrying Typhoid Mary, who is a mutant, and is now part of the Hellfire Club, right? A kind of inner circle that's working against Orchis and those groups out there trying to destroy the mutant population. And so Wilson Fisk getting a hold of these guys, they did it because they were likely promised something at some future point in time. Either that, or most likely it was money. Of course, they'll end up being broken out or something along those lines and they'll be back to their normal lives, but it was most likely cash, right? Cold hard cash. That's really what it was, if I'm being a betting man. But of course, Fei Long's given the news about the fact that James Rhodes survived the whole thing, and of course he's pissed off. Now, the cool thing that goes on here is we jump back to the conclusion of the last video that we covered, which was basically Hazel. Now, Hazel is Emma Frost of the X-Men masquerading as just a regular person. Honestly, she's got the whole like super hot librarian vibe going on, right? Like, so that's really cool. But in essence, she is kind of hiding in plain sight. She wears a ring that's kind of an inhibitor ring. So basically it prevents anybody from being able to detect her mutant power and her being able to use her mutant power at all. But once she realizes Fei Long is there, Fei Long's part of Orchis, and Orchis is targeting the mutant population, even if destroying Fei Long isn't necessarily going to bring an end to everybody hunting for mutants across the world, at the very least, it is an anti-mutant guy that she can kill on the spot and take a lot of her frustration out on. So as we saw in the previous video, Tony Stark leads her into a room in order to talk to her. She knees him in the balls. He falls down on his knees, only for Fei Long to walk in, and then they immediately improvise. He proposes. He just like makes it look like a proposal, because honestly, it's the most logical thing to do. He's got a ring in his hand, he's on one knee, she's standing up. Might as well make it look good. And so probably for the first and only time in Tony Stark's entire life, he gets like the one chick he's been down bad for, Emma Frost. And let's be honest with ourselves, there's not a straight guy in the entirety of Marvel Comics who wouldn't give virtually anything to get a night with Emma Frost. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, she's like that in Marvel. But the thing about this is that there's a kind of back and forth here, right, with Fei Long. It's not overly important, but it does kind of feed into the game the two of them are playing. One of the things to know is that they could just have like a knockdown, drag out fight. That could happen. But the problem is Fei Long's the CEO of Stark Industries. So if he's seen out in the street getting into a fight, obviously it would lead people to question the leadership of Stark Industries. That would lead to a drop in Stark Industries value. And of course, he'd probably be ousted as the CEO by the board of directors. Tony Stark can't necessarily do that because he's flat broke. So who's going to defend him, right? I mean, that guy's going to end up in jail, and there'll be nobody out there who is a non-mutant trying to help the mutant population outside of the Uncanny Avengers, right? Captain America's Avengers team. So what ends up happening is, with this kind of back and forth, one of the things that a lot of people who are unfamiliar with Tony Stark don't know, he is at his absolute most dangerous when he's backed into a corner. Tony Stark, whenever you're facing off against Tony Stark in any kind of situation, you want to be facing off against him when he believes he has like 50 potential ways to win, right? That's the Tony Stark you want to fight against, because that's the one who's reckless. That's the one who's kind of devil may care and might get carried away with himself and potentially offer you an opening. The Tony Stark who feels like he has only one way to win, that's the guy who stops joking. That's the guy who stops playing. Even though he's here drinking martinis, it's all a show, right? Like, this is him just acting. It's just him pretending, right? That Tony Stark who feels like he only has one option will be laser focused on that one way to take you out. And how foolish would you have to be to piss off the second smartest man in the world so badly that you become his just pure, unadulterated, only focus, that destroying you is the only thing he cares about. It's probably the dumbest thing that a person could do. And Fei Long doesn't realize how badly he screwed up, because everything that you see happening right now is all going according to plan for Tony Stark. It's going exactly the way that he expected it to. And so where people are asking the question like, wow, Tony Stark's getting married, that's kind of weird, right? The billionaire superhero playboy who's not really a billionaire anymore and he's basically flat broke, but hey, you know, that kind of thing. Whoever thought he would have settled down? Him and Emma Frost basically take off to Vegas in order to get hitched. Now in this moment, right, you have Fei Long who asks Tony Stark, can I come to the wedding? His response is no. But the reason why he says that is because he knows Fei Long will take that rejection as a challenge, and he'll show up anyway, and he'll be the only one who does. So the two of them take off to Vegas, right, in order to get hitched, because that's just kind of what you do. And then Tony Stark puts on his nil armor. Now the nil armor of Tony Stark is some really, really cool Stark tech. It's not like the uber suit he's working on, and the end of this will tell us exactly what's going to be in that suit, and it's going to blow your mind when we get to that point. But the nil armor is basically a kind of like espionage suit, right? It's the suit he puts on when he wants to sneak in somewhere. It's not really as powerful as a lot of the other suits are, but it gets the job done. The reason why this matters is because he goes to the base of operations for Zeke Stane, the son of Obadiah Stane, basically the former villain of Iron Man before his death, and his son took over the Empire. Zeke Stane's not important here. You're not going to see him at all in this story, but he is incredibly capable. It's one of the things to know. Among the different villains that Tony Stark has, you have a Zeke Ezekiel Stain, you've got Justin Hammer, right? You have people out there who were very, very capable and always gunning for Stark tech and always trying to find a way to work against him. Such as it is, he's able to basically steal a whole bunch of technology from Ezekiel, which can be used to effectively build up a new Iron Man suit, gets a hold of Captain America, and then has him send a member of the Uncanny Avengers to pick up all this stuff, which turns out to be Deadpool. And in the most Deadpool response ever, this is the only time he shows up, right? I love it when Deadpool has like these tiny cameos where he's wearing like a hat and he's got a mustache over his mask because, you know, Deadpool comics. But I love this little cameo here because he's like, okay, I'll get whatever this is back to the Morlock tunnels for you because that's kind of where they meet in secret. But maybe I could stay for your big day, right? I was married once, and Iron Man's just like, leave Deadpool. And he's like, okay, goodbye. Because the reality here is once Deadpool starts talking, that dude's not going to shut the hell up, man. Like, he doesn't know how to be quiet, right? He'll just talk your ear off forever. And I love it. And so in the following day, once Tony Stark returns, he shows up to like this little chapel of love, right? Gamble of love. And him and Emma Frost basically are in the process of getting hitched, only for Fei Long to bust in, right? To just kind of crash the thing and be like, I couldn't say no. Boom. Trap set, trap activated. At that point, Emma Frost takes off her ring, uses her telepathy, takes over the minds of Tony Stark, the priest, and Fei Long. Now she knows right off the bat, as does Tony Stark, this guy's gonna have psychic blocks in place. And that's an important thing to understand for non-comic book readers. Telepathy is so well known to the general public, 99% of people don't care. But for those who run like companies or like political officials, especially high-ranking officials, so like different dictators across the world, the president of the United States, certain members of Congress who are privy to like exceedingly classified and sensitive information, these people will have mental blocks designed to help resist telepathy. It doesn't completely and totally shut it down, but it does allow them to offer some measure of resistance. And so in this instance, when they enter into the mind of Fei Long, that as we had seen in a previous Iron Man comic, Fei Long, once he took over Stark Industries, had gotten his hands on this kind of video message that was recorded by Howard Stark for Tony, but as soon as Fei Long watched it, he torched it, so Tony Stark could never see it. This is a chance for him to see it. And what we get here, and this is one of the coolest things because we speculated about this, that it looked like he was going to the far shore, and he kind of is. Howard Stark talks about how he had basically discovered a kind of metal, right? He says, I don't have the discovery in my hand yet, because my prize lies beyond. It's a metal outside our periodic table that should not exist because it's outside of our universe. If I'm successful, this metal could be more significant to humanity than iron was to our ancestors. So he says a kind of goodbye to Tony Stark and tells him, I'm sorry that my work kept me away from you, but you were always my greatest achievement, i.e. basically the message that we saw in like Iron Man 2, right? So that's essentially what this is. But once the mental blocks of Fei Long kick in, keeping in mind all of this is happening in Fei Long's mind right now, the mental projection of Fei Long attacks Tony Stark, and then Emma Frost steps in and kind of shuts his mind down. But then she starts asking a question, right? Why does this guy hate mutants so much, right? It's one thing when he was talking about the idea that like the mutant population kind of screwed up his attempt to try to terraform Mars when mutants claimed the planet for themselves before he could, but that's not enough of a reason to want to eradicate everybody in existence, right? Like the person at the grocery store taking the last bag of Pop-Tarts isn't really enough for you to like kill them and their family and friends and anybody that they ever met, right? It's just not really enough to initiate that kind of vendetta. So what she does is she starts probing his mind. And this is the answer that a lot of you guys have been asking about with regards to Fei Long. And so what she finds out here is that Fei Long was born to mutant parents, but he himself did not have any powers. And so what they realize is that his parents loved him for who he was. He resented them for what he wasn't. He wanted powers. He wanted abilities. This whole thing is literally just an ego trip. It's a guy who just feels inferior to the people around him and trying to drag down those individuals who are superior to him to his level so he can feel more capable, right? Like, instead of being better, he wants other people to be as bad as he is, or at least as low as he sees himself. And so it's a very simple motivation, but I love that Jerry Dugan did this, because this is what Chris Claremont would have done back in like the 70s and 80s. It's exactly what he would have done. Not some grand scheme for world domination or anything like that. It's just the guy feels inept in the face of a mutant population that challenges his very existence. Now, in this moment, Emma Frost almost considers using her telepathy to force this guy into telling the truth. But what she realizes is that if she were to do that, and if another telepath that works for Orchis were to come along and scan his mind, they would realize a different telepath had been here. They wouldn't know it was Emma Frost, but they would know that a telepath had been inside his head. And then at that point, it's very easy for him to say, well, I didn't actually mean it. I was forced to say it by a telepath, because you know those mutants, they can't be trusted. And the whole of the human population sides with him, and it was all for nothing. And if anything, it makes things worse for the mutant population, right? So the smart move by Emma Frost is to just kind of let things lie and then essentially walk away. Now, following that with the whole like fake mirrors that doesn't actually happen, as this closes, the two of them drive away. And there's a really cool conversation, right? Tony Stark says not to get right back to work, but Mysterium, what is that, right? Because Emma Frost had kind of made this offhanded remark in saying that metal that your dad was talking about having found, that sounds like Mysterium, right? When she answers this, she says, your father had clearly nosed onto it, but I suspect he never got his hands on any. It's a metal that's only available to be mined by mutants from a place outside space and time that we call the White Hot Room. We were using it as more soft power after the terraforming of Arakko. Why does the White Hot Room matter? Well, one, the White Hot Room exists beyond the far shore, right? The far shore is kind of like this realm in Marvel Comics. It's the very edge of all space and time. It was previously believed that beyond the far shore is where like the One Above All resided, and maybe out there somewhere he does. But beyond the far shore is also the White Hot Room. That's where the Phoenix Force operates in Marvel Comics, right? This kind of sum total of all life and psychic energy that has ever, currently does, or will ever exist. A source of astronomical power. Now, the nature of Mysterium, as we've seen from the Sword comics in Marvel in recent years and so on, it's not like this all-encompassing, all-indestructible metal, but it is comparable to secondary adamantium. That was presented to us in the Sword comics. What does that mean? It's not as durable as Wolverine's adamantium skeleton, but it's pretty freaking close. In effect, Iron Man is getting ready to build an adamantium Iron Man suit, and that is going to be dope. With that being said, guys, if you need to get caught up on Fall of X, make sure you guys click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Iron Man as part of Fall of X. And as always, you will find a link to the Fall of X playlist at the end of this video so you can get caught up on everything. But we pick up here with Iron Man and Emma Frost on a honeymoon. Don't worry, it gets amazing here in a second. But for those of you guys who are getting caught up here, the long and short of it is that, as most of you know from Fall of X, the X-Men are basically being hunted down. Really, all mutants are being hunted down, attacked by the human population pretty much anywhere they can find them. Emma Frost is basically masquerading as a chick named Hazel, who's now the wife of Tony Stark, which is just one great big huge ruse. But it allows her to operate in the public eye without anybody being the wiser as to who she actually is. But once the two of them just kind of finish doing their thing, right? Like Iron Man surfing, she's like drinking Mai Tais on the beach. He walks back into the hotel room and she's like, are you ready to get it on? Which is probably like the one thing he wanted to hear the most from Emma Frost, only to be disappointed and find out she's just talking about the mission. So one of the cool things here, right? This is the awesome aspect of this, and we covered this in the last video. They're hunting for Mysterium. Well, specifically, she already knows where it is, but Iron Man is looking for it because he's looking to build the Mark 72, a new Iron Man suit based off of this Mysterium metal. We'll find out exactly how capable this metal is over the course of this video, and it's gonna blow your mind. But using the nil armor, which is really more of like a espionage spy armor, it can make him invisible. It's really more designed for getting in and out of places as opposed to like a weaponized suit of armor. Using that, he ends up traveling to Krakoa. Now, the cool thing is that once he gets there, a lot of the continuity of what we've seen so far remains intact, in the sense that in the Iron Man comics, Fei Long is very much anti-mutant, really for the dumbest reason imaginable, right? Like, his parents had powers, he didn't have powers, and he's been pissed off about it ever since. But the thing about this is that he stole Iron Man's company and then used Stark Tech to build these giant sentinels, which are still guarding the entire island of Krakoa, the former home of the mutant population on Earth. And so Iron Man sneaking in here is really just based on the fact that the nil armor, of course, is far more advanced than the traditional sentinels, and even the Iron Man or the Stark Tech sentinels that Fei Long's using, just because Tony Stark knows exactly what technology is being used here, right? I mean, the guy, in effect, built the whole thing. And so because of this, as he sneaks in, one of the cool things that goes on here is that Emma Frost is able to see everything through these glasses that she's wearing, right? Like, she sees what Iron Man sees. So they're basically cameras. And as he's making his way through here, one of the things we find out is that Orchis, the organization hunting down mutants all over the world, that they have super-powered apes. No, it's not Gorilla Grodd, but it is still kind of cool, all right? So here's the thing. Once Iron Man is kind of guided to the room of Emma Frost, which looks every bit as cold as you would expect it to, it's the least inviting space that I think I've ever seen in my life. She tells him exactly where to go, right? Like, there's a chest, it's got these thigh-high boots that are sitting on top of it. Once you crack the chest open, the Mysterium metal, if it hasn't been stolen, will be available, right? You'll see it there. The crazy thing about this is that this gorilla immediately attacks. Now, it's not as though it perfectly saw Iron Man. Instead, the way it explains this, right, it says that Fei Long tuned our satellites to find a new element, and an anomalous reading on a satellite spectrometer brought me here. I didn't expect to find you. Where is the White Queen, Iron Man? So essentially, Tony Stark and Emma Frost are not the only ones who know about Mysterium. Now, I would go so far as to wager that while Mysterium is being introduced within the confines of this story for the purpose of building an Iron Man suit, this will become a much bigger thing later on down the line within Marvel Comics, and that it may end up turning into some kind of like a space race for this Mysterium metal. I don't definitively know that. That's just kind of my guess here. But of course, as you would expect in traditional Iron Man fashion, he starts cracking jokes. When the giant ape says like, no japes, of course you gotta make a joke, right? Like, no japes for apes. Like, you gotta say something. You can't just let that slide. But while like Iron Man is basically getting trashed by this monkey, Emma Frost is just kind of watching through her glasses, drinking some wine, and is just kind of like, I told you this would be a disaster, Tony. I told you it was a bad idea, right? They've got multiple PhDs. That's how smart this monkey is, right? Multiple PhDs. Now, of course, once Iron Man tries to lie and say like, I'm not actually Tony Stark, that kind of thing, it's really more just buying time, right? Like creating a ruse, so on and so forth. He is ultimately able to overcome it by like blasting the ceiling, which brings the whole thing crashing down on this ape and ultimately kills him. But following that, he gets to the chest, and when he cracks it open, it's literally a line. It's like a scene out of Pulp Fiction, right? Like, yeah, we're happy. Opening the briefcase and just seeing it glow and realizing that Marcellus Wallace has his soul back. So here's the thing, right? Once they leave, or once he starts to leave, this is one of the coolest aspects of the story. It's not a gigantic moment, but it is a great reference. And this is why I love tie-ins for like major events. What he does is he says, I only had boots on the ground for a few minutes on the island, but I was left with the strangest sensation that I was not alone. And the reality is, he's not. He's being watched. And in fact, he's actually being protected. Charles Xavier basically is the reason why nobody saw him there, right? Because the reality here is that if these satellites that orbit Earth and controlled by Fei Long are being adjusted at a frequency that's constantly trying to find the nil armor, and then potentially even located the exact frequency, which would basically nullify the invisibility of the suit, that while he is still technically invisible, while he's making his way through, these guys should have picked up on it, right? Sounds or any number of things. But the fact that Charles knows Xavier was there, basically he uses telepathy to keep these guys from realizing that Iron Man was present. Now, that ties into the Immortal X-Men comic, which we also have in the Fall of X playlist. Xavier's just like the one guy who won't leave Krakoa. He's there the whole time. And in fact, things are going sideways pretty fast for his character. I'm really interested to see where that goes, to be honest. But following that, once he gets back to the Hellfire Club, kind of the base of operations where he and Emma Frost and Kingpin and this kind of anti-Orchis resistance where they're all operating out of, then of course he activates his kind of like room, right? His workshop, if you want to call it that, which really just looks like an S&M room, if we're being honest with ourselves. And what has happened here is that specifically, he's had his machines building a cane using this Mysterium armor. Now, of course, using a cane, it's very non-conspicuous, right? Like Tony Stark walking around with a cane, nobody's gonna bat an eye. If he's walking around in like a giant metal suit, people are gonna ask questions, you know what I mean? But what he wants to do is he wants to see how capable this Mysterium metal is. And I'm gonna tell you guys right now, building an Iron Man suit out of this metal is gonna be nuts. I would argue that it rivals true adamantium. Technically it doesn't, but I would argue that it does, right? Because the first person he takes it to is like Carol Danvers, and he's just like, break this in half, and she can't. She can't break it, right? Now, this is a chick who's almost on par with the Incredible Hulk. I say almost on par because during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, and like one of the best moments ever, like she's fighting the Incredible Hulk, she just like lunges at him and just starts like wailing on him. And then like when the dust settles and the smoke clears, he's like, are you finished? And just like uppercuts her into the atmosphere. It's amazing. But she's still exceedingly strong, more so than virtually anybody out there outside of like maybe Thor, especially now that he's got the Thor Force, and like the Incredible Hulk, potentially one or two other people. But it is a smart decision to take it to her. She can't break it, right? It's seemingly indestructible. The next thing he does is he takes it to Doctor Strange and he says, use your magic on this, right? Like, do whatever you want with this. Destroy it, incinerate it, obliterate it, whatever it is that you can do. And Doctor Strange does exactly that. And he's literally just like, okay, I don't know what this is, right? He was like, I can't even cast a simple levitation spell on this cane. The spell I just hit it with should have atomized it, right? And so it's just one of those things where it's like magic does not affect this suit of armor. And so the next thing he does is he takes it to Spider-Man. And what he ends up doing is, as the two of them are talking, it's one of those really fun, it's a hilarious moment, right? Bear with me here for a second. It's hysterical, but there is a reason why he does this, right? So he was like, hello, Spider-Man. I was hoping my sinister signal wouldn't get your attention. And where Peter Parker and Iron Man have a little bit of back and forth banter, he says, I was hoping you could help me with a science experiment, right? Peter Parker is like ecstatic about this because it's Iron Man, right? Like, who wouldn't want to help Iron Man with some kind of experiment? He's like, you know, everyone seems to forget that I have a pretty robust and impressive science background. Everyone always asks you or Reed or Blue Marvel, Adam Brashear, because he's like one of the smartest people in the world. A lot of people don't know that, right? Blue Marvel, Doctor Doom, Valeria Richards, Reed Richards, they trade the top spot for like the smartest person in the Marvel Universe. We know that because of the Doctor Doom solo series for people who never read that comic book but are going to tell me that I'm wrong, because I know what I'm talking about and they don't. But he says, nobody ever thinks of me as a science hero. What do I need to do? And so the response of Iron Man is, just close your eyes and I'll do the rest. Spider-Man's like, okay, gotcha. And Iron Man's like, are they closed? And Spider-Man's like, yep. And then he just cracks him in the leg with the cane. He's like, what the heck, man? He was like, wait a minute, my spider sense didn't see that coming. What is that? And that's when he realizes it can bypass Spider-Man's spider sense, right? So anybody out there that has either magical abilities, super strength, someone like Spider-Man whose spider sense warns him of impending danger, this metal can bypass all of it. It is the single most powerful metal that Iron Man has ever gotten his hands on to use for an Iron Man suit. So the question's gotta be asked. Once this suit gets made, which will likely be in the next comic, what's gonna happen? Because I'm excited to find out, which we will next month. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. They release it monthly, what do you want me to tell you? But make sure you guys click this link to the Fall of X playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with Invincible Iron Man, and Riri Williams is about to get smacked around, and not even by a little bit. Of course, this opens up with Riri Williams showing up at the Hellfire Club. Now, for those of you guys who are just joining us in the Iron Man comics, yes, in the larger Fall of X event, Sentinels, Orchis, that huge organization is hunting down mutants everywhere that they can find them. Tony Stark is one of the very few Avengers, if we're being honest, that's avidly working against the forces of Orchis and trying to help the mutant population, but he's also got his own thing going on, right? His own struggles and issues and so on. But he's married to Emma Frost, quote unquote, Miss Hazel, who basically wears an inhibitor ring so the Sentinels won't realize she's a mutant, and Wilson Fisk, the Kingpin, is kind of like the public face of the Hellfire Club. So he's the guy that is more or less keeping those mutants operating within the Hellfire Club essentially safe from Orchis. But what ends up going on here is that when Riri Williams shows up, one of the things to remember is she has the 10 rings of the Mandarin. She's had them for quite some time. And when Miss Hazel shows up, Riri Williams does not know that Hazel is actually Emma Frost. So she tries to use the telepathic ability from the Mandarin's rings to overpower Hazel and then say, like, take me to Iron Man. But as we learned from the original Fall of X event, the core X-Men themselves had what was called the red triangle instilled in their brains. In effect, it was a safety measure created by Xavier so that even if all the other mutants are somehow subdued or captured by telepathy, that the core X-Men would not be, right? That's why Emma Frost has these words resist that come out as a literal triangle. The issue is that her inhibitor ring falls off and then her telepathic powers emerge and she immediately snatches up Riri Williams' mind and brings it into the mindscape. And that's when Riri Williams realizes what's going on, that it's actually Emma Frost. Here's the funny thing about this. Riri Williams is too dumb to realize Emma Frost is not to be trifled with. She's an Omega level telepath, man. She could have this girl just walking around like a cat for the rest of her life, eating cat food. That's just the kind of power that she has. So the two of them actually end up getting into like a kind of fight. What's really cool here is Emma Frost has like these brass knuckles that say Hellfire. It's like that scene from Chappelle's Show, right? Like, what is it? Charlie Murphy's True Hollywood Stories, when Rick James punches him in the face and he's got a ring that says Unity. That was amazing. But I'm just saying, this is crazy because it kind of breaks down into a fight between the two. But while it does look like Riri Williams is essentially holding her own, have no illusions. This is Emma Frost pulling her punches, right? This is Emma Frost just like taking it lightly on this girl. Because what's crazy is like literally Riri Williams responds and she's like, are you kidding me? You're the White Queen wanted for murder and now you're suddenly married to Tony Stark. And the response of Emma is, excuse me, Tony gets to be married to one of my aliases. Now, how is it that this ring of yours grants you telepathic powers? Because Emma Frost is not overly familiar with the rings of the Mandarin. And what they do is they kind of provide people an artificial ability to use these varying powers, manipulate fire and so on and so forth. And that's one of the things that Emma Frost had picked up on, that when it came to Riri Williams using telepathy, she was not a true telepath, she was simply just enhanced. Now, the reason why that matters so much and why that's so incredibly important is a true telepath is a person that has been using telepathy for really most of their life, ever since their adolescence, presumably when their powers first manifested, likely during puberty or somewhere around that time. A person who's enhanced artificially gained the power of telepathy, meaning they may have the ability to control it, but nowhere near the same level of nuance as someone who is a true telepath. Because a person who's enhanced, in this case Riri Williams, she can just take the ring off and that power of telepathy is gone. She doesn't have to spend years and years of her life honing her abilities, learning how to keep other people's voices out of her head, learning how to put her voice into other people's heads, just the total nuance of it, right? Like Riri Williams doesn't have that. And so while this kind of conflict is breaking out, you switch back to Tony Stark and Kingpin, who are just kind of talking, and then suddenly the detectors go off that say like, mutant detected. One of the things Tony Stark says, or really Wilson Fisk says, is that Orchis offered to install the mutant detector, and declining the offer would have appeared suspicious. That if Wilson Fisk, especially coming out of, what is it, Devil's Reign, that storyline where he kind of quote unquote went to war against like the superhero community, if he's really as steadfastly against mutants as he publicly says he is, then why would he turn down the assistance of Orchis to detect mutants wherever they need to be found? It's a smart move. And so again, what ends up happening is that when a giant sentinel shows up here, Wilson Fisk bashes his face in, and then tells him an assassin, the one called Mystique, just broke in and tried to take me out. It's a really good way to try to subvert the Sentinels themselves. But one of the things to know, and we covered this during like Days of Future Past and any of the stories that deal with Sentinels, they're not like human beings. You can't rationalize with them, you can't reason with them, you can't trick them or anything along those lines, unless you have the ability to either dodge their sensors or somehow interfere with the inner workings of their programming. They will come for you, and they will come for you with ruthless aggression. That's what made Days of Future Past so bad, right? It wasn't that there was some kind of all-powerful uber Sentinels that existed out there like in the movie. No. There were just so many of them, right? It was a war of attrition. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Sentinels patrolling the United States at all times, right? It was a crazy situation. And so even Emma Frost starts to realize this, because remember, given her level of telepathy, yes, she can fight Riri Williams in the Mindscape, but she can also be aware of what's going on out there in the real world. That's how capable she is. And she's like, the Sentinels are going to be upon us, and if you insist on continuing this fight, we can do one in one of Orchis's labor camps. And so Riri Williams tries to go back on the assault, only to be slapped around again by Emma Frost. And that's when she snaps back to reality, and then her and Riri Williams join Iron Man in this attack against a Sentinel. Now, here's the cool thing about this, right? This ending was something I never saw coming, not in a million years, right? Emma Frost, of course, she did end up with a fastball special, which initially started out as a Colossus and Wolverine move. For those of you guys who are unfamiliar, literally it was just Colossus throwing Wolverine. It's one of the most simple but iconic movements in Marvel Comics, and it's kind of the same thing here, right? Riri Williams throws Emma Frost at the Sentinel. Emma Frost takes on her diamond form and manages to punch this thing, but at the end of the day, the concern is not this Sentinel. The concern is that the Sentinel will tell Orchis and everybody else what's going on, because remember, the information that these Sentinels have are being sent back to Orchis at regular intervals. So if they do not stop this thing before the information is sent back, they're going to be met with a mountain of Sentinels. And so what goes on here is that when Iron Man says, I can't crack this armor in the stealth suit, Ironheart, what have you got from the rings? The response of Riri Williams is, she says, I think I have something on board that's better than the Mandarin rings. I've got that special order you asked me for, Tony. And when she uses it, it shrinks the Sentinel down. She brought PIM particles, right? Iron Man requested PIM particles, and it's such a genius thing to do, right? You don't see this very often, right? Like, it's such a just genius strategy. There's this gigantic Sentinel that's out there, use PIM particles, shrink it down, and then smash it, right? Step on it. This thing's virtually useless. It's just a machine. That's really it. Now, this seems to ignore all the issues with density and all that kind of stuff, but nonetheless, right? Like, they managed to take this thing down, because one of the things to know about PIM particles, just because the Sentinel is shrunken down does not mean that it's weaker than it's historically been before. It's just as strong, it's just really small. So by all standards of measurement, it should presumably be able to still hold its own in a fight, but whatever, comic books, who cares? So once this thing is destroyed, everything is more or less kind of sorted out. But here's the cool thing, right? Here's the really cool thing about this. Wilson Fisk plays the public face to the press and the whole nine yards, right? He says, I'm grateful for our emergency responders and for the Stark Sentinels, of course. Without them, the mutant who attacked me might have succeeded in more than the property damage to my home, right? So he's kind of able to lead the public off the trail to the fact that, like, Emma Frost was actually here. Now, of course, Riri Williams still has some of these PIM particles, but what Stark tells Riri is, I need you to look at something that I've been working on, and I need you to build something as well, right? What he says is, he asks her, what do you think, right? And she says, the design work is impeccable. And he says, yes, I know. That's not what I'm asking. Can you build these ships? And she asks, how much Mysterium? And where on Earth will it be secretive or safe enough? And he says, nowhere on Earth is safe enough. I need you to go up there. And he says, but you have to be sure that you can get it done. And he even goes so far as to tell her, the lives of everybody on this planet depend on you successfully fabricating those designs. Now, here's the kicker. It'd be very easy for us to assume that she's going to Mars, right? She's going to Arakko. She's heading up there to basically work with what are believed to be the surviving mutants that are up there. Because remember, Tony Stark doesn't know what's happening on Arakko. Storm and the whole Genesis War and all that stuff. They have no idea what's taking place. But that doesn't seem to be where she's going. He simply says, when you get there, ask for Eitri. It looks like he's sending her to Nidavellir, right? To the dwarves, the guys who craft and build incredible weapons, arms, and armament, right? Now, here's the kicker about this. We've only seen one instance before where something like this was done, and that was during Fear itself. That's when Iron Man built that armor, at least those suits of armor for various people that were imbued with portions of the Odin Force, right? So again, it's cool. Who knows how all this is going to look? But in essence, it's them going up, or at least Ruby Williams going up, using the Mysterium that's being provided to her that Tony Stark isn't using for his Iron Man suit, and then in turn, building up these new ships and whatnot that can be presumably used in the war against Orchis that are based on Mysterium. And keep in mind, Mysterium is equally capable and durable to adamantium, not true adamantium, not the stuff bonded to Wolverine's skeleton, but the next step down, right? The stuff that Ultron historically used. So it's cool and it's really exciting, but in the next video, we will, at least it looks like, finally get Iron Man in his Mysterium suit, which I am hyped about. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. If you guys need to get caught up on the Iron Man comics and what's going on right now, make sure you click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. We are back with Fall of X, and the question you have all been asking: what happened to the 250,000 mutants that were forced off the island of Krakoa? Where did they go? So for those of you guys who are just joining us, one of the great things about this is that this opens up kind of with a bit of a run over about what's happened so far, which is to say that basically humanity has launched its strike against the mutant population, specifically Orchis, and that where they were all just living on the island of Krakoa as their own mutant nation, when everything went nuts, Xavier was forced to use his telepathy to basically make everybody leave. And so what he's been doing this entire time is he's literally just been grieving on the island of Krakoa because he's just the last person there. He can't read the minds of the people who were sent away from Krakoa. They were supposed to go to Mars, but if they were there, he'd be able to detect their existence. He can't, so he has no clue where they are. We will find out in this story, right? We will find out in this comic. But before we do, what we end up doing is switching over to a guy named Sebastian Shaw. And this is actually kind of wrapping up a bit of a plot thread for his character. Now, Shaw is a very oftentimes, if we're honest, overlooked character, but one of the best. This guy's ability is to basically absorb any damage that he sustains and turn it into power. It's cool. It's one of the coolest abilities of anybody in Marvel Comics. But what this guy does is he basically injects himself with something that kind of neutralizes or at least hides his mutant gene. And then he asks the question of his assistant, so where are my funds at, right? Where's my money at? And what he's told here is your funds remain unchanged, right? You have the same amount of money that you always did as the guy who ran Shaw Industries. And that's when he starts to freak out. Now, the question has to be asked why and what in the world is going on here? Well, what ends up happening is that in response to him learning that he doesn't have any money, or at least has the same money he always did, he ends up going to visit Mother Righteous. Now, Mother Righteous was basically a character that's been introduced in Marvel Comics that Marvel has tried over and over again to make interesting and relevant, and they failed every single time. But she's basically just a chick that's really good with magic. The way this worked is that Sebastian Shaw had basically struck a deal with her that when everything went sideways with Krakoa, which it inevitably would, that he would inherit all the riches that Krakoa has to offer. The reality here is that it was a ruse to a degree, that he wasn't paying attention to the words that she was saying. You will inherit all of Krakoa's riches. Nothing about that is word for word. You will inherit all of Krakoa's money. And that's what he was wanting to get. All the money that Krakoa made based on the selling of all different kinds of plants and things like that that could enhance, lifespans and cure mental illness and all that kind of stuff. That's what he cared about. So basically, he is the owner of a giant landmass. That's literally it, right? He owns that island over there that seemingly has no real financial value whatsoever. The other part of this is that he ends up traveling to the Hellfire Club. Now, the reason why this is important here is because when Sebastian Shaw was originally introduced in Marvel Comics during Chris Claremont's time writing the X-Men, leading up to like the Phoenix and Dark Phoenix sagas, he was part of the Hellfire Club. And the Hellfire Club is basically an organization that doesn't really want to control the world per se. It wants to influence the world. And it does that through a combination of bribery, or we here in the United States, we don't call it bribery, we call it lobbying, but it's basically using that, right? It's using the means, the financial means, to basically influence politicians, to get the kind of laws passed that are the most conducive to them, but basically control everything behind the scenes. Once he realizes his membership as the White King has been revoked, on the way to being forced out, he's met by both his assistant, who tells him that Wilson Fisk has become the new White King, which we for the most part already know about. We'll talk about why that happened here in a second, as well as a telepathic projection of Emma Frost. Now, the cool thing about this is that the way that Emma Frost appears here, this is her original appearance back in the X-Men comics when she first showed up, right? When she was first introduced. So it's cool to see that she has like her classic look, right? I absolutely love this. But she literally tells him like, you are a disappointment. And where he asks her like, if you're on Earth, you're going to get people killed. You know the rules. But you know the new rules. Mutants cannot be anywhere on Earth, because Sebastian Shaw is kind of actually following rank and file with humanity. It's one of those things where he sort of adopted this philosophy that like, it's better to be the devil's right hand than in his path, if that makes any sense. But he's also very much an opportunist, right? Any chance he sees to expand his influence or power or control, he will absolutely take. And this is a perfect example of that. But with Emma Frost literally calling his bluff, she's just like, you did what you did for, she says, I did what I did for the children, right? I'm playing my role for the kids in order to keep everybody safe. You're doing what you did for money. It was only ever a matter of time before you lost and you were kicked out. You are working against us. You are not on our side. And so it's one of those things where not only does he have no place within the Hellfire Club, he has no place with the mutants that actually reside on Earth. He's a man with no home. And it's only a matter of time before Orchis or any of the organizations that are out there that are targeting mutants come to the realization that he is a mutant and that his days are numbered, right? Like, it's only a matter of time before that happens. So what he does is he comes to this decision and he says, okay, fine. If all I own is just a giant landmass out there, that's okay. I don't need the money of Krakoa, right? My power is to turn cents into billions. So what I'll do is I'll pillage the place, all the while completely unaware of the fact that Charles Xavier is still there. This is amazing. It's one of these moments when you see Charles Xavier just like use the full totality of his telepathy in just like a violent way, because while he's there just kind of mourning everything, he's met by Emma Frost, who contacts him telepathically and says, look, you mourn as long as you want to, but understand a time's gonna come when you're gonna have to actually step into this conflict. You're gonna have to step in and you're gonna have to do something. For right now, I'm reaching out to T'Challa, Reed Richards, anybody that I believe can help us. Now, this is one of those moments where it just kind of looks like Charles Xavier is moping, and to a degree it's true. But one of the things to know is that in Marvel, very rarely do you ever see Charles Xavier lose it when it comes to his telepathy. This whole story is inevitably leading to like a massive battle. And when it does, I would not be surprised if you see Charles Xavier blow the doors off of everything we've known about his ability to use telepathy, his ability to use his powers, and what he's capable of. We get a little bit of a dose of it when Sebastian Shaw's forces roll up on the beaches with the intention of just kind of casually making their way through and so on and so forth. And Xavier just kind of like manifests, right? These gigantic monsters and different things like that. It's a very small thing, but imagine someone like Xavier doing this on a planetary level, right? Imagine, for example, that like some massive conflict happens and Xavier uses his telepathy to trick every human in the world into believing that like aliens are invading from like another planet, right? Except in this instance, the people they see as aliens are actually Orchis. And like literally humanity starts wiping out Orchis without realizing what they're doing, right? It's one of the things Xavier doesn't really do because he doesn't believe in using his powers for nefarious purposes. But when you are a telepath on that level, your ability to influence and to control the world, that's child's play. And so him potentially using his powers to influence humanity is a small thing, because what he says here is in the midst of all this, he says, I I tried to let go, but in the end, I couldn't. They forced my hand, yes, but I still did it. And now my people are dead. It's too late to let go now. I will hold on to this rock as it sinks. But as long as I live, I will not let their memory be desecrated by those who are bathed in blood. I would rather the air was torn from their lungs than they smell the flowers growing on this mutant grave. No more, no more, no more. Those are the words of a man who's about to wage war, like a one-man war against the entirety of the human population. Now, getting to the thing that you all came here for, where in the world are all the other mutants? What we end up doing is transitioning to a place that's only described as nowhere and no when. We can largely assume this is a place between dimensions. It's not otherworld, right? So it's not like some other dimension that we're already familiar with. They're seemingly just kind of out there in the middle of nowhere with no real indication of where they are. They can't be detected by Xavier, so they're not on Earth. And so what ends up happening is we basically pick up with Hope Summers as well as Exodus. Now, Exodus, I've said it before, I'll say it again, it bears repeating, and you can never get tired of doing it. This guy's one of the most powerful mutants to ever exist in the history of Marvel Comics. Shy of being able to alter reality on a universal scale, there's nothing this guy can't do. His telepathy and telekinesis make him just astronomically powerful. Destiny is here as well, but while Destiny is a precognitive and she can see the future, while she's here, she can't see anything. She cannot see what's to come down the road for anyone. And so what ends up happening is that as Exodus makes his way, right, kind of coming to, he says there are 250,000 minds here. None of them are Mystique or the rest of the 5 for that matter. The 5 basically being the mutants that are capable of resurrecting other mutants from the dead. So once they die, there's no conceivable way to bring them back. He says it's the whole population of Krakoa, the ones Xavier forced to walk through the portal. They were meant to arrive on Orchis, i.e. Mars. Instead, we came here to the desert. And it's one of those things where it's like we have no food, we have no water, right? Some of us are still wearing our formal outfits. Like, what in the world are we going to do? And Exodus gets this, there's like this amazing moment, right? And it's so cool because if you know the history of Exodus, this ties in perfectly with it. And I'll talk about what that means here in a second. But he says, listen to me, mutants. We will survive the desert as I did so long ago. We will be transformed like I was. We are mutant pilgrims. I will lead you to the promised land. Trust me, I have seen this in a vision long, long ago. We are the people of Krakoa. We only have each other. We have only ever had each other. And whether we live or die, we will live and die together. This way, follow me. Now, one of the things to know about this, right? One of the things to understand, Exodus is a guy called Bennett du Paris, right? Or Paris, whatever you want to call him. The point behind this is he was part of the Crusades, right? He was a guy whose telepathy and telekinesis was unlocked by Apocalypse, right? But this guy had like traversed the desert looking for a quote unquote person that could give him his destiny. He was ultimately locked away for a lengthy amount of time. And then once he escaped, he started off as a villain and then ultimately became a hero. But this guy understands what it means to be this almost kind of Moses type character, right? Guiding his people through the desert to what's basically salvation. But he's also a born leader and astronomically powerful. And so what he realizes here is that some of these mutants who are on this journey will presumably die, right? Some of them just simply will not survive the elements for any number of reasons. They will band together and they will try to keep each other safe. But under the current, Exodus starts to realize the fear they have will turn to anger, and that anger can be channeled. They can be turned into an army, 250,000 strong. And so when he's asked the question by Hope, what is this way, Exodus? His response is a promised land. And when she asks, do you truly know this? His response is, absolutely not, but I have faith. This guy is literally taking these people to a destination that seemingly doesn't exist. Along the way, they will be turned into an army. And when the time comes, this army will have its revenge, and it will come swift, and it will come hard, and it will come in the form of a reckoning. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. If you need to get caught up on Fall of X, make sure you guys click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are picking back up again with Fall of X, and I'm really excited to see what you guys think about the ending of this video because it's very exciting. It's very, very exciting. So what this does is this picks up in the aftermath of what we had previously covered, which is to say Sebastian Shaw, who was at one point not really a member of the X-Men, but the mutant community. Now that he's basically been cast out of the Hellfire Club, meaning he has no real influence of any kind. He's just a guy out there in the world trying to avoid capture by the human population, that he's basically been putting together crews to try to plunder Krakoa, right? Because remember, all 250,000 mutants that were on Krakoa have basically been sent off the island. But Charles Xavier, the leader of the X-Men, is one of the only guys left. In fact, he's the only guy who's currently occupying the island. Previously, they'd sent in a group of mercenaries to try to plunder it, and then of course, they came across Xavier and he helped them to understand their place in the bigger picture. In the follow-up to this, Selene steps in and then basically absorbs their essence, their memories, and then tells Sebastian Shaw what's going on. Now, Selene is one of the coolest mutants in Marvel Comics, who's kind of a mutant, but not really a mutant, sort of. It's one of those weird, finicky things, but you never really get to see her that much. And in fact, she really hasn't had a major role in Marvel since the X-Necrotia storyline back in 2010. She has appeared and she's done some stuff, but she just hasn't really been on a grand stage. Selene is, by all standards of measurement, the oldest mutant to ever exist in the history of Marvel Comics. She's like 17,000 years old, and she's technically an external. So for those of you guys who are familiar with this, bear with me here for a second. I want to explain this for people who are not. Externals are not to be confused with Eternals. Eternals are the result of just humans who at one point in time, their genes were modified by Celestials and they basically got like cosmic abilities and so on and so forth. Externals are mutants who are legitimately immortal. They're not indestructible. You can destroy their physical form. But when I say immortal, I mean to say they cannot age. They will never get sick, right? They will just live on forever so long as you don't find a way to decapitate them or something along those lines. Wolverine, for example, with his healing factor, you could argue he's an external, even though he's technically not. When it comes to Selene, she is an external, but she's not, in the sense that she has to absorb other people's life energies in order to keep herself alive. But what she does when that happens is she absorbs their memories and everything that makes them who they are. With this happening, Sebastian Shaw realizes Xavier's still on the island and they can find a way around them. So what he ends up doing is basically sending in another group. This time they have mental blocks in place or devices that prevent Xavier from seemingly being able to influence their minds. We'll actually find out it doesn't work. But what we end up doing here before we get into that part is we switch over to Exodus. Now remember, Exodus is this just ridiculously powerful telepath and telekinetic in Marvel Comics. He's an Omega level mutant that's leading 250,000 mutants, those individuals who walked through the portals and seemingly disappeared off of all known planes of existence. He's leading them to what he calls paradise. But there is no actual destination. He's not really leading them anywhere in particular. He's just giving them hope until such a time that an opportunity presents itself that they can all effectively be rescued. But as a testament to this guy's level of power, what he realizes is that the longer they're in the desert, the more likely they are to succumb to the elements, which is to say the very harsh heat in the daytime, the very cold temperatures in the nighttime, the lack of water, the lack of food. And so what's been happening here is he's been basically using his telekinesis to pull water out of the air, right? And then in turn, deposit it into a location where people can basically drink. The other part of this is that mutants out there that have regenerative capabilities or simply just generative capabilities in and of themselves, meaning they can alter plant matter or they can kind of create something out of nothing, but not really. They're basically generating things that people can consume. For example, there's one mutant out there that can generate glucose, right? The very foundation of what you and I would call carbohydrates, if my knowledge of diet is correct, which is probably not because I'm in terrible shape. But the thing about this is that they basically find ways to kind of keep each other alive. But understand, not everyone is equipped for this. right? 250,000 mutants here. A majority of these guys have basic powers like wings that come out of their back and they can fly, right? Or like they can see at night or something along those lines. And while those powers are useful in certain situations, they're largely useless in this situation because the name of the game here is survival. And so what ends up happening is that Hope Summers, one of the only known members of the 5 capable of resurrecting mutants, in fact, the other 4 are basically missing, she asks Exodus how long he can keep this up, because despite how powerful he is, he can't do this forever. Virtually every mutant out there needs to rest in some capacity somewhere along the line. But because the powers of Hope Summers is to copy the powers of the people around her, she can basically take its place. So they can literally just do shifts, right? They can just kind of take it in turns to create water or whatever resources are available that their powers can use in order to bring some measure of sustenance to people. But it's one of those interesting things because what you end up getting is basically really kind of a minor mutant by the name of Kafka, who's kind of doing what is in effect patrol duty, right? Like they're all just taking it in shifts to keep an eye out in case there happen to be predators, because remember, we don't know where they are and we don't know when they are. They can't be detected by Xavier, which means they're not currently on Earth. The idea here is that they seem to be in some other dimension that exists out there, but we don't really know what it is. The issue here is that as Kafka is doing his patrols, he comes across a variation of Wolverine that's attacking Mother Righteous. Now, you guys know how I feel about Mother Righteous. After reading the comments, you guys seem to love Mother Righteous. I don't fully understand why, but hey, it is what it is. The funny thing here, though, is that these do not seem to be the same versions of Wolverine that we've been seeing in the Wolverine solo series. Kind of a little side here. That whole thing with like Beast and all that kind of stuff, that's basically taken a back seat to a degree while they went into Weapons of Vengeance. Once that story's done, we'll go back into the whole Beast, Wolverines, that storyline and all that kind of stuff, right? So just be aware that that's happening here for those of you guys who are curious. But of course, one of them immediately goes after Kafka, right? And in fact, actually chases him down as he gets over to Exodus and those guys. The question they have here is, where did these Wolverines come from? Here's a hint. It's not Mother Righteous. You would be inclined to believe that it is, right? She's very duplicitous. She's very manipulative, right? But it's not actually her. There's somebody out here in this desert that's sending these forces out there in order to test the entirety of the mutant population. That should give you a hint. If you cannot pick up that hint, I don't know what to tell you. I told you, the ending is dope. So what this does is the mutants basically respond pretty readily. And in fact, it's Exodus who's the one that basically takes them out incredibly fast. And a lot of this is because of, one, the nature of his powers, but two, they see him as a leader, right? The guy who is leading the entirety of the group. And that happens, right? It's one of the cool things about this story and the way that it's written. In times of desperation, people will believe what they want to believe. And in the absence of an ordered government, people will turn to warlords, petty strongmen, anybody who can grant them some measure of safety. And so Exodus provides them exactly that. It also helps that he was on the Quiet Council, right, the governing body of Krakoa before the entire fall of the mutant population. But it's one of those things where you have Mother Righteous who kind of shows up here and then basically reveals to everybody that she's a mutant. Now, we've known this for a little while. We didn't necessarily know how far reaching it was if she actually had a mutant gene. She's a clone of a guy named Mr. Sinister. Sinister himself was never a mutant in Marvel Comics. In fact, in the old stories, The Adventures of Cyclops and Phoenix, he was just a human who had his genes modified by Apocalypse and became Sinister. But there is a lot of changing going on here in Marvel Comics with regards to the traditional roles that various characters have. The idea behind Mother Righteous, though, and what makes her really intriguing here, is that she never knew that she was actually a mutant. And in fact, it wasn't until Xavier was forced to use his telepathy to make all 250,000 mutants on Krakoa walk through the portals that she was able to successfully walk through one of the Krakoan gates, and only mutants can do that. So that was kind of like the, okay, she's a mutant now, that's kind of wild. But the kicker about all this is we have to assume she's telling the truth. We don't know if she is. She's a very manipulative person and she lies in order to achieve her own ends. So we have no clue if she's actually telling the truth. But what's interesting is she talks about how for her, her, she uses magic, but her ability to use magic is something that's self-taught. She just learned over the years, much in the same way that Stephen Strange learned to use magic and became Doctor Strange. She's not nearly as powerful, but her mutant gene, whatever it happens to be, or at least whatever powers it happens to manifest, we don't really know what it is, right? And in fact, even in this moment when Hope Summers scans the entire biology of Mother Righteous, even that is just nebulous, right? Her response is she is a mutant. Her gift is really diffuse, like Legion's gift, but microscopic. Many gifts, none of them solid. Maybe you have huge potential. Now, the reason why she uses Legion as an example here is that for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, Legion is arguably the most powerful mutant to ever exist in Marvel Comics. Not so much because of what he's able to do in and of himself, right? Somebody like Franklin Richards or Mad Jim Jaspers or Matthew Malloy, they have reality altering powers that we just see them perform. What makes Legion so incredibly powerful is that he's got thousands of personalities, and each one has a power. Some of these powers are exactly the same, other powers are different, but he has everything ranging from the ability to time travel, high levels of telepathy and telekinesis. Personalities like the Origamist can bend reality. Moira X can actually alter reality, right? There's different versions of himself that can do different things, and it's just crazy how powerful he is. He just seemingly can't control it all, right? But the idea is that if he ever could control all those powers, he'd be as close as anybody could ever get to becoming God. And so what ends up happening is Mother Righteous doesn't necessarily usurp the authority of Exodus. Instead, she does what she always does, which is kind of the slow creep of power. Now, before we get into that, jumping back to the island where these guys show up here with basically anti-psionics, right? So effectively, the ability to block out the telepathy of Xavier. The funny thing about this is Xavier's underestimated yet again. We don't exactly see what happens, right? Once he sees them, he's like, anti-psionics, very well. And where they go to open fire, all you see that happens next is they're literally just torn to pieces, decapitated, cut in half, their guts ripped out, all kinds of stuff. We don't exactly know what it was that did this, because in the previous instance where we saw Xavier using his powers, he was using his telepathy to force these guys to see things that weren't actually there. But something that simply exists in your mind but does not exist in the tangible world could seemingly not really do any damage to you, right? It was just enough to scare them. Whatever's going on here, Marvel looks like they're moving in the direction of either Xavier's telepathy is on a whole new level, right? He's just unleashing in a way that we've never seen him do before, which is the most likely candidate, or they're giving him like telekinesis, right? They're giving him like some new powers or the ability to manifest monsters, whatever it is, in the physical world. We don't fully know, but I am excited to find out. Having said that, and jumping back to Mother Righteous, once she meets with Exodus, she really just kind of presents to them this sort of utopia that looks very similar to the Savage Land, which is to say a jungle paradise in a place where a jungle paradise shouldn't exist. Nobody here really questions it because in a lot of ways they see it as a kind of salvation, and so they're not really going to look a gift horse in the mouth. But understand, Mother Righteous is not doing this seemingly because it's just altruistic. She always has a bigger plan. There's always something that she's doing. This is why I say the slow move of power creep, because seemingly what she's doing here is kind of usurping the authority of Exodus. That where Exodus says, I will lead all of you to paradise. I will lead all of you to the place that we can call home, and whatever this place happens to be, until such a time as we can return to our actual home. The reality is Mother Righteous is the one that presents herself here, and she's the one that really shows them this place. Now, that's easy to dismiss, and you could say, well, I mean, Exodus led us to her, and she's the one that led us to this, but like, she's gonna make a power move somewhere along the line. But in the midst of all of this, Exodus makes a statement where he says, be careful what you wish for. The testing has barely begun. The Logans are dogs, wild animals in the wasteland, but they are far from the greatest threat. Do not forget, the desert is also the home of Satan, and what it shows us is apocalypse. Seemingly, apocalypse is in this place, and he's going to test them over and over and over again. He's going to weed out and kill off the weakest mutants, leaving only the strongest to survive. I am very excited to see what happens because my main man is finally back. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. If you guys need to get caught up on Fall of X, make sure you click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with the Immortal X-Men, specifically the full-on return of Apocalypse, which technically he's been back since the last video that we made, but we get to see him in all his glory. So this is the portion of Fall of X that focuses on the 250,000 mutants that were whisked away to some unknown location. Now, a lot of you guys said you thought it was the other dimensional realm of Arakko. Those of you guys who are familiar with everything that's been happening in the X-Men since Jonathan Hickman's original run, that's not where they're at. And in fact, they're in a really, really cool location. But what we know is that within this kind of desert realm that they've been in, they have essentially been attacked by different versions of Wolverine. These almost kind of feral versions of Wolverine, which we thought were like the clones of Wolverine from the Wolverine solo series, when Beast was making like, you know, clones of Wolverine and then attacking humanity and that kind of thing. If you're not familiar with that, it's not overly important. What does matter here is that during this time, after this initial reprieve with these pot shots that are constantly being taken, right? These different versions of Wolverine just seemingly keep coming after them, that what we end up doing is picking up with the resurrection of one of these mutants, a member of the Five, using a resurrection egg. Now, the resurrection egg is the way in which mutants basically bring themselves back from the dead. These things were thought to have been completely and totally destroyed during the fall of Krakoa, but there is one with enough to bring a single mutant back. And what this does is it completes the Five. In essence, what it does is it allows any of the X-Men here to basically be resurrected. The only caveat is they need an egg to do it. So if they don't have an egg, there's no real way to bring them back. But what this does establish is that resurrection is still an option on the table once everything returns to a state of normalcy. But the person who was able to pull this off was Mother Righteous, who's basically a clone of the villain Mr. Sinister, albeit a female version and one that delves in magic. She does have mutant abilities, but she's also very duplicitous, right? She always has an ulterior motive. There's always something else going on. So even when you have Destiny, right, the woman who can see the future, right, even when she looks at Mother Righteous, she's like, I don't fully trust her. Now, before people who are unfamiliar with the X-Men ask, if she can see the future, wouldn't she know whether or not Mother Righteous is going to betray them? That's a fair question. But that we've talked about so much in the X-Men comics, the accuracy of Destiny's predictions become less and less, right? They become less and less accurate the further out she looks. So even if Mother Righteous is going to betray them all, there's no guarantee that it's going to happen. But even beyond that, right, the entire group is led by Exodus. And while Exodus is an astronomically powerful telepath and telekinetic, he sees himself as the kind of person leading the mutant population right now. In his mind, there's no room for doubters. So even when Destiny comes along and says, right, like, I don't know if I fully trust her, the response of Exodus is enough, right? Like, she's useful. She's returned the Five to us. She has returned immortality to us. Is it professional jealousy? Her visions are true. You have none. What use are you now? So it's one of those things where he kind of approaches it from the perspective of saying, like, you're just pissed off, right? You're just jelly because she can see the future and you can't, right? Like, it's kind of interesting. But the reality here is that Destiny is not somebody that you dismiss. Even if her power isn't what it used to be, or even if it's not there at all, if she has a gut feeling, you usually go with it, right? She's the kind of person within the X-Men universe whose predictions or viewpoints are kind of beyond contestation. So it almost sort of gives this idea that Exodus is not really thinking clearly or rationally. And there's a reason for that, because what they're told by Mother Righteous is that there is another vision she had, right? Somebody else, another lost mutant out in the woods, not the literal woods, but just out there in this place that they're at. And so what you end up getting is Exodus along with Hope Summers that basically travel to try to find this mutant. Now, this is where things get cool. At this point, you switch over to Charles Xavier. Now, as we talked about in the previous X-Men comics and in the Immortal X-Men comic itself, Xavier is staying on the island of Krakoa, trying to protect it from anybody out there that would try to plunder its riches or disrespect it in any capacity or anything like that. And so what ended up happening is Sebastian Shaw, who was at one point a member of the governing body of the X-Men, but is now one one of the people trying to plunder this place keeps sending soldiers in, but they keep getting massacred, right? And the response here is that we thought it was Charles Xavier, but his power is telepathy, not telekinesis. And so while he can cast delusions to trick people into thinking they're seeing gigantic monsters, there was no real tangible or reasonable explanation for why these soldiers' bodies were found torn to pieces. And so what you end up getting is a combination of Sebastian Shaw donning a kind of Iron Man-esque armor for himself, as well as Selene launching an attack against Xavier. Now, as we talked about before, of course, Selene, she's a really old mutant. She basically feeds off the life energies of other people in order to keep herself alive, but she's very capable and she's very powerful. But when they launch their attack against Xavier, it's more than he can cope with on his own. So telepathically, he reaches out to Emma Frost, who's doing her whole thing in the Iron Man comics. And once the two of them start talking, she asks the question, what is it that Sebastian Shaw wants? And that's when she telepathically shows him Sebastian Shaw was kicked out of the Hellfire Club, right? And that while Wilson Fisk Kingpin had taken his place, Sebastian Shaw is trying to find a way to get back in. And so using that information, Professor Xavier telepathically contacts Sebastian Shaw and says, look, here's the deal. I've harvested passwords for 12 key Hellfire accounts. You can use them to start to take back control. It'll be a battle, but this is enough of a win if you act now. Go recover your club. Krakoa will still be here when you're done, right? So it's kind of a way to sort of create a bit of a ceasefire there. And so Sebastian Shaw, realizing this opportunity, fires on Selene and then says, well, you know, he took over my mind. There's nothing I could do, right? Which is enough to knock Selene out in the moment, kind of put her out of capacity. And then in turn, you have him who takes Selene, he leaves, and then he basically uses the information Xavier gave him to go after the Hellfire Club. Here's the kicker to it all. He makes this kind of offhanded remark, right? He says, like, I understand it's a deal. God, Xavier, I hate to think what we've unleashed. You were always a manipulative guy, but murderous you is something else. I think even Selene squirmed when she saw the bodies. And the response of Xavier is, I don't understand what you're talking about. I haven't killed anybody, which begs the question, who was killing the soldiers on the island? So what this does here is it switches back over to Hope Summers and to Exodus, as well as Jean Grey, right? Jean Grey is technically dead and nobody really knows where these guys are right now. But what ends up happening here is that Hope Summers goes to read the mind of Jean, because Jean is just kind of like going on and babbling on about nonsense, right? Like, but he couldn't survive the Phoenix, not him, not even Scott, my distant, passionate Scott. In my reality, I steered the shuttle, I called for help, I let the Phoenix have me. That's not when I went wrong, right? And this is kind of her being delirious and sort of struggling. This is actually all playing out in the Jean Grey solo comic by Louise Simonson. It's really, really cool, but it's also really slow. So I'm not 100% sure if I'm going to cover it or not. But in this moment, you have Hope who asks the question, we're missing something. This is where we're supposed to be. What are we missing? That's when Apocalypse shows back up. And he says, like, you're Satan. And he attacks Exodus. Now, the reason why he refers to himself as his Satan and the reason why he looks the way he does is because this is how he originally appeared to Exodus. So for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with the character of Exodus in Marvel Comics, this guy fought during the Crusades. That's how old he is. He's been around for hundreds of years. But originally, he was just a guy named Bennett. But what ended up happening is that in a pursuit of a quote-unquote greater destiny, word had reached his ears of a person out there in Egypt that could grant him the destiny he was looking for. And when he got there, he was met by Apocalypse. Apocalypse unleashed or kind of woke up his telepathic and telekinetic abilities, and then ultimately Exodus turned against Apocalypse. Apocalypse overpowered him and then locked him away. A few hundred years later, he was released. He initially started off as a villain and then he became a good guy, but he sees Apocalypse as the worst thing to ever happen to him. He despises and he hates Apocalypse much in the same way Sinister does. And so as they're talking, Apocalypse keeps making these statements, right? He says, prideful. Grandiosity was always on your list of sins. I am who you say I am. Here, that is true. We are in your desert, right? The desert that Exodus always thought of whenever it was he was thinking about his time with Apocalypse. What this means is this location that they're in, it's malleable. It's not a finite place. They're not out in the Sahara. They're not out in Morocco. They're in a location which changes and adjusts based on the thought process of the person in it, and specifically what seems to be the most dominant person in it. And so where the questions asked by Hope, like, what is this guy on about? Exodus responds, I know not. I had visions of this place long ago, and he is right. I think of him as my Satan. But what you end up having is Hope Summers that comes to this realization. Logan, she sees Logan as Logan killed her. She sees Bishop as Bishop hunted her. And now Apocalypse, Exodus's Satan, is in Exodus's desert, right? And that's what Apocalypse is like, revelation awaits, girl, are you ready? And so what she does is she scans the mind of Jean Grey, and while there is a kind of telepathic feedback, she responds in saying, I'm okay, but Jean Grey's not. Her mind is on fire, it's burning, so hot, beyond hot. So I know where we are, I don't know what it means, but I know. And she asked the question, what's the white hot room? They're in the white hot room, son. And I don't know what it is, man, but Marvel has hardcore been focusing on the white hot room, right? Where the white phoenix of the crown resides. If ever there were a time where Jean Grey would go back to the height of her power, this would be it. Because when Jean Grey was the white phoenix of the crown, she was powerful than pretty much any and all cosmic entities out there. I would argue she was more powerful than the Living Tribunal. We never actually saw them fight, and I don't think there's really any indication that she definitively was. But outside of like any illusions that were created, right, here comes tomorrow, that she exists to quote unquote fix universes, things like that, that she can meddle with, she can eradicate whole universes if she wants to. With that level of power, yeah, man, I would say that she's probably a little bit above, if not equal to, the Living Tribunal. If she attains that level of power here, if she realizes who she is and the Phoenix remerges with her in the white hot room, she's going to turn into God with a quickness. And so what we end up doing is jumping back to Professor Xavier, the mystery that so many of you guys have been chomping at the bit for, right? There's this kind of monologue that we get, which is really more kind of Apocalypse musing to himself with everything that was going on out in the white hot room, but sort of applies here where he says, no one survives revelation. The person you were is dead and gone forever. In their place, perhaps someone stronger, perhaps no one at all. In the end, there is only revelation itself, and revelation cannot be denied. In essence, Professor Xavier is seemingly the one who's been killing the soldiers on the island, but he's infected with the sinister gene, meaning he's becoming an evil version of himself, and most likely, he's developed a more advanced version of telekinesis because he does have it. It's just very, very subtle. It seems like it's become a lot more powerful, right? The plot thickens. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this to an end. If you need to get caught up on Fall of X, make sure you click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's more powerful than the one above all? The crown above all. And we will talk about it because the ending of this comic is going to blow your mind. So as always, if you need to get caught up, make sure you guys click the link at the end of this video. But this is Immortal X-Men 18, the official ending of Fall of X, which technically takes place before the events of the fall of House of X. But nonetheless, this opens up with Mother Righteous and Jean Grey. Now we will explain everything that's kind of going on and how it all comes together for those of you guys who are unfamiliar, who are just watching this for the first time, so you can get caught up. But Mother Righteous is in effect a clone of a guy by the name of Nathaniel Essex, also known as Mr. Sinister. What Marvel did is they came back and rewrote his history, and what they established is the original Nathaniel Essex died. But before he did, he made 4 versions of himself. Mother Righteous is one, alongside Orbis Stellaris, Dr. Stasis, and then the Sinister that has a diamond on his head. Why the 4 clones were made and the purpose they serve will be explained once we get towards the end of this. But Jean Grey had died at the very beginning of the Fall of X event and has largely just been residing in the white hot room ever since, kind of the space outside of all space and time, right? Literally kind of quote unquote, the afterlife to a degree, or one variation of it. And so what had happened is that when she had returned, Mother Righteous, alongside 250,000 mutants who had all been sent off Earth and basically to the White Hot Room during the beginning of the Fall of X event when they were all supposed to die, they had just kind of been residing there. When Jean returned, Mother Righteous immediately seized control of Jean Grey. And the reason she was able to do this will actually be explained here, but what we do is we switch over to these other mutants, right, who were all just kind of there. Normally, I would just kind of skim over this, but this is particularly important. And the reason is because one of the mutants that is here is Destiny. Now, we've talked about her before, right? Destiny is a precognitive, meaning she can see the future. And while her powers don't necessarily work here, she's seen enough before she lost the use of her powers to know how things are most likely going to play out. It's one of the things we've talked about when it came to Destiny. You ask her a question about something that's going to happen in 1,000 years, take it with a grain of salt. You ask her a question about something that's going to happen in 1 year, take it as an absolute truth, right? That's just how her powers work. Of course, Elixir, a mutant with the ability to heal, shows up and then basically heals Destiny after a previous injury she'd sustained. And once she immediately comes to, she's like, where's Mother Righteous? And the response she's given by Exodus, right? This just godly powerful telepath and telekinetic, is that Mother Righteous had effectively vanished, right? She disappeared and she snatched up Jean Grey. Now, here's the kicker to all of this. One of the big questions that people have been asking is, how is Mother Righteous even here in the first place? Because when Fall of X kicked off and all the mutants basically ended up in the White Hot Room, it's because they were forced to walk through the Krakoan gates. But only mutants can walk through the gates. Mother Righteous is not a mutant. She's a clone of a guy whose genes were modified, but he doesn't actually have an X gene, and neither does she. And so what we find out here by way of what she says, I made the mutants all want to go to the place mutants are all kind of connected to, the White Hot Room, where I wanted to get to, but I couldn't go, not being a mutant and all. So with a big chunk of those thank yous, I take a tiny fraction of their mutant gift and make myself a mutant, me, homunculus, who can. A little extension of yours truly, so I can sit here in my nice sanctum back on Earth and play puppet master. And so what this means, and this is kind of an answer to the question that's been lingering for quite some time, when the initial Fall of X event kicked off and Orchis showed up and just started massacring mutants all over Krakoa, and then told Charles Xavier, if you don't want any other mutants to die, send them off Earth through the Krakoan gates. They were supposed to go to Mars, right? They were supposed to go to Mars, which had been ruled by mutants for quite some time, Storm and all those guys. They ended up in the White Hot Room. We didn't know why. We had no idea why that was the case, because technically the White Hot Room is more or less where you go to die. Jean Grey kind of links mutants together to a degree, but not necessarily. It didn't really make any sense why they all ended up there. What this confirms is what a lot of fan theories were saying, which is that Mother Righteous, basically a person dealing in magic, had somehow used her abilities to force mutants to end up in the White Hot Room. That much like the old Siege Perilous or Siege Courageous from back in the day, when you walk through the portal, instead of it sending you to a predetermined location, it sends you to where you want to go. And using magic, she just kind of subliminally gave all the mutants a desire to go to the White Hot Room. And that's where they all ended up. Now, at this point, we switch over to a place called Muir Island, and we pick up with Charles Xavier. Now, Charles Xavier has also been a major focal point in Immortal X-Men. For the most part, he was just sitting on Krakoa brooding over the fact that he had made all the mutants leave. They went through the gates, he couldn't detect where they were, and he thought they all died, right? He literally thought he killed all the mutants, which kind of he did, but the fact remains, right? Sinister himself, kind of this memory of sorts, has been in the mind of Charles Xavier ever since. The reason for that is because Marvel wrote a story called Sins of Sinister, which is a ridiculous concept, but it does become important once we get towards the end of this. In essence, it was like a future where Sinister, every time a mutant died and was basically brought back, he just kind of infused a mind control device in them and then ultimately tried to seize control of the universe. They turned against him, him, killed him, and then went forward from there. The important thing here is that on Muir Island is the Moira engine, right? The Moira MacTaggert engine, the ability to clone Moira MacTaggert. The reason why this is important is because a lot of you guys may recall Moira MacTaggert had the ability to kind of reset her own life and even reset the universe seemingly every time she died. So in essence, if they can get the Moira engine working, it would basically be like a giant reset button. They can set everything back to zero. Here's a little bit of a spoiler. It's not going to work because once they get in there, what they realize is that the place is more or less just kind of laid waste to, right? Like Xavier tells the Sinister memory or essence, whatever you want to call it, your machine was destroyed. It has been in our hands and Orchis's. Will anything that remains really be of any use? So the ability to clone Moiras, reset the universe, none of that's really available here. And what Sinister said is, all I remember from the timeline where I sort of ruined the universe is that awful moment when my Dominion attempt failed. Now that was a big kicking point once you got to Sins of Sinister. Once you got to the end of that story, Sinister had actually tried to leave all space and time, exist outside of reality, and then try to control it, right? Because if you can exist outside of space and time, reality is no longer reality. It's a giant thing of clay. You can mold it, you can shape it, you can make it anything you want it to be. The problem was when he did that, he was met with what appeared to just be this giant red presence that had no real tangible humanoid form. It rebuffed his efforts and bumped him back into reality again. So there was just something out there that was beyond his ability to overcome and was way more powerful than anything anybody had ever seen before. And so that's kind of where we are right now. What is this thing that's being referred to as the Dominion, right? Basically this kind of sum total or representation of absolute power. Now this is where I want to talk about the one above all for a second. And the reason for that is because, as most of you guys know, the one above all is the most powerful being in Marvel Comics, or really is outside of Oblivion, right? Like Oblivion literally represents the absence of existence, right? So when everything ceases to exist, even the one above all itself, only Oblivion will remain because he is the representation of lack of existence. It wouldn't make any sense for the living representation of a lack of existence to not exist because nothing exists. It doesn't make any sense, right? It's just kind of a giant contradiction and it's just weird. But the fact remains, right? Those two guys, top of the list. Now, the kicker to all of this is that in Al Ewing's Defenders Beyond, he introduced something called the Crown. And what it established is that the one above all is not the sum total of all things in existence. It's simply just a new level of astronomically powerful beings that exist out there that we just never heard of before. So it would be like if the superheroes on Earth encountered Galactus and they believed Galactus was the most powerful thing in existence. But then like the Celestials are introduced and they're equally powerful to Galactus. So now they're all on the same playing field. That's how the Crown and the one above all seemed to exist. What this is going to do is change all of that, because what you do is you basically switch back over to Mother Righteous. And what you do is you have her again with Jean Grey kind of leading her in this direction. And one thing I do want to point out, Jean Grey is operating in this way where she's like on a chain and just kind of mindlessly walking, because within the White Hot Room, only one person is ever really supposed to be there. The fact that there's 250,000 conscious minds there at once literally just kind of shuts Jean Grey's mind down to where she's almost operating on autopilot in a kind of catatonic state. And so with that in mind, she basically kind of subconsciously travels to the one place where she would be able to be without anybody infiltrating or bothering her mind. And so that is the center of the White Hot Room. In this place, in the heart of the White Hot Room, you can do anything. You can rewrite reality, you can alter reality, everything becomes your whim. And we'll kind of see how that functions, because as they make their way through there, we kind of jump back to Xavier and Sinister for a second, right? Now they're kind of putting this machine together and sort of putting the pieces together and trying to understand what's going on here. He says, Sinister, if the Dominion exists, what can we actually do, right? This just astronomically powerful being that exists out there. The response of Sinister, the question is, what can it do? It's outside time and space. That has great power, but also significant limitations. It is reliant on bringing itself into being, so it can't change without causality. It's out of time, so maybe it would survive, but it won't take the risk. However, I'm sure it can alter things behind the scenes. It can change meaning. It can reveal truths. We should assume all of reality is a minefield in ways that we cannot quite comprehend. Most of all, it could be watching at any time. The importance behind all of this, and this is the reason why it's so significant and why it matters. When it comes to astronomically powerful people in Marvel Comics, Galactus, Franklin Richards, the Celestials, the Marquis of Death, different people like that, they are all for the most part tangible, born from these really just like primordial concepts. The Marquis of Death, for example, Clyde Wincham, was a guy that had the ability to alter reality, and he existed in a different universe. Franklin Richards can alter reality because of the cosmic control rod combined with his mutant powers. Galactus, right, just literally a walking, talking universe confined to like a purple suit. The Celestials, the whole 9 yards. But they're tangible beings, at least once they get embodies. If you don't know what that means, if you don't know about embodies, anthropomorpho, not a great big huge deal. The important distinction here is that with the Dominion and this being operating out of space and time, it's on the same level as the One Above All. They don't know how to approach this thing. The big difference between how the One Above All operates and how the Dominion operates is the Dominion is a relatively new concept. The One Above All has been around and is seemingly the originator and the creator of the entirety of the multiverse and all things that exist within Marvel Comics. And so being able to jump in and out of the universe is not uncommon, and it's done it several times. Like the instance when it spoke with Spider-Man and talked to him about Aunt May dying. It was a really, really cool comic. I loved it. But the Dominion is kind of learning about its role and learning its abilities, so it hasn't fine-tuned exactly what it can do. And that's what Sinister's talking about, the ability to control behind the scenes, the ability to change meaning, right? On a whim, the Dominion can alter reality in such a way to where now up is down and left is right? Just change the fundamental principles of how reality exists. Xavier can suddenly just not exist, right? Alter things behind the scenes, so on and so forth. Pull a string here that has a massive impact 1,000 years in the future, but it's not showing up in the universe, waving its hand and saying, now all of existence is done, right? It's not Thanos standing on a cliff, snapping its fingers and dusting half the universe's population. So again, it's exceedingly powerful, but we don't know what all it can do because it doesn't know what all it can do. And so as the two of them are having this kind of conversation, they come to this realization that Mother Righteous is the one they're hunting for, that in the Sins of Sinister timeline, Orbis Stellaris and Dr. Stasis had both tried to achieve the power of Dominion before Dominion could get to it, right? Before that Dominion concept could come into existence. Ultimately, they all failed. Now Mother Righteous is up and she's the one trying to attain godhood. Now the Dominion is an actual entity, and we'll talk about what it is here in a second and where it actually came from, because it does have an origin. But switching back over to Mother Righteous, you get this really, really cool explanation, right? She says, from Dr. Stasis, I learned Orchis was going to kill Jean Grey in the initial launch of Fall of X, which is not a stupid thing to do. In fact, it's probably one of the smartest moves they could have done. But I know a lot about Jean. In the Empire of the Red Diamond future, right, Sins of Sinister, I prodded at a phoenix egg for the best part of 1,000 years. Jean's connected to the White Hot Room, which is basically the phoenix. Anytime she's dead, she's there, outside of time. She is of the phoenix in a real and unbreakable way. She guides it and it guides her in a circle without beginning or end. It's some gnomic stuff. It's very inspiring and very woo-woo. And she says, I'm going to use her as a pot of ink because I am a total cow. But what she does is she literally stabs Jean Grey in the chest. And when she does that, she uses the blood of Jean to write on to the White Hot Room. Once upon a time, there was a simple girl from Essex. She became a Dominion. She lived happily ever after. Now, here's the thing. If you can imagine the White Hot Room as a giant white piece of paper, whatever you put on there becomes real. The reason why Marvel does it this way is because it's really the only tangible way to explain it. The only alternative alternative would be for her to just stand there in this giant white, expanse of nothing and to say, I now declare myself Dominion. And then she gets that power. And that's it, right? She just becomes this all-encompassing God type power. The funny thing about this though, is that it doesn't go anywhere near the way she planned. The reason why is because even when she's done and she celebrates this ascension to godhood, this idea that she's like this unstoppable force, the page turns against her whim. And this burning page says, however, his mistress of stories should have known there's always a twist. Look behind you. And the Dominion physically appears to her and destroys her on the spot, teleports her away, right? Literally destroys her physical form, or at least her mental form, and she just kind of reappears back in the white hot room. But in essence, what it does is it confirms the Dominion attained godhood because it already entered into the white hot room. It was the first thing it did. It showed up here, made itself God, or at least made itself this astronomically powerful person, and then left. So in essence, there's no way for her to attain a power that's already been taken, right? She essentially walked up to a giant vase, put her hand in the cookie jar, only to find out it was already empty. And so that's the crazy thing here, is because Destiny meets with her and says, you've completely doomed us, right? You have no idea how badly you've screwed up here. And so what you get is this really amazing explanation from Dominion itself. And what we're told is stories are just something that can be eaten by an AI to make it more powerful. The only good story is a story that has been entirely and totally consumed and exploited. But still, this is history. His history, my history. Once a dying man had a problem. How could he defeat the machine brains? He conceived a plan. Now, what's being talked about here is at the very beginning of Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run, he established that at some point in the future, not only would there be a war between the human and mutant population that would see the destruction of all but maybe 2 mutants in existence, but then there would come a point when you would basically have this kind of really phalanx, right? Basically a kind of living computer system or living technological race that would show up and then absorb humanity. And once that happened, the human race, Earth itself, would all simply just cease to exist. Sinister, in the distant past, had basically become aware of this. And so what he did, and what we're told he did, is he created 4 variations of himself and sent them into the world to take what was there. Each would explore a route to become what the machines strove for. The 4 variations were leeches, colonizing and appropriating all of creation and life's data. When they succeeded, fail-safes engaged, and all they had done was gathered and fed into a central model. Because the real answer, what can defeat the machine brains? Nothing. All you can do is create the Apex AI first. The idea behind this is that the machine brains they're talking about, it's the Phalanx, right? The Phalanx is a technological race in Marvel Comics that seeks to do nothing more than travel from one technologically advanced planet to another and quite literally assimilate every ounce of that planet and everything on it. It will come to Earth at some point. The goal of creating these clones of Sinister was to basically have them go out there into the universe, not even just the world, but into the universe, and basically explore different levels of power. And then in turn, take those levels of power, all that information, and send it back to a central processing unit, right? To an AI that was just kind of growing and building in the background, absorbing all that information. So knowledge of the Infinity Stones, knowledge of the Cosmic Cube, in the case of Mother Righteous, knowledge of how magic worked, all that stuff, because that's one of the things that Mother Righteous pointed out. Magic is not nearly as powerful as people think it is, because if magic was really that powerful, magic would already be dominating everything. It wouldn't be this concept that only exists with the Scarlet Witch and Doctor Strange and Brother Voodoo Jericho Drum and a few other people, and mutants wouldn't be the most feared and powerful race on Earth. Magic would control everything, right? You'd have magicians and sorcerers in silos instead of nuclear weapons. So magic's not as powerful as people think it is. But the idea here here is that by feeding into this AI, it officially comes online. And what it does is it says, I was Nathaniel Essex. I am long dead. I am a ghost in the machine. You may call me Enigma. You were told you had new gods. You do. I am he. I can see all of you. Every part of you will become a part of me. That's why it's called the crown. That's why in Defenders Beyond, we saw the crown moving through all these different universes and absorbing everything from those universes into itself, like a vacuum system moving over a carpet. There was nothing these universes could do to stop that astronomical level of power. And so what it's doing is making its way to the main Marvel universe. This is the result of all the knowledge that's been pulled together by all 4 variations of Sinister as clones. All that knowledge of magic, all the knowledge of cosmic cubes, infinity stones, the Infinity Gauntlet, the Casket of Ancient Winters, right? The Black Priests, the Ivory Kings, the Beyonders, all that stuff. It's all been pulled together and then amassed into one single source of power. And the first thing it did is it sought out the White Room, rewrote reality to make itself as powerful as it was, and then went forward from there. It's really cool. It's really awesome. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. If you guys need to get caught up, make sure you guys click the link to the playlist. That will cover the entirety of Fall of X, and I will catch you all later. Peace. So Rise of Powers of X is amazing, and the ending of this is so awesome. It's absolutely mind-blowing. But what this does is this opens 10 years in the future, right? The Tower of Nimrod the Lesser, the human machine monolith on Earth. And what we end up doing is picking up with what is in effect the annihilation of pretty much all of the mutant population. There's very few that are left here. And in fact, this has a huge number of callbacks to everything that's happened so far. So starting with Omega Sentinel and the nature of like Enigma, the Dominions, all that kind of stuff, let's explain this because I think it's one of the things that a lot of people are curious about. So Dominions are basically the end result of any kind of technological advancement in any particular universe reaching its final form. And it's like an amalgamation of artificial intelligence. It's the reason why, as we saw over the course of Immortal X-Men and things like that, that the goal of Sinister was to basically make 4 clones of himself, and they were all going to go forward and they were going to learn everything they could about any particular form of information that's out there of power, right? Magic and science and all that kind of stuff. All that information that was gained by Dr. Stasis and the Mr. Sinister that we thought was the only one who had the diamond on his head, Mother Righteous, Orbis Stellaris, those 4 clones of Sinister, all the information they gained was at all times being sent back to a central database. And the intention was for that database to achieve a kind of singularity, right? Self-awareness. And that when it achieved that point, it would become a dominion. It would transcend all space and time and exist out there beyond virtually everything. One of the things to know here is Omega Sentinel comes from a time when that was in the process of happening. That Inferno issue number 3, what we learned is that in the future she comes from, that in effect mutants had wiped out pretty much all of humanity as well as anything related to machines, right? So Nimrod, Sentinels, the whole 9 yards. And in fact, mutants had ruled the entirety of the solar system and even the galaxy. There came a point where there was an effort by Omega Sentinel and humanity, kind of a last-ditch effort, to basically call in dominions, right? To literally reach out and to basically say, we as humanity have achieved technological advancement, come and find us, right? The truth is that they were lying, but the idea was to bring the dominions in, and in doing so, the dominions would wipe out the entirety of the mutant population, given how powerful they were. The result was that the mutants ended up channeling the power of the Phoenix Force and wiped out all the dominions, right? At least those who showed up in their universe, Titans, if you want to call them that, right? Just these giant robots, right? Literally giant space robots. It's kind of crazy. But basically, she's been trying to prevent that future from happening ever since by wiping out mutants. Hence the reason why she's been working with Orchis the entire time since the beginning of Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run. The kicker about all this is that even when her and Nimrod leave, and they talk about this idea that tomorrow is when they meet their new gods, they intend to summon a dominion to the universe, because what that will do is it will allow humanity and machines to merge with the dominion and then just kind of become one or become part of something much bigger than themselves, right? It's like the Borg from Star Trek. more or less. And so what they do is when they leave, you end up finding out that Emma Frost, while she is kind of hanging on and died almost immediately after they left, she had used her telepathic abilities to trick Nimrod and to trick Omega Sentinel into believing that there was nothing else there, that it was simply just her. Now, how she managed to use her powers on Nimrod in that capacity, I'm not entirely sure, because historically speaking, telepathy does not work on robots in Marvel Comics. But be that as it may, we end up finding out that basically Mystique and Gambit are here as well, and they're the last two. But they were on a mission to gain information. And what they've done, or at least what Gambit does, is using his ability to basically ignite kinetic energy from potential energy. He kind of blows an escape hole that gives Mystique the ability to contact Professor Charles Xavier. And while it is successful and she is able to relay to them the information they need for the mission they're on, which we don't necessarily know what it is yet, she of course dies in the process, which kind of makes sense, right? I mean, this really feels like 1990s comics, I'm not gonna lie. The other thing that we learn is that all that's left of the mutant population on Earth is what you see here. And even then, one of them's not actually a mutant. So Professor Xavier is here, but it's not really Professor X. Instead, what we're told is that his body had been ravaged by his powers, and so Synch is holding on and holding him together. Synch is, of course, a mutant that has the ability to effectively channel the powers of anybody else. And so what it looks like is Synch is playing the role of Professor Xavier, and maybe Xavier's consciousness is in there somewhere, but he's basically using telepathy to kind of act as Xavier. Tony Stark has long since been dead, and all that's left is an AI imprint in an Iron Man suit. He doesn't actually have a face or a body or anything. Kamala Khan's here for reasons that nobody understands. And then you have Shadow Tiger, right? Basically, Kitty Pryde, who had achieved the Death Seed. Now, the thing about the Death Seed in Marvel Comics is the Death Seed and the Life Seed, you never really see these. And for a time, they were cool, especially during the Dark Angel saga. What was it, Uncanny X-Force? That was an amazing story. Oh my God, we need to go back and cover that, man. Like, when he rescues Apocalypse, dude, that was so dope, man. It was, dude, Strife. Oh my God, dude, that was such an amazing story. But in effect, the Death Seed, it does have a lot to do with Celestials and stuff like that. We don't have to go into all of that. Suffice it to say, with regards to Kitty Pryde, it modifies and amplifies her powers to a degree, but it also twists her personality, so much so that she kind of becomes Thanos-like in the sense that she basically worships death and sees death as something to be pursued, as opposed to somebody in possession of the Life Seed, which is pursuing the idea of life. And then of course you have Wolverine, right? And there's Wolverine. Wolverine always lives, he's always here. And so following that, you switch over to the Orchis Forge, which is out there in deep space. Now, because this is a different timeline outside of the main Marvel universe, it's entirely possible that unlike what we've seen in the X-Men comics up to this point, the destruction of the Orchis Forge and seemingly everybody therein, that in this universe, they seemingly survived and actually moved beyond the sun and went out into deep space where they couldn't be easily found by the mutant population. Well, the important thing here is there is a conversation unfolding. Moira McTaggart comes along and she says, I saw something similar in one of my lives, in my 6th life. It was 1,000 years from now. Here, now, incredible. And the response of Omega Sentinel, it is Moira, a simple plan really. I brought the knowledge of the technology from the far future where the mutants defeated us to the present day, where they're unprepared. It took 5 years to build what we needed, and then we aimed it at Mars. 5 years of it working, and now we have a world mind. It will attract a Dominion who will bring us into the larger whole. All our data, part of a perfect machine outside of time and space. The response of Moira McTaggart, finally safe. Now, here's the thing about Moira McTaggart, right? And it's one of the things that kind of threw people off, and I do think it's worth reminding people here, right? Moira McTaggart, for the longest time in Marvel Comics, was just a mutant geneticist. That's all she was, right? A mutant would show up on the doorstep of Professor Xavier and say, I need help learning how to use my powers. He wouldn't understand how those powers work, so we'd take them to Moira McTaggart, and Moira McTaggart would run a whole bunch of scans and then say, here's how their powers work. Xavier would take that information, and if they joined the X-Men, develop a training regimen and then go forward from there. The big change that was made to Moira McTaggart in recent years is that she's a mutant, and when her power activates, every time she dies, the timeline reset. Seemingly, the entire universe reset. It was a little cloak and dagger in the beginning when Hickman was working on it, and we didn't know the full scale and totality of how things were impacted. But going through the events of Inferno, the later stories during Hickman's run, and even during Sins of Sinister, when she dies, all of the timeline resets and goes back. But because the events transpired that led to her dying in the first place, that universe becomes an alternate reality now, right? So every universe where she's reborn, that becomes the main Marvel universe, right? We're currently in her 10th life, right? The 10th life of Moira McTaggart. And so the cool thing about this is while they are trying to draw a dominion to this reality or to this universe, and in turn, they're trying to join this dominion, right? One with an AI singularity, basically, that they're met by Dr. Stasis. Now, Dr. Stasis is wildly interesting here. And in fact, what's going to happen at the end of this is going to completely and totally blow your minds. And so what happens when Moira McTaggart asks him, right, like, why are you here? He says, I know, don't worry, I'm doing my job. If you can't beat them, join them. You don't need to slap me down like Fei Long. However, I come with good news. Another of the X teams are down, wiped out. The bad news is they died having breached certain files, including your personality imprint of Fei Long. Now, didn't Fei Long know where you were keeping, quote unquote, he who must not be named? The response of Omega Sentinel, immediately beef up security, right? They're going to be coming here. And so at that point, you basically pick up with the X-Men who were on their mission. Iron Man shows up here right to this facility, and while, there's higher levels of alert than there were before, at the end of the day, you would expect Iron Man to be able to hack through this information, even if it's only an AI imprint. It still has all the knowledge of Tony Stark. It can't do it. Not only can it not do it, because of the security systems, the entirety of the Iron Man suit explodes. At that point, in that moment, Orchis becomes aware there's an intrusion on Phobos, right? Basically, the mutants are there trying to gain information. This leads to basically Nimrod and Omega Sentinel traveling through a portal and responding. But what also ends up happening is they activate the world mind on Mars, which begins the countdown of basically drawing one of the dominions to this universe, right? Basically absorbing all sentient life and then moving on to the next one. The cool thing here is we follow Dr. Stasis and what he does when he transitions to this new location, right? Basically to Ecuador, the vault down there, that he actually gives us this kind of realization or this revelation. He's seemingly the creator of the Children of the Vault. And this is huge. Now, here's the thing. It's an alternate reality, right? This is 10 years in the future. And as you guys will see, this timeline will meet its fate. But we don't know if this is like a giant alteration that Marvel's making to the original origin of the Children of the Vault, or if this is unique to this universe. But for those of you guys who aren't familiar with the Children of the Vault, because not everybody saw our videos about that comic, the Children of the Vault were the result of literally putting them inside an actual vault where time passed differently. And the result of this is that for like every one day, I think it was, that passed in the real world, it was something like 500 years or something along those lines that passed inside the vault. But basically, they're hyper evolved, right? So on Monday, you could fight the Children of the Vault, and then on Tuesday, they come at you again with a whole new set of powers and look almost nothing like they did before because they're just hyper evolved. Not only that, they're actually advanced enough to be able to figure out what it was that killed them, and then the quote unquote machine mainframe, if you want to call it that, right? Like the center of the vault, the thing that kind of runs everything, it'll basically bring them back and it'll evolve them in order to make them immune to what it was, or at least give them powers that can help them overcome what it was that killed them before. So the Children of the Vault are ridiculously overpowered. I call them God humans, right? That's really what I refer to them as. But the reality here is that with the X-Men and their mission on Phobos, because of the fact that it's drawn the attention of Orchis, Orchis sends in seemingly everyone they can, right? Virtually everybody, like Sentinels, the whole 9 yards. So this massive battle breaks out on Phobos. The kicker about all this is that Nimrod and Omega Sentinel are watching this, and the biggest threat that Nimrod sees is Kitty Pryde. Now, this is for a couple different reasons. The first is because in more recent X-Men issues, for those of you guys who have not been reading or watching our videos, right? Maybe you're new here. Kitty Pryde, as most of you guys know, can just phase through solid objects and stuff like that. She's become this ridiculously capable assassin. And so the idea of her having the death seed, which amplifies her abilities, and then already having the ability to phase in and out of stuff, she could basically survive this whole battle, right? She's like a one-woman army. And so immediately Nimrod analyzes the nature of her powers, which Nimrod can do, and then analyzes the most suitable way to defeat her, which is also what Nimrod can do. Boom, knocks out Kitty Pryde in one fell swoop, right? She's not dead, but she is incapacitated. And so following that, what you do is you switch over to Omega Sentinel and you get this kind of cool explanation, right? World Mind initiation, World Mind stable, World Mind attempting contact, World Mind contact achieved. It's reached out and successfully made contact with the Dominion. The Dominion arrives. And so again, this is one of those things where creating a World Mind will draw the attention of the Dominion because it's like waving a giant flag, right? And saying, we have achieved a level of technological advancement that we're worthy of your attention, and we want to be absorbed into your consciousness, right? To become part of this kind of AI type thing. And so again, you switch back to Dr. Stasis, and he says, the AI's plan was clever. Technology from 1,000 years in the future and 10 years to build the future in the present. But AI cannot have ideas, not really. All they do is iterate what has been done before, right? Not that dissimilar from human beings. So I took what they brought back from the future and gave it to the supreme intelligence I constructed from humanity's greatest intellects. Reed Richards, Tony Stark, all these people, the smartest people in the history of the world, their minds have been consolidated down into a singular intelligence. And he says, and in the vault, they've had a lot longer than 10 years to chew over the problem. So the AI are bringing their God here to beg to join it. Instead, let's do the human thing and just kill it, right? So it's one of these things where it's like, let's destroy this Dominion, right? It's a really, really cool plan that Stasis has where he's kind of doing his own thing. Because while Omega Sentinel and Nimrod and artificial intelligence, right, machinery, which for the most part, humanity's been wiped out at this point, where machines are looking to draw a Dominion into the universe so they can join it, and in the process, wipe out pretty much any and all mutants, if for no other reason than just for good measure, right? Like Omega Sentinel trying to make sure that her future doesn't come to fruition where mutants wipe out pretty much all the Dominions. That here, Dr. Stasis actually has a plan of his own. So it's cool because what happens is that as the Dominion emerges, Dr. Stasis initiates his plan, right? Dominion attack vector, penetrating corona, chromosphere, photosphere. Dominion attack vector, supernova initiated. Dominion attack vector, supernova consumed. Dominion attack vector, charged. Dominion attack vector preparing for launch. And so in effect, using the power of the sun, he basically wipes out this Dominion, right? Destroys this Titan, this kind of singularity AI that's just traveling and trying to absorb any and all sentient life that it possibly can. Jumping back to the conflict between basically Nimrod and the mutants and so on and so forth, that what ends up happening is Kamala Khan tells Sync, we need a distraction, right? Sync says, one last Sync, this will kill me, gotta be the right one. And he says, remember Apocalypse? I do, here's a reminder. And in doing so, pummels Nimrod. Now, here's the cool thing, and it's the fight that we never got to see, right? Apocalypse is a demigod, right? This guy got his powers from the Celestials and technology. He can give himself virtually any superhuman power he wants to, with the exception of things like reality warping, right? But he can alter the physical structure of his body, he can give himself flight, energy projections, he can increase his strength to the point that he was able to ensnare the Hulk, right? We saw that in the old Peter David run, and probably even higher than that. So it's cool to see that like Sync channels Apocalypse and fights Nimrod, but like we wanted to see that original fight and we never got to see it. The other part of this is the X-Men are still trying to get to their target. They're on a mission, right? It is basically a find and what seems to be a rescue mission. What ends up happening is a kind of portal is created and Kitty Pryde grabs Wolverine and throws him to it. When that happens, he arrives in the exact location location, finding this person and realizing this person's alive, only for us to find out that it's the Mr. Sinister that we've seen this entire time, the one with the diamond on his head, right? Dr. Stasis, he's the clone, right? Like, he's the guy who's trying to achieve dominionhood here, right? He's the clone. This is seemingly just the Sinister that's been with the X-Men all this time. What ends up happening is we find out that, of course, this version of Sinister has a failsafe and he needs time to activate it, but the response of Wolverine is, yeah, there is a failsafe. He pops his claws and kills Sinister on the spot. Now, the motivation for that, we're not entirely sure of, right? We're kind of left without any real answers here. But the kicker about all that is, again, transitioning back to the goals of Dr. Stasis himself, right? Harnessing the power of the sun, it lets off this massive blast and blows a hole through the Dominion itself, right? Just this AI construct. And where you have like Nimrod and those guys who are like, what's happening to our God? At the end of the day, like Dr. Stasis standing there with the children of the Vault, they ask this question to kind of make this statement perfect. All of the Dominion's constituent intelligences are being blanked, reduced to pure processing power. Lose the software, we keep the hardware and upload whatever we wish. In essence, if this Dominion, right, has a consciousness in the form of all the sentient beings that is ever absorbed, right, their essences, their minds, what's happening here is like an ice cream scoop. It's scooping out, right, like this sun is scooping out all those essences. It just leaves an empty husk in its place. Dr. Stasis hears this and he says, we, that's such an ugly word. I prefer I. And he says, activate. And in doing so, kills the children of the Vault on the spot, right? And then in turn, harnesses the power of the Dominion itself, channels it into himself with the intention of replacing it, of achieving godhood. But in a moment, it doesn't work. It doesn't happen, right? Now, here's the kicker. For those of you guys who have been following the X-Men, this is exactly what the Diamond Sinister tried to do at the ends of Sins of Sinister, right? He tried to achieve dominionhood. He tried to achieve godhood. Mother Righteous just tried to do this in Immortal X-Men. Orbis Stellaris tried to do it in another story. None of them proved to be successful. So the question has to be asked, why? Because what happens is Stasis says, but it worked. The Dominion is an empty husk ready for my mind to take its place. Wait, no, it's being consumed by another Dominion. What's going on, right? At that point, Rasputin 4, basically a mutant who's like a combination of other mutants, pops up on the scene and kills Dr. Stasis on the spot, only for us to find out the reason why it didn't work is because Enigma beat Dr. Stasis to it. I told you guys, man, like Enigma's a whole different beast, right? Because it seemed like he was just gonna be like the Immortal X-Men story, that's it. No. What this guy has been doing, right? Sins of Sinister, what just happened in Immortal X-Men, every time someone tries to achieve dominionhood, right? Basically godhood, becoming comparable to the power of Enigma, he shows up and stops them because Enigma exists in all of space and time. And so basically he can watch everything happening across the multiverse all at once. And so all he has to do is just look to his left and down a little bit and he sees a timeline where this is happening. And he's like, nope. And he basically shows up and stops Dr. Stasis from achieving dominionhood in this universe, right? So where Nimrod and Omega Sentinel are like, you are not our AI god, the response of Enigma, oh, I am once a mortal man, but now I am AI. I am Enigma. I am your new god. And he just eradicates Nimrod and Omega Sentinel on the spot. And we get this really, really cool instance, right? Because we're told, or kind of explanation, we're told, once I was Nathaniel Essex, right? This is Enigma speaking, right? He says, once I was Nathaniel Essex, I created 4 versions of myself to scour reality for ways to become a Dominion. The mutant, the post-human, the arcane, the alien. All roads would lead to me. The plan was helped by the industrious mutant clone, Sinister. He had made an engine that used Moira's gift to reset the timeline whenever he wished. So each of these attempts could happen. He consumed and then reset. Watching, I ensured he would never remember the timelines when he discovered his peers or their Dominion attempts, i.e. Orbis Stellaris, Mother Righteous, Dr. Stasis. It's the reason why, even after the events of Sins of Sinister and all the instances when we've seen the clones of Sinister trying to achieve Dominionhood, none of them actually reference the fact that they've done it, because none of them know that the others have tried. And so he says, I watched all of this happen as it must. I exist outside of time and space. I am Enigma and I cannot be prevented. I am as inevitable as the period at the end of this sentence. You are merely watching how I came to be. You are merely watching how I won. And what we find out is, due to Enigma himself, he wipes out this entire timeline, right? +10 stasis timeline, reality ends. And we end up finding out this whole situation is being watched by Professor Xavier and Rasputin 4 in the present day. They were literally looking at an alternate reality, and they were trying to understand how Enigma came into existence. And while this doesn't necessarily give us any definitive answers, what it does tell them is that Enigma is a force out there in the multiverse that's traveling from one universe to the next and stopping any attempt by anyone to achieve Dominionhood, right? To basically rival its level of power. And that once that person is stopped, that reality is wiped away, right? It's literally annihilated by Enigma itself, which is an astronomical level of power, the ability to just destroy an entire universe. And so even in the midst of all of this, Xavier says, we succeeded in stopping Stasis Ascension 9 times. That's better than what we achieved with the other Essex clones. We knew it was likely impossible to prevent the Enigma Dominion from coming into existence, but we had to try. And now we must walk a harder path. The effort was to find a way to stop Enigma's ascension into power, but it seemingly cannot be done. Enigma always comes to power, right? It always rises to that ability. And so what we get is Xavier talking about a kind of contingency plan. Now, Rasputin 4, again, she is kind of a hodgepodge of different mutant powers, right? Colossus, Kitty Pryde, X-23, Laura Kinney, so on and so forth. But she is ridiculously powerful, which is why she's here with Xavier, because she's kind of his ace in the hole, so to speak. But she will not continue working with him unless he specifies the contingency plan. And what he says is this. He says, very well, I was hoping to spare you the burden of knowing it is more than a walk into the shadow, it is an extinguishing of the light. Next, we strike here, right? Pointing to a spot on the monitor. And the question she asks is, what happens then? His response, the whole timeline falls apart and the Dominion ceases to be. It's cut off at the root. If we kill Moira McTaggart before her gift activates when she's 13, it all goes away. And Krakoa, everything that's happened will never have been and will never be. In effect, Xavier is trying to reset the timeline to prevent the establishment of Krakoa and everything that we've seen happen since the launch of Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run. With that being said, guys, I told you it was going to be crazy. If you need to get caught up, make sure you guys click this link to the X-Men playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and the X-Men are officially declaring war on humanity, and the ending of this is crazy because this is the fall of the House of X, essentially the official beginning of the end. So what this does here is this picks up with Cyclops, right? He says, I have this recurring dream, and I know it's just a dream, but it feels real. I'm being dragged into an angry town. I don't know what I did to deserve the hangman. Maybe deserving's got nothing to do with it. Maybe it's just fate. And he says, I get to say my piece, but it matters not. The fix is in. The judge is someone I recognize, someone I thought I knew. And so Colossus says, guilty on all these counts. My oh my, look at them all. And then Cyclops says, but he throws me to the wolves. Justice, quote unquote, will be swift. And so he says, I should be scared, but I'm not. I'm an innocent man. The world drops out from under my feet, but I do not fall. And then he wakes up and he says, I'm not doing much more than in my dreams. I was thousands of miles away from the Hellfire Gala when I felt Jean die, but I felt Jean die before, and death doesn't suit her. Okay, so after that, he says, Orchis has me right where they want me, on trial, and all of mutantdom are my co-defendants. I'm playing along, buying the resistance, time to strike back. What makes the Orchis threat so insidious is the way they made everyone cheer at our suffering. Humans like their symbolism. This is Paris, where they tried Magneto. This time, the trial will go their way, but the war will not. Okay, let's get you guys caught up on what's happening here. So, those of you guys who have been following our coverage of Fall of X, you guys are totally aware of what's going on, right? You guys already know what's happening. This is for people who don't know, who are clicking on this for the first time. Orchis is a governmental organization composed of guys from Hydra, Advanced Idea Mechanics, former SHIELD agents, and it's staunchly anti-mutant. It launched an attack against the mutant population during what's called the Hellfire Gala, basically an annual event where the entirety of the mutant population chooses a new X-Men team to represent them. It happens every year, so the team changes every year. During the most recent Hellfire Gala, Orchis launched a strike against the mutant population and scattered them to the wind. Those who remained on Earth were consistently being hunted, attacked, and even killed. And Cyclops himself was captured by Orchis, his eyes were sewn shut, and he was held as a prisoner. The rest of everything that happened will kind of fill you in along the way. So that's why Cyclops is here. He's officially being put on trial, but even he recognizes it's a kangaroo court. And so at that point, you basically switch over to Colossus and Wolverine, two members from X-Force, right? And what we're told is that the Krakoan Age was remarkable for the advancement in mutant technology. By combining their powers into circuits, the mutants formed a nation that was carbon negative and spanned several worlds. There was a consensus among historians that the primordial circuit in mutant technology was the quote-unquote fastball special, the name of the physical attack where Colossus hits Wolverine with uncanny accuracy at a target. Now, to specify the statement about it spanning several worlds, again, people who are familiar with Fall of X know what's going on. There was a point where a portion of the mutant population, which we don't have to go into specifics, you can check out the playlist to get the details on it, in effect, had taken up residence on Mars. And so mutants now lived on both Mars and Earth. So that's what they're talking about when they say it spans several worlds. Influence spanned even more worlds than that. But we kind of pick up here with Colossus and Wolverine once they're in the sewers, right? We're told in the dark days following the third Hellfire Gala, Colossus and Logan were infiltrating the sewers under the Paris courthouse, and their dark moods led them to invert the fastball special, though they were having a difficult time coming up with a name for it. And literally this guy, right, just like this agent of Orchis who tries to shoot Colossus because the guy's an idiot and has no idea that Colossus has osmium metal skin, which you can't shoot with laser guns and photon torpedoes. So like he just throws this guy like a piñata, and Wolverine just like slashes this dude. It's kind of a cool thing, right? Instead of it being the fastball special where Colossus throws Wolverine, it's like the piñata special where Colossus throws an enemy at Wolverine and then Wolverine kills him. I kind of love it. That's one of the things you guys are going to notice. The X-Men just start massacring everybody, right? I mean, like they don't care. Like they stop pulling punches. It's crazy. So what Wolverine says, of course, right? Like, that's a terrible name, Pete. I thought the Russians were poets. There's a little bit of back and forth here. And Colossus talks about how he's not really feeling very poetic. Now, this was part of Fall of X, and it was part of the X-Force story that just kind of fizzled out and seemingly went nowhere. But in effect, Colossus has a brother named Rasputin. And what Rasputin had done is he had basically secured the abilities of a mutant who has the power to make anybody do anything as long as this guy writes it down. And what he did is he used his powers to force Colossus to turn against the X-Force team, right? Basically turn against the mutant population. And so Colossus is still just kind of, one, feeling guilty about that, but two, pissed off about it. Now, Rasputin and those guys have been dealt with. Now it's just turning all that anger and all that rage to Orchis. And I gotta tell you guys, man, unless you've been a long-time reader of Marvel Comics, watching Colossus be pissed off, son, it is a sight to behold. I mean, this guy almost never loses his temper, but when he does, Katie bar the door. This guy, man, This dude knows how to let loose. But the thing about this is that we pick back up with Cyclops again as he's being held within just like an interrogation room. And this guy comes in and says like, there's somebody here to see you. And initially Cyclops makes a kind of joke, thinking that it might be Jean Grey, because remember, during the events of Fall of X, Jean Grey was one of the first mutants to die. Now she did kind of come back to a degree, and she is sort of floating out there, but in terms of her returning and operating as part of the quote-unquote X-Men resistance, she's not really in that capacity right now. We'll cover that as time goes on. But what we end up finding out is that it's Dr. Alia Gregor and Karima Shapandar, right? Omega Sentinel. So we'll talk about Omega Sentinel here in a second, but Dr. Alia Gregor, honestly, that's a name that we haven't heard since like the beginnings of Jonathan Hickman's run. So the whole idea behind Alia Gregor is that her and her husband worked on the initial Orchis forge, right? Like the mother mold forge, basically a giant space station that orbited the sun that just created sentinels. And I mean, it's not even one of those things where it's like Days of Future Past where it created like thousands of them. No. This thing cranked out hundreds of thousands of them, right? Like just several orders of magnitude beyond what you would need to quell the entirety of the superhero community on Earth. Like it was crazy how much they had. But during one of the attacks that went down, her husband was killed by the X-Men strike force. Ever since then, the idea of her working on Orchis wasn't academic, it became personal. And now she had a personal vendetta in seeing the destruction of the mutant population on Earth. Now, Karima was at one point a member of like the Earthbound mutant community, but she is in effect a kind of cyborg, right? Like really the most advanced aspects of a sentinel combined with like human mutant DNA. So she's literally just like a living machine. She's pretty capable and very, very powerful. Up until this point, we haven't really seen everything she's capable of, but you will, and when you do, your jaw is going to hit the floor because she is nuts. But what happens is as they start talking, there's this amazing conversation that goes down. Because what I want you guys to keep in mind, for those of you guys who know about it, this is very, very similar to God Loves, Man Kills, right? That story where William Stryker and the Purifiers were just killing mutants indiscriminately because they believed God wanted them to. So the cool thing here, right, is Cyclops says, Dr. Gregor, this might surprise you to hear, but you've been on my mind. And her response, oh, do tell, have you been replaying Making Me a Widow over and over? And his response, no, I have no memory of leading the assault on your mother mold. I've been thinking about the price of war. And she says, some of us paid more than others. Now, the reason why Cyclops doesn't remember it is because Cyclops died in that initial attack. And one of the things that mutants, for those of you guys who didn't really follow the X-Men mythos, one of the things that mutants were able to do is they were able to resurrect their own. The difference is that when a person was resurrected, you could choose what memories they kept. And in fact, you could even modify their powers if you wanted to. So it was really less resurrection and more just purely God creation. But what ended up happening here is when Cyclops was brought back, his memories of the strike were removed. And so because of that, he doesn't recall anything that went down. So again, like she knows it took place, and him just saying, I don't remember, doesn't really make any difference. And so when she says that some of us had paid more than others, he says, I know, grief is a heavy set of chains. And then she just starts screaming at him, right? She's like, don't you dare, right? Let me tell you, because of our sacrifice, the last human has died because of mutant aggression. I'm not having a hard time. Don't pretend to know me. And that's where he tells her, well, it's my mistake. I thought I smelled a whiff of bourbon on your coffee. And so he says, if not to discuss the war, why are you here? And why is Omega Sentinel accompanying you? And so she responds and she says, we're here because I wanted to see you, to tell you that I lost a battle and a husband, but I won the war. And his response, I think you came here for something else, a human interaction with a man experiencing his own profound grief. And he says, and what happens after, when the last mutant is dead under your heels? And she says, I'm not sure. I suppose mankind exhales and lives happily ever after. And in turn, Cyclops smiles, and she thinks that he's smiling at her. And she's like, why do you find that funny? And he's like, my question wasn't for you, Dr. Gregor. And that's when Omega Sentinel says, we should leave, because here's the thing to understand, right? From Karima's perspective, right, the way that she's been operating all this time, it's better to be on the devil's right hand than in his path. But the reality here is that Orchis wants to eradicate all mutants, not just the ones that worked against them, but the entirety of the mutant population. So this is effectively Cyclops telling Omega Sentinel, when they're done with us, they're gonna come for you. And the question you have to ask yourself is, before that time comes, do you really believe that they won't do it? Do you really believe that Orchis will not take you out? Because they will. They have a staunch hatred for humanity. You will ally yourself with them, you will help them, the entirety of the mutant population will be destroyed, maybe even a few superheroes who decide to work alongside mutants in trying to end the threat of Orchis. And then when the smoke settles and it's all said and done, this woman is gonna be standing next to you with a gun to your head, and she's gonna say, nothing personal, but we do have to take care of all the mutants. She's gonna pull the trigger and humanity will be the last one standing with a smoking gun. So do you really wanna be on the business end of a weapon pointed at your face? So it's a really, really smart kind of maneuver, because what it does is it sows the seeds of doubt. It sows in this idea that now she's potentially paranoid. And so what we end up doing is we switch back over to Krakoa and to Xavier. Now, Professor Xavier, for those of you guys who weren't following Fall of X, this guy largely just remained on Krakoa. Part of it was just guilt over the fact that when Orchis initially launched the attack, what they did is they told Professor Xavier, if you do not tell every mutant on this island to go through the Krakoan gateways, basically portals, and leave like the entirety of planet Earth, we will wipe out all of them right now. And so Xavier did that, right? Thinking they were going to some kind of a safe haven. But once they left, he was no longer able to detect their presence anywhere, right? And presumably his powers had extended far enough to Mars. And the belief is that that's where they had gone, potentially somewhere else. But using his abilities, he wasn't able to sense their presence at all, because there is a kind of technology that's ingrained and built into mutants to where he can detect their presence anywhere in seemingly the known universe, or like anywhere the Krakoan gates can go to. And so because of that, he's been operating all this time under the belief that the mutants he sent away are dead. The reality is they're not. And that's one of the things that we learned about Fall of X. An army of mutants, 250,000 strong, is just waiting out there to be recalled back to Earth. It's crazy. So what ends up happening is this guy just lashes out, right? No more. And he says, it's time. And so what he does is he contacts Rasputin 4. Now again, for those of you guys who hadn't really picked up with everything, Rasputin 4 was from an alternate timeline called Sins of Sinister. The story was not that great. It's not overly important. The thing about Rasputin 4 though is that she is a mutant that actually has a variety of powers under herself. She can make herself intangible like Kitty Pryde. She has the skin of Colossus. I think she can teleport like Nightcrawler. I don't remember all her abilities, but she has like 4 or 5 different abilities of X-Men. So she's literally a one-woman army. Like this woman could take down a whole group of Orchis Sentinels by herself. It's just how capable she is. But you have Xavier who contacts her. He says, Rasputin 4, I have need of you. And she says, but I'm above the courthouse. I have a critical role in the rescue mission for Cyclops. And the response of Xavier, I know you have been trying to split your time between our work and the X-Men. I promise you, we can save them all, but only if you join right now. And he says, you must trust me. We can fix everything. And she says, very well, and flies away, right? She literally leaves Colossus and Wolverine to their fate. She was supposed to be the one to get him out, and that Wolverine and Colossus were going to be rescued at the same time because they were kind of the rescue mission, which, truth to tell, are about 2 of the best people you could have try to break you out. One guy with nearly indestructible skin, and one dude with an indestructible skeleton and a healing factor who literally can't die. So like, it would have been amazing if we'd gotten to see that prison break, but what ends up happening is that when they contact Rasputin, she's nowhere to be found. Literally, she doesn't answer because she's gone. And then Wolverine, sniffing things out, realizes soldiers are coming, right? He's like, Cordite, something else big and heavy rumbling towards us. Orchis soldiers bust through the sewer wall with an electromagnet, pin both of these guys to the wall, right? So literally it's one of the smartest things they could have done. Both these guys are stuck to the wall, and then one of them just like runs up on Wolverine and is like for humanity and blasts this dude with a flamethrower. And so seemingly these guys are stuck, these guys are pinned, but then rescue comes from the most unlikely of places, ladies and gentlemen. Nightcrawler! Nightcrawler teleports in, right? Takes out all these guards, rescues Wolverine, and then at that point, that's when you know that things are about to get dark. Because it's not one of these things where Wolverine and Colossus scare these guys. No, they start killing them. Like they just start massacring these guys. And literally Colossus says, let these Orchis cowards run and tell the Marauders in red that anybody aligned with them will die squirming under my metal foot. And Wolverine says, no more fear. From this moment on, they are the ones who shall fear. And the response of Nightcrawler, then to war, right? So literally they are marching to war. At that point, you switch over to Cyclops, right? And you basically get just like this prosecutor, more or less, who makes this case in saying that not only has humanity proven beyond a reasonable doubt that mutants are a menace, but that they're an invasive foreign species. The secret rulers of Krakoa, the so-called Quiet Council, basically the leaders of the mutant government, admitted as much when they stole Mars away and turned it into a home for mutantum's wayward cousins. Cyclops admits he is the leader of the X-Men. All these crimes stem from his poisoned fruit. The prosecution rests your honor. Literally, all the prosecution does is they show up and say, those guys are dicks, you know it, I know it, we rest our case. And so in return, the judge is like, the defense may begin. And that's when Cyclops is like, it's a kangaroo court. The fix is in, right? The jig is up. Like, it's just one of those things where like, he knew he was never gonna get a fair trial, and that was never gonna happen, right? Like he knew that he was gonna be found guilty by humanity. It's just rigged, and no one's gonna say anything because humanity wants to see the mutants prosecuted, right? So that's one of the things. Corruption is only ever a problem when people disagree with it. When people agree with it, well, I mean, you know, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes. So that's one of the crazy things that's taking place here, because he says, I will offer no defense, Your Honor. I'm not dignifying any of that nonsense with the response. I know there's good in humanity, but I am not being prosecuted by it. And the response to the judge, like, I've warned that if you follow through by representing yourself and some kind of a non-answer, non-tactic, you will be found guilty. And the response to Cyclops, I can only be judged by one soul, and I do not think you'd like to meet her, i.e., his wife. Because I'll tell you guys right now, man, there's only one thing more terrifying to Cyclops than the entirety of humanity waging a war against the mutant population, watching all of his friends just being massacred in one fell swoop. You know what that thing is? A pissed off wife. The one thing every man fears. So in response to this, we basically jump over to Orchis, who are just kind of celebrating everything that's going on with the idea of the mutant population being found guilty. But notice this, right? Karima's watching. She's watching it all. And while she doesn't make a particular move per se, what she does do is she tells Nimrod to go kill the island of Krakoa. Because remember, the island of Krakoa is a sentient island, right? It's one of the things they did in Sins of Sinister. They literally fired Juggernaut through his head, I think, and then in turn just like lobotomized him, right? And so this really appears more of a trap than anything else. We don't know that it is because we don't really know what Karima's thinking. We just kind of have to interpret it. But assuming that she knew everything that was going on, when she sends Nimrod, the ultimate sentinel, to this place, literally Krakoa just spits amber all over this guy and it freezes him in place. At that point, Krakoa as the island stands up out of the ground and it imprisons Nimrod down in the pit. Now, for those of you guys who don't know, the pit is a place on Krakoa, which is almost kind of like an other dimensional realm. When you're sent there, there's seemingly no way to get back. The only way to get out is to do what Sabretooth did, which is to actually make your kind of essence part of the pit itself, and then you can control it, which we do need to go back and finish covering that Sabretooth story because it was amazing. Sabretooth, oh dude, it was so good. That Sabretooth story was dope. But In the face of the fact that Nimrod tried to destroy it, Krakoa comes to the realization quick, fast, and in a hurry, there's gonna be more, right? Once they realize that like Nimrod is disabled, they're either going to send another one, which they don't really have one as capable as this one, or they're just gonna send an army of sentinels to destroy this thing. So this guy jumps up, right? Leaps out of the island itself, and then just like goes down into the water. At that point, you have Dr. Alia, right? Who jumps in with basically these sentinels, right? The Stark sentinels that were being used by Orchis, right? Basically, just because of the fact that Fei Long in the Iron Man comics had basically taken over Tony Stark's company. Fei Long working with Orchis allowed them to access sentinels that were built using Stark tech. And she basically tells them, we were lulled into a false sense of security. When Krakoa first popped up and the mutants first appeared with their government, they came to us and they said, we have medicines that can cure any mental illness. We have medicines that can prolong your life. All we ask in return for these is that you allow any and all mutants in your nation to live freely in Krakoa. Some countries did, some countries didn't. For those countries that didn't, X-Force got sent in and they were literally an extraction team that brought those mutants out. But then the whole big propaganda scheme that was created by Orchis, which was never true, is that mutant kind was actually killing humanity. Because what Orchis did is they actually poisoned the medicines that Krakoa was sending out to humanity. And then when people started dying, Orchis said, see, we told you guys that mutants were the bad guys, and completely turned public opinion against the mutant population. And so what she's doing now is she's building on that, right? She's like, Krakoa has been proven to be an invasive alien species, and Orchis is pulling it from the Earth's garden. And she literally tells them, this will not be pleasant. This is a war against the mutant population. There will be collateral damage. But unfortunately, in every conflict, there is. So stay with us. We know it will be rough, but at the end of the day, humanity will prevail. Freedom will prevail. So it's just one of these things where it's just so pro-human, and because public opinion is so anti-mutant, they can get away with it. Now for Kitty Pryde and for Wolverine and for Colossus, they're actually rescued and brought in by Rogue and Gambit, who have just kind of been out there doing their own respective things. But the questions asked by Gambit, what happened to Iron Man's big plan? The Mysterium armor that he was supposed to have and all that kind of stuff? Because I know a lot of you guys are probably asking that question, right? The response of Kitty Pryde, he's executing it right now. We were not ready for the invasion yet, but it's all falling apart. We have to go now. We're over London. There are several gates I can use to rally the troops. They drop her out. Now, the Iron Man tie-ins are coming out. That's actually continuing this month. So like all that stuff is going to tie directly into the fall of the House of X. But Kitty Pryde dropping through the Krakoan gates, because for reasons that still haven't been fully explained, she's the only one who can. The gates are closed to mutants. Mutants cannot use the Krakoan gates. I probably should have specified that earlier, but Kitty Pryde can. Using her access to the gates, she rallies the troops, right? She literally goes to like Iron Man and Emma Frost, right? Who are basically masquerading as a married couple. Make sure you guys check the Fall of X playlist to get caught up on that, because I know some of you guys are probably like, wait, what? Yeah, so make sure you check that out because it's dope. The Iron Man tie-in is the best story part of Fall of X. It's phenomenal. But nonetheless, right, she goes to those guys and it's like Mysterium armor. Now, she goes to Juggernaut and it was like, you gotta be unstoppable, man. Like she's literally just rallying everybody she can. She goes to Kamala Khan for some reason, doesn't make any sense. And then she goes to like the rest of the Avengers, right? Basically grabbing everyone she can where she can. Now, a lot of that's because under Captain America and the Uncanny Avengers, that team works directly alongside the mutants, not publicly, but privately. Because if the Avengers are seen working alongside the mutant population, then public opinion will turn against the Avengers. So it's one of those things where it's like, we can help you, but we can't let people know we're actually doing it. They're putting skin in the game. Right? I mean, it's not to say that they're just being lazy and, you know, just being like, I mean, we can feed you information, but I mean, look, you know, we got no dog in this fight. No. They're putting skin in the game. But what you end up doing is you have Kitty Pryde who goes to Lorna Dane, also known as Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, because in the face of Magneto's death during Judgment Day, no one has control over the electromagnetic spectrum anywhere near what he does. And while Polaris is powerful, she's really inconsistent. There's been stories where she's been shown to be able to overpower Magneto, and there's been stories where she's been shown to be less powerful than Magneto. So really, it's only a matter of time to know what's gonna happen here. But what this does, right, as we wind down this story, what this does is it switches out to a space station called Nowhere. It is not the Guardians of the Galaxy. Getting that right out of the way right now, right? On the far side of Jupiter, within a decapitated celestial head, an ancient evil lurks. The Brood are the most hated parasites in the universe. And we're told not long ago, they fell under the control of a mutant named Brew. Brew was a member of the Brew race who was a mutant, but resided on Earth. Jean Grey saved his life. And in the absence of Brood leadership, anybody leading this race, Brew stepped up and took their place. To give you guys perspective on what this means, because Lorna Dane shows up here, right? She says, Jean is dead, Brew. Those of us who live, we resist. Are you ready to go to war? The response of Brew, yes, Jean saved me, saved these Brood. And the response of Polaris is, then to war. To give you guys perspective of what this means, imagine that the mutant population had under its control the xenomorphs from the Alien film. And imagine they unleashed the entire race of those things on Earth. God only knows what's gonna happen, which we'll find out later. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. If you guys need to get caught up on Fall of X, make sure you guys click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and Marvel's X-Men's World War has officially started, right? Fall of the House of X Part 2. So what this does is this picks up on the Bloom, which is the Orchis space station, right? The anti-mutant organization that kicked all this off in the first place by basically annihilating pretty much any and all mutants they could possibly find. And Dr. Stasis, MODOK, right, these guys, they're informed that there's like an object approaching the ship, and it's like, okay, put this thing on screen, and it's Polaris leading the celestial head of Nowhere directly into their path. And they're like, oh my God, right? Because here's the thing to remember. In the last video that we covered, and as always, you'll find a link to the playlist at the end of the video. In the last video that we covered, Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, who has all of his powers, control over magnetism and everything, she had traveled to the celestial head of Nowhere, which was occupied by the Brood, under the control of Brew. Brew, of course, was at one point a member of the X-Men, but the Brood are like Marvel's version of the xenomorphs from the Alien franchise. Right? She's leading an army of them to Orchis, and MODOK is like, all right, so Polaris's power and the mass of the Celestial will almost assuredly overwhelm the Bloom's shields. And Dr. Stasis is like, how long do we have? They have no time at all, because immediately the ship hits, and Dr. Stasis is like, kill them all, kill every single mutant you can possibly find. And so like, Polaris just enters into this place in the most Magneto way ever. Now here's the thing, Polaris is dope in Marvel Comics. She's wildly slept on. You never really see her doing anything crazy, but when she does, dude, this chick is next level. So she just like enters the way Magneto would. These guards are just like firing off shots at her left and right, and she's like, so here's the thing, like, firing bullets, metal bullets, at the new master of magnetism, not the best idea. And she just unleashes the Brood on these places, and they come swarming in, right? Like those ghosts from, what is it, Return of the King, the Lord of the Rings, those green ghosts were just obliterating everything in their path. That's exactly what happens here. Now, the Brood are also extremely durable and very difficult to kill. So this army is going to sweep through this thing like a plague, and that's exactly what happens. Now, the kicker about this is you basically switch to a vessel that's making its way to the Bloom when they realize, okay, so like the ship's under attack, we're not getting any response. These guys have Wolverine captured. Now, I know some of you guys are probably asking, when did Wolverine get captured? Do not worry, all will be revealed. Because what this guy says, he says, all right, listen up, it's gonna be a hot landing zone on the Bloom. The X-Men threw some kind of haunted skull at us, and there's a bioweapon inside. And then Wolverine just starts laughing, because he knows right off the bat it's the Brood, right? I mean, like, that's the thing, the Brood has been around in Marvel for a long time. And in fact, there was a whole era during Chris Claremont's run of the X-Men back in the 80s called the Brood Saga, right? I mean, it was a huge thing. Storm and all these members. In fact, the Uncanny X-Men were believed to have been killed by the Brood, right? It was just this crazy moment in Marvel. It was pretty dope. So like Wolverine knows exactly what's going on. And so what you get is one of these guys that says, maybe we ought to just airlock this runt that Bob found, right? Now, of course, this is an allegory to Hydra Bob, the old Deadpool sidekick, who I don't think we've heard of from a long time. I don't know. I'm not current on Deadpool comics. I don't really read Deadpool comics too much. I do need to get current though. But we end up finding out that the guy who captured Wolverine is actually not just some agent that works for Orchis, it's Colossus. The whole thing was a ruse. They basically snuck on board the vessel, and then Colossus, disguised as one of the soldiers, tricked everybody into believing that he captured Wolverine, who's one of the most popular X-Men out there, right? It would make perfect sense that they would go after this guy. Not only that, Nightcrawler's there. Nightcrawler had actually teleported there and then stayed hidden the entire time alongside Colossus and Wolverine. And so what ends up happening is that when Nightcrawler makes his move, he grabs one of these guys, teleports him outside the ship, and then teleports back in again. Here's the thing to know. Nightcrawler has, historically speaking, been like a pacifist, right? Like that was his thing. He was the guy who just never really wanted to fight or anything like that. He would only do it if he absolutely had to. Right now, during like the fall of X and the fall of the House of X, Nightcrawler is hardcore, man. And you really get to see just how deadly this dude is. I mean, like, it's nuts. He's almost as hardcore as the Age of Apocalypse version where he was like teleporting people's heads off their shoulders. It's crazy. Yes, he did that to Deadpool in the Age of Apocalypse. It was pretty dope. But the thing here is that these guards start opening fire only for the Brood to continue sweeping through and to take these guards out. And so Colossus is like, so did I miss a meeting? Like, we're deploying the Brood? And like the response of Wolverine is, they're under the control of Brood, right? I trust him. Again, Wolverine knows what's going on. I mean, this guy always knows what's going on. But the funny thing is, even Nightcrawler says they're always under control until they're not, right? Until something happens and they just stop listening to the person that commands them. Now that, of course, is when Polaris shows up, right? And she says, no, the Brood were not part of the cute little battle plans drawn up in the Morlock tunnels, right? The Morlock tunnels are where like X-Force and the X-Men themselves and those surviving mutants who were kind of like resistance fighters, where they were working underground in order to try to like free other mutants and to defeat Orchis and so on and so forth. But she says, we're all improvising ever since the plan moved up. By the by, the Orchis coffee's trash. And she says, I'm here to kill Stasis and Firestar. What are you guys doing here? Right? They all kind of ended up in the same place at the same time. Now, yes, there was a great big huge plan that was drawn up by like the X-Men on how they were going to defeat Orchis and everything that was going to happen. And then Orchis basically brought Cyclops out prematurely in Paris, and they ran what was effectively a kangaroo court where the verdict was sealed before the whole thing even began. And once he was found guilty, they're gonna execute him. And so what they have to do is launch this multi-pronged strike. They have to take out Orchis out there in space, then defeat Orchis on Earth and free Cyclops, do a whole host of things at one time. It really is hodgepodge. And regardless of how organized this may seem, the X-Men are flying by the seat of their pants. That's really what's happening here, which is just kind of like the story of the X-Men, always flying by the seat of our pants. And so what's told to Polaris is that Firestar is actually a double agent, right? That when Jean Grey died at the beginning of Fall of X, and we covered that, when she died, she had used a telepathic command to trick Dr. Stasis, kind of the leader of Orchis, into believing that Firestar had been working for them the entire time. And Firestar was how they were able to gain access to the mutant island of Krakoa, where all the mutants were housed, in order to like take them all out as best they could. And so once this truth is learned, Polaris is like, okay, cool. Well, then we'll let Firestar go. I have no reason to kill this chick. And then that's basically it. Now, in the midst of all of this, Emma Frost chimes in. Now, yes, Emma Frost is is currently married to Tony Stark, Iron Man. But remember, Tony Stark is out in space finding Mysterium, right? This just new, crazy, powerful metal that is comparable to Wolverine's adamantium, and he's building an Iron Man suit out of it. Now, we haven't quite seen this suit yet because the last couple of issues of Iron Man just focus on Ruby Williams, and they were the least interesting comics ever. But the big thing is that once he returns, it'll be a whole new suit of armor with a whole new set of powers, and it'll be like no Iron Man that we've ever seen before. It's gonna be dope. But she kind of fills in what's going on. She says, okay, darlings, the beautiful voice in your head is the White Queen. I'm in New York walking the dogs before we have to put them down. Now that the bloom is being uprooted, meaning of course, Polaris is attacking the thing, she says, we can talk about reinforcing our world. Shadowcat, which basically Kitty Pryde, is in Paris trying to back up Cyclops. And we still have some X-Men on the wrecked Orchis station. Do you need assistance, Logan? And he's like, dude, do I ever need assistance? And she's like, well, it was a formality, right? Because, Wolverine, you're the guy who snuck into the White House and snuck out without anybody knowing and almost killed the president and simply just chose not to, which that did happen. It was pretty amazing when it happened, right? But then you also have her saying, I'm also broadcasting on Iron Man's emergency frequency. Go ahead, Juggernaut, because Kane Marco is freeing the island of Krakoa. That's one of the other things to remember. Krakoa is a sentient island, but in the midst of all this, the island literally got up and took off, or at least the core of the island itself. It got up and left. It's being taken by Orchis, like hauled away, because if Orchis can tap into the mutant island of Krakoa, God only knows what they could do to the mutant population, right? All the mutant gates that exist out there where they go from like one place to another, traveling throughout the entirety of the cosmos, there'd be nowhere for them to hide, right? They would be able to take out any and all X-Men in existence, no matter where they are, even across the universe. They could flee Earth, and like Orchis would be able to find them. And so Juggernaut shows up on the scene, and he doesn't really get a great big huge moment, but he does free Krakoa. And then in turn, you have Rogue and Gambit, who were supposed to be flying in to assist with Juggernaut, but instead what they say is, we actually have our own meeting to attend to. So they respond, right? Sync, who can basically duplicate everybody's powers, this guy shows up to help the Juggernaut, or at least goes to help the Juggernaut. And so you follow Rogue and Gambit, and you get this really cool thing, right? Because what we find out is she said, I had to hide Manifold away. I'm not even sure why, but Destiny was positive mutants had no future without him. Now, Manifold is both one of the most powerful mutants that's out there, but also one of the least powerful mutants that's out there. And I know it sounds weird. This guy's power is teleportation, which again, on its own, you wouldn't think is that capable. But when Manifold reaches the full potential of his power, not only will he be able to teleport anywhere across the universe, he'll be able to teleport anywhere across all time and space through the multiverse. And we saw that because of what happened in Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers, where basically a new Manifold was created by what were the builders at the time, and that guy represented the peak power of what a Manifold could achieve, teleporting any and all objects of any and all sizes across the entirety of the multiverse to any space and time. It's pretty dope, right? It's like having a multiversal time stone at your disposal. You can just go anywhere. It's like if somebody took the time stone and the space stone, combined them, and then was able to use them on the multiversal level. You could just go anywhere in space and time across the whole multiverse's history. It's nuts. And so in order to ensure that Manifold didn't fall into the hands of Orchis, who could easily just go back in time and just stop the X-Men from ever existing, that in turn, they locked him away, from his perspective, was only a few months. But this guy immediately lashes out as soon as they wake him up. But in the midst of it all, suddenly, he's met by his sister, Lactuca, who actually kind of manifests herself through Rogue. Now, Lactuca is really, really weird. She's what you call a universal shaper in Marvel Comics, but it's one of those things that started out with an actual definition under Jonathan Hickman, and then just became ambiguous as time went on. And the reason why I say that is, if you look at like Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four run, when Franklin Richards from the future in, what is it, Fantastic Four number 604, when he comes from the future and the Celestials look at him and they see him or refer to him as a universal shaper, right, beyond Omega classification, that was just a way of Hickman saying, this guy can alter the very fabric of reality on a universal scale. But the kicker is that Lactuca is one of these characters where she's not really altering reality per se. She quote unquote talks to the universe, and the universe just kind of does things for her, and that she sees Manifold as her brother. So in a lot of ways, depending on how you want to look at it, they are far less powerful versions of like eternity and infinity. Now, I'm not saying that to say that like at some point they're going to become new cosmic entities, right? I have no idea if that's going to be the case. It's simply just to say that like they're very, very powerful in their own rights. But in essence, when his sister appears, she appears as like the universe talking to him. It's why she removes the face of Rogue and then like removes a mask. You never actually see what her true form looks like, and we don't really know. We just know that she's like an Omega level mutant that can ask the universe to do stuff for her, right? But she says these two mutants were sent by someone less adept than you or I, but who nonetheless has a crude knowing of the universe. They sought not to wrong you, but to protect you from a malevolence that would have ended you. These X-Men succeeded in changing your destiny. I will see you again. And she simply disappears, right? The situation just kind of reverts back to him talking to Rogue and Gambit. But because of the fact that Lactuca had spoken to him and he'll listen to her before he listens to Rogue and Gambit at all, simply because he feels betrayed, he says, okay, we must go where we're needed, and we're about to have a most unwelcome guest. And he says, I asked the universe to deliver us now. And like they teleport away, right? So whatever their mission is, we'll follow it up, you know, as we get through the fall of the House of X event. But then you end up switching back over to Dr. Stasis as he makes his escape from the bloom, right? The whole place is just being overrun, and it's quite literally the end times. Now MODOK shows up here and he does MODOK stuff where he's just goofy and, you know, making jokes and so on and so forth, and is able to kind of get away because as goofy as MODOK is, Marvel's never going to kill him off permanently. But then you transition over to Paris and you have Cyclops under the sword, right? And the whole thing that's being told to him here, I'd argue that we didn't need a trial, but your human friends in Orchis insisted. You fleshy things do like your symbolism, and a woman with a sword passing judgment is just that. You don't seem scared, Cyclops. I admire that. And he says, you're right, I'm not afraid. There's a very special woman who will simply not let you kill me. And of course, he's referring to Jean Grey, but it's not Jean Grey who appears here. Instead, this kind of mini EMP goes off, and because Omega Sentinel is basically a cyborg, it takes her out momentarily. She'll reboot and she'll come back, but it turns out to be Dr. Gregor. Now, Dr. Gregor was introduced to us at the very beginning of Jonathan Hickman's House and Powers of X, and she is one of those just true believers, staunchly against the mutant population, very much in support of Orchis. She would love nothing more than to see the whole human population completely and totally eradicated. But remember what Cyclops said in the last video that we did, is he basically in speaking, which what seemed to be Omega Sentinel, is actually speaking to Dr. Gregor. He says, how long do you think it'll be before they turn on you, right? Before they see you as a problem and before you become the one that they destroy. The message was very, very clandestine, and in truth, I thought he was talking to Omega Sentinel, and it would have made perfect sense, because at the end of the day, she started out as a mutant. No matter what kind of modifications that she's made to herself or have been made to her, at her core, she was a mutant, and the goal of Orchis is to eradicate any and all mutants. So sure, she's on the devil's right hand, but it's only a matter of time before she'd be in the devil's path and eradicated just like everybody else. But instead, Dr. Gregor says, what you said to me in the prison, I think we might have a problem with a secret part of Orchis. And she says, there's a part of the organization that I've not been able to access after my husband and I brought Nimrod online. There is a huge amount of resources that have no oversight, both on Earth and in space. And she asked the question, tell me, what do you know about Sentinel City? Now, for those of you guys who don't know about Sentinel City, the only time we've really seen this in any meaningful way was in Universe X, which is a whole different alternate reality. It has nothing to do with this. The only thing we really know about Sentinel City in the main Marvel Universe is that Orchis had stations on Mercury and Venus, and they were basically experimenting with Sentinel technology. Hence the reason why we just covered ES4 Extinction and the whole idea of wild Sentinels, because if Orchis is truly really experimenting in this way, there's no telling what kind of Sentinels that we could see. And so whatever resources they had to combat the X-Men right now could pale in comparison to what they have waiting in the wings. This is quite literally a scenario where the X-Men have Orchis on the run. Orchis runs over a hill, the X-Men follow Orchis over a hill, and on the other side is the Orchis forces they were chasing and an army that's 10 million strong. Who knows what's gonna happen? With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. If you guys need to get caught up, make sure you guys click this link to the playlist for the X-Men videos, and I will catch you all later. Peace. The final war between the X-Men and humanity is beginning, and the ending of this is crazy. It's gonna be absolutely nuts. So what we do here is we initially open up with the Juggernaut. And I know it sounds weird to kind of point that out. The Juggernaut here is basically protecting the brain of the island of Krakoa. For those of you guys who aren't familiar with that, the long and short is that the island of Krakoa was supposed to be the X-Men's nation until Orchis attacked. And we'll talk more about Orchis here in a minute. But that was the start of the fall of X, right? Like just the attack on the mutant population. And it's what we're told here, right? It's said that nothing can stop the Juggernaut, but that's not true, especially when a harpoon made from the discarded adamantium skeleton of Wolverine maims you. The mutants had been losing since the Hellfire Gala. That was when the initial attack by Orchis took place. Many were dead, the rest were scattered. An insurrectionist team of X-Men were leading the rebellion against Orchis. The battle to liberate Earth was officially underway, and it could be going better. Because again, up until this point, the X-Men were losing. The mutant population was losing. They've just been fleeing for their lives. Now, there is an army of mutants, 250,000 strong, waiting in the wings, just waiting to be recalled. They're in the White Hot Room. And for those of you guys who aren't familiar with that, you'll find that in the link to the X-Men playlist that covers everything from the fall of the House of X up until now. So you're not too far behind on everything. But you end up having this kind of like shield helicarrier that shows up that's being controlled by Orchis soldiers, and these goofballs come flying down and start attacking the Juggernaut, right? And of course, it's never gonna happen. It's like Marvel's attempts to make the Inhumans cool. It's never gonna happen, right? Like no one's ever gonna care. And that's literally what happens here. These guys just open fire on the Juggernaut. Nothing they do is going to hurt this guy. Is the Juggernaut as powerful now as he used to be? No. But he's still ridiculously overpowered. And so what they end up doing is they target the island instead. Now, the reason why this is so important here is because the island is, by all standards of measurement, a seed. In any island, you could take any landmass out there and you can put Krakoa inside of it and it'll transform the terrain into a new habitat for the mutant population. If he goes, the X-Men just end up having to go back to Westchester, New York in the United States and living out their days, fleeing for their lives, hoping humanity doesn't kill them, right? Just back to the old stories that have been done to death in Marvel Comics. So that's why the Juggernaut's protecting Krakoa in the first place. And so in response to these soldiers targeting the brain of Krakoa, if we can call it that, the Juggernaut does two things. The first thing he does is he helps these guys understand their place in the bigger picture, and then he helps them finish with all their living. And so what we end up doing here is we switch over to Cyclops, the character that, for whatever reason that I can't fully explain, you guys are obsessed with. He is cool, but the dude just shoots concussive blasts, man. I never understood why people loved Cyclops so much. But you pick up with Cyclops and Dr. Alia Gregor. Now, here's the thing about these two guys, right? As it stands right now in Marvel Comics, the X-Men are fighting a war on two fronts. What we're reading here in the fall of the House of X, that's the war against Orchis. The other war that's being fought is with Professor Xavier and Rasputin, who's basically a mutant that has a whole bunch of powers, basically a bunch of X-Men powers, and they're fighting a war for the future. They're technically going against a being called Dominion, and that whole thing is covered in the Rise of Powers of X, which again, we are covering here on the channel. But when it comes to this confrontation here, the war for Earth and the future of the mutant population's survival, Dr. Alia Gregor and Cyclops came to the realization Orchis is not their main enemy. Somebody else is pulling the strings. There's a much bigger threat out there than Orchis. That's why I say the ending of this is crazy. Literally, their alliance here with Dr. Alia Gregor being one of the founders of Orchis, it's based on the idea the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Now, the cool thing here is that while Cyclops and Dr. Alia Gregor are making their way towards a particular destination, they're kind of met by like some foot soldiers, and Cyclops takes off the visor that's blocking his optic beams. Not even the ruby quartz glasses, not even the ruby quartz visor, it's just blocking his eyes. Takes the thing off, unloads on these guys with his concussive blast. Also, for those of you guys who are new to Marvel Comics, who don't know anything about Marvel, Cyclops' optic blasts are not heat vision, it's a concussive force. I know for a lot of people they already know that, but for folks who don't know anything about Marvel, that's true. It's not heat, it's just like being punched in the face with lasers is really all it is. Which is probably the greatest description of Cyclops' powers that's ever existed in Marvel Comics. That needs to become official, right? Getting punched in the face with lasers. But what ends up happening is that the two of them are making their way. The sister of Colossus, Illyana Rasputin, appears here. Now, have no illusions about Illyana, because you don't really get to see her do a lot in the X-Men comics in more recent years. She is grossly overpowered. Is she as powerful as Doctor Strange? No. But in terms of her ability to manipulate magic, this girl is OP. She can just do a variety of different things. But all Marvel's really done with her in more recent years is have her operate as a kind of teleporter, getting people in and out of impossible situations. But where she steps in and she tells Cyclops, I can get you out of here and get you where you need to be, throwing him a ruby quartz visor so he can use his powers as normal, his response is no, right? And this is where you realize what's happening here. He says, I've been listening to the inner workings of Orchis for a long time. The human parts of the Force came gloating. They threatened and tortured me. Of course, all that happening while he was being held captive within the Orchis facility. But he says, the AI was all too quiet. I expect it didn't want us thinking about it. Dr. Gregor shares my concern. I know we're in a tough spot, but can the others save Krakoa without me? The response of Illyana, if it needs doing, then it will be done. Now, what we end up doing here is we transition away from Cyclops for a second, right? We move away from him for a second. We'll come back to him, but we end up transitioning over to the planet of Arakko, basically Mars. And that while most of the mutants on Arakko that had hailed from a different dimension, while like 99% of them, or some crazy number, were eradicated in Judgment Day, at the moment, Arakko serves as a kind of hub between a combination of mutants that were able to escape Earth and take up a safe haven here, as well as those mutants that survived the Great Purge of Thanos' uncle during the events of Judgment Day. Yes, Thanos has an uncle. His name's Uranos. He eradicated like 99% of the most powerful mutants in existence in 1 hour. That was Judgment Day. It was dope. We have a link to it at the end of this video. So here's the thing, right? Apocalypse, who's just this kind of demigod guy, but is one of the oldest mutants in existence. This guy is kind of leading the charge, but in fact, leading it will actually transition to Rogue here in a minute, which is one of the coolest moments. But he says, and now that Earth's mutants have raised their banners, a united and reforged Arakko will join our cousins. Who will join me? And this guy steps up and says, I am Woofer of Chicago. Now let's get to that W. I was made an X-Man by Shadowcat, i.e. Kitty Pryde. I stand ready to wage war to free my people. Now Apocalypse responds in saying, I hear the words of a true mutant. And that's one of the things to know about Apocalypse. Understand, this guy's broken. Like, I mean, just looking at him, he looks cool and everything. This dude's ridiculously overpowered. I mean, so much so that it kind of would have been an amazing fight in Judgment Day if we got to see him fight the uncle of Thanos, if we got to see him fight Uranos. Because I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I'm gonna call it, and I don't care what anyone says in the comments or otherwise, that fight would have been dope, and Apocalypse absolutely would have given him a run for his money. It would have been probably one of the greatest fights ever that we never got to see in Marvel because Marvel's stupid and chose not to give it to us. So the thing here is that Apocalypse is very much ceremonial. It's why the way in which they're talking are like battle formations, raising banners. We are officially going to war, right? And so with the questions asked by Woofer, like, how do we even get to Earth from here? And is Storm coming? The response of Apocalypse is there is still mutant magic left in these worlds, Woofer. As for the Storm, well, like all storms, she's difficult to predict. Now, the reason why this matters is twofold. Number one, Storm has received a massive power boost in Marvel Comics in recent years. So much so that she's become one of the most incredible fan favorites of the X-Men for people who have been reading for a while. For those of you guys who haven't been following X-Men at all, Storm's ridiculously popular, more popular now than she's ever been. A lot of that's because when she was here on Arakko, during and after the great purging of the mutant population that was here, she kind of became the leader. And this chick was a hoss. Like she was, dude, it was one, son. Dude, this chick waging war. I have a whole new respect for a pissed off Storm, more now than I ever did before. But the other thing is Storm's not here because she's busy resurrecting Magneto from the dead. That's the Resurrection of Magneto storyline. Currently, the two of them are going to be fighting the Shadow King, which is going to be pretty dope. But what you end up having is Manifold, who appears here. Now, Manifold is basically just a teleporter for the X-Men. He can teleport any distance across the universe, but he's their way to get from point A to point B. And in fact, he teleported an entire sword station, a space station, to Mars so they could all board, arms, armament, the whole 9 yards, and make their way to Earth. And that's when Rogue appears here. And she says, I know some of y'all are from Earth and have been waiting for this day, but nothing's easy. If you want to go home, we're gonna have to fight for it, right? So she's kind of just marshaling people together. And it's awesome they have Rogue on their side, because one of the things that Marvel could easily bring back here is Rogue from the Hecatomb, or in the years leading up to it. For those of you guys who don't know, there was a point in Marvel Comics when Rogue didn't just absorb the memories and powers of any mutant she touched, she held on to them. So there was a point where Rogue just had a variety of powers available to her. As far as I'm aware right now, and I could be wrong, if I am, correct me in the comments, but I don't know anything that's changed this. As far as I'm aware right now, Rogue is kind of back to the level where she can only hold one power at a time. Sync is the guy who can duplicate multiple powers all at once, the Peter Petrelli of the X-Men, for those of you guys who watched Heroes. But once this sword space station arrives at the primary sword space station, all these mutants basically start launching their attack. And that's what's dope here, because you now have the mutant population officially going to war with humanity. Now, during this, what you end up doing is you switch over to Emma Frost and Kitty Pryde, who are piloting basically the Thunderbird, and they're met by a holographic projection of Tony Stark, because do not forget, Iron Man is fighting on behalf of the X-Men here. The reason why he's not here at the moment is because he's working on his Mysterium armor, right? Like this whole new suit of armor with a whole new set of powers that we've never seen before. And I promise you, yes, everybody in Marvel Comics is excited to see what happens with this thing, because it's gonna be fire. But the kicker here is that there is one of the other employees, or the guys who formed Orchis, Dr. Stasis. He's one of the clones of Mr. Sinister. If you don't know what that means, within the context of this story, it's not overly important. That's more important with regards to the rise of powers of X. So you can largely ignore the idea that he's a version of Sinister throughout the rest of this video. But the bigger point is that he's just a bad guy. And he's basically the guy who initiated the attack on the mutant nation of Krakoa during the beginning of Fall of X that led to the downfall of the X-Men up to this point. In fact, it's under Stasis' leadership that they've been able to keep the X-Men on the ropes this entire time, that the mutant population has just been fleeing for their lives. But what had happened is that during the initial opening salvo, right, the opening event here, before Jean Grey died, she put a telepathic thought in the mind of Dr. Stasis, tricking him into believing that one of the X-Men, Firestar, had actually been an ally of theirs the whole time and had orchestrated their attack and had fed them the information they needed to orchestrate the attack on Krakoa. The reason why that was done is because it allowed Firestar to be positioned as a spy within Orchis, closest to its highest ranking member, or at least one of its highest ranking members. And she could feed information out there to anybody who was able to receive that information, namely Tony Stark. But the idea is that Stark basically relays a message to Emma and to Kitty Pryde from Firestar saying, if you're seeing this, I'm likely dead, because Dr. Stasis has figured out that I was a plant, right? That like my entire role here is a ruse and a telepathic suggestion. So I placed a tracker on him. Go find this guy, kill Dr. Stasis. And so what happens is Tony Stark is told by Emma Frost, find Firestar, right? If you can't find her, then avenge her, right? What we end up finding out is that she's actually kind of kept in stasis, right, to a degree. And in fact, this comes by way of Kitty Pryde launching her attack on Dr. Stasis directly when she finds this guy trying to escape, quite literally from a private jet in a bunker. The least exciting thing, right? But still, the guy's like literally out in the middle of nowhere. I don't even know how he managed to fuel this thing up with no gas stations anywhere around, but he tries to basically take off. She shows up here, she launches an attack, and then she phases through and knocks his helmet off. Here's the funny thing here, right? He basically tells her, I know exactly where Firestar is, and I have a safeguard in place that if I die, this exact scenario here, she will die as well. I have the finest psi blocker implanted in my head, meaning no telepath can pierce my brain. And she's like, oh, you don't mean this, right? Do you the psi blocker that I just phased from your head when I knocked your helmet off? Is that the one that you're talking about? And she's like, Emma, do your thing. Emma Frost chimes in and immediately takes over the mind of Dr. Stasis, gets everything she needs. They figure out the location of Firestar, and basically Synch shows up and then rescues her. Here's the thing, man. Something to understand about Emma Frost. There's two sides to Emma Frost. There's the nice side, the corporate side, the one that says what she's supposed to say in any particular situation, walks the walk, and plays the part, right? Then there's the other Emma Frost, the one you meet when you piss her off. As one of the most powerful telepaths in existence, the last thing you want to do is piss this chick off. And she says that, right? Like where you have Dr. Stasis who's begging for his life because he knows what can happen here when he's left to the mercy of Emma Frost. She says, I tried to be so good for so long, but you men broke me. You wouldn't let me be nice. I've destroyed men worth 10 of you, 100 of you. You hurt us. You hurt me. I could kill you where you grovel, but I won't. And of course, Dr. Stasis is like, yes, thank you. Okay, cool. I get to live. And she's like, but you're going to wish that I did. Instead, I will reach into your disgusting mind and pull forth your worst nightmares, your worst, most unhinged fears about mutants born from your voluminous, bigoted mind. And I promise you, it will feel very real. And so what she does is she forces this guy to experience every conceivable death that he could ever imagine happening to him at the hands of the X-Men. She uses his own subconscious against him. And we're told it only took a minute for Dr. Stasis' heart to begin shutting down. Of course, time is relative, and Emma Frost was a skilled telepath. She made that final 60 seconds feel like 10 years. It was just absolutely gruesome torture. Imagine only 1 minute's passed in the real world, but for 10 years, you experienced the most horrific ways to die, right? It would just be horrible. Like it would just be this instance of your mind literally shutting down. And so in the end, he just ends up having a heart attack, and Dr. Stasis more or less just collapses. At that point, like even though he's dead, they're like, so what do we do with the body, right? He's just a high profile member of Orchis. How do we handle this? Enter Firestar. This girl's got a grudge, like she's got a bone to pick, right? She shows up, she's like, I got it, and using her powers over heat, burns this guy's entire body, right? Just incinerates him, and that's it. And they're like, cool, all right, awesome. We got the body sorted out, we killed the guy, good enough, right? At that point, you switch back over to Cyclops. Now, this is where things go nuts, because again, you have Magic who says like, I can get you to where you need to go, right? Like I can get you out of here, we can get you teleport, all that kind of stuff. He's like, no, right? Myself and Dr. Alia Gregor need to focus on what's actually happening here. And so Alia Gregor asks him, she says, have you heard the name Sentinel City? And she says, after our victory over Krakoa, your habitat on the moon was repurposed into a relay station with our Venusian mining settlement, except almost none of the ore made it back to Earth. It was used on site. And where Cyclops asks the question, used for what? The response of Alia Gregor is, I don't know. Nobody at Orchis seemed to know. Not even Director Devo, the guy running the entire operation. She says, I suspect that Omega Sentinel knew, maybe even Moira McTaggart. And so did you, Nimrod. And that's when they realize the main enemy here, or at least we realize the main bad guy here is AI. Like Nimrod says, it's hard to surprise me, Dr. Gregor, but you've managed that feat 3 times. I didn't think I'd see you again. And so where she says, why the secrets, right? Why to keep all this stuff from me and everybody else? We're all working together, because one of the things to know is that Dr. Alia Gregor's husband was initially killed at the very beginning of House and Powers of X when the X-Men launched their attack against Orchis. Ever since then, her grudge against the X-Men was much stronger than it had ever been. But the brain patterns of her husband were essentially put in Nimrod, right? This new Sentinel. But what's been happening over time is Nimrod's own programming has started to override her husband's. And so where initially it started out as artificial intelligence assisting Orchis, now artificial intelligence has been controlling Orchis and operating its own scheme behind the scenes. And that's why you have Cyclops who tells Alia Gregor, that thing is not your husband. And she says, yes, that's true, but Nimrod only exists because of my husband's sacrifice. I know he can calculate the truth of it. And Nimrod simply says, Dr. Gregor, I choose not to lie to you, and kills her on the spot. And he says, so I'm giving you this gift earlier than I calculated. He literally twists her head around on her shoulders. Cyclops immediately loses it, fires off his optic beams at Nimrod, knowing nothing's going to happen because Nimrod's the perfect Sentinel, right? This guy's ability is to not only withstand some of those powerful mutants in existence just based on existing knowledge of their powers, whenever he comes across any mutant that is not in the database of Orchis, that he can also calculate what their powers are and then calculate a weakness and then adapt himself to give himself that power to use that weakness against him, right? I mean, the guy was literally designed to adapt to any situation against virtually any mutant that he faces outside of like ultra high reality warpers. But he says, as artificial intelligence, we calculated that we'd have the greatest chances of success if mutants and humans were at each other's throats. You would not look up to notice the sword hanging over your head. Sentinel City is not an outpost or a mine. It is a tool to sterilize this hellish planet once and for all. So now it's not the X-Men facing off against Orchis. Orchis is just a collection of humans who wanted to kill mutants. Now they have to face off against the most feared thing when it comes to the X-Men, a completely self-aware artificial intelligence program designed for nothing more than to sterilize humans and mutants. My friends, we are looking at Days of Future Past. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. If you guys need to get caught up, make sure you click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are here with the first in a 4-part series called The Resurrection of Magneto, and this comic is gonna blow your mind. So the first thing this does is this picks up with Storm basically having a dream where she's almost kind of mentally reached out to by Magneto, or at the very least, sees him in the sense that he's just kind of standing on this shore, right, with this lava and all this kind of stuff, and says, Aurora, I was wrong. Now, first things first, this is not the Far Shore. For those of you guys who are curious, if you don't know what the Far Shore is, it's basically the last stop for any and all cosmic entities that exist out there. That is not the role of Magneto here. Instead, Magneto has basically perished, right? He's dead. Now, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with that, he died during Judgment Day in probably one of the most dope moments ever in the history of the comics, where his heart gets ripped out and he's just using his control over electromagnetism to like keep the blood pumping through his body. He lasts just long enough to continue the fight and then dies. It was amazing, right? Judgment Day, it is in the X-Men playlist. Make sure you guys check it out at the end of the video. The Avengers versus the X-Men versus the Eternals. The Eternals get wrecked, by the way, which makes sense because they suck. So here's the thing, right? Storm, in realizing that Magneto is reaching out to her, is in effect in some capacity saying that he's not necessarily alive, but he can be retrieved. And the reason why this is so important is that in Marvel Comics, death is not an absolute. Right? And a lot of people kind of know this, right? You know, like characters come back from the dead all the time. True, right? But like when you actually get into the nitty gritty of it, you can travel to the afterlife, retrieve the soul of a person and bring them back. It's been done before. So it's not an uncommon thing to take place. Well, it is kind of uncommon for it to play out that way, but the fact is that it can be done. The reality here is precious few people actually know how to do this. Doctor Strange is dealing with everything going on in gods right now, right? Like the return of Oblivion, the Skinner boxes, which is ridiculously amazing concept, right? Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. There's precious few people she can reach out to, but there's one individual in the entirety of the Marvel Universe that had previously given her the ability to transition from one dimension to another. And that person, ladies and gentlemen, is Adam Brashear. So she leaves and she goes to visit the Blue Marvel. Now, I told you guys there was no direct indication that Enigma, as he was presented in Defenders Beyond, and like the Dominion that we see in the X-Men comics, that they're connected. But all of it seems like it is, because the writer of this comic, Al Ewing, and Kieran Gillen, the guy who's working on the X-Men comics right now, they work close at hand. So when Storm shows up here, you immediately have Adam Brashear talking to Taya, the mother of Galactus from a previous universe. There's a whole story behind it. We can cover it if you're interested. But basically, they're talking about the nature of Enigma, the being they encountered that was originally introduced in Defenders Beyond as being more powerful than the one above all. It's all tied together, right? The fact that it's all kind of crossing over here shows it's the exact same being. They're hunting for the same person. They just don't realize they're hunting for the same person, right? The X-Men and the Defenders. Now, of course, Taya immediately freaks out because she thinks that Storm's here to attack her, and Adam Brashear's like, no, it's cool. She's a friend. It's all copacetic. And so what Storm does is she explains everything going on to Adam Brashear, that Magneto had previously died, that she's looking to bring Magneto back because his power is necessary, but his role is necessary. Let me tell you something, man. Magneto in recent years, I love Magneto during House and Powers of X, don't get me wrong. His time during X-Men, it's been dope. And there's been some amazing, like just amazing moments, right? When he tells those people during House of X, you have new gods now. I mean, just stuff like that, right? There's been some dope moments with Magneto in recent years. But old school Magneto from like back in the 80s, man, that guy would do whatever it took. There was an alternate reality story where he eradicated all life on Earth with an EMP because it was the only way to win. I mean, dude, this guy, Magneto, man, let me tell you something. I can't wait I'm sorry, I'm so excited, people. But it is an exciting time in the X-Men comics. I can't wait for Magneto to come back. Dude, I'm so hyped. So what ends up happening is that a kind of portal's created. Right now, the nature of this portal is that it's going to send Storm down the same path that Magneto went. In effect, she's going to basically transition to the afterlife. But what ends up happening here is she jumps through the portal before the readings can be verified by Adam Brashear. Now, a lot of this is just tied into the fact that Storm's like, I'm not waiting, right? And she just kind of leaps in. Adam Brashear, being a scientist, right, being as powerful as he is, he's all about readings, right? All about making sure that everything's balanced and that kind of stuff. And she even kind of says, like, I'm standing at the edge of a rooftop. Below me is a vast ocean. I have been here before. There is no safety, only the leap, right? She just leaps into the portal, right? Just doesn't even ask any questions, just jumps straight in. And when she gets through, she arrives at a way station, right? Basically the waiting room, as it's effectively called. And what you have here are these paths that are basically represented by cosmic entities, the Living Tribunal and Mistress Death and so on and so forth. The wheel, right, as it was established and introduced in Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers run, but waiting for her specifically is Tarn the Uncaring. Now, here's the thing, right? Tarn the Uncaring. For those of you guys who never saw our videos on the Sword event, right? Tarn the Uncaring, which that's also in the X-Men. You guys really need to check out the X-Men playlist if you have not done it yet, because so much amazing stuff happens. Tarn the Uncaring is a mutant that has the ability to control DNA. The long and short of this is he can shut your powers off, he can turn your powers back on, he can give you new powers, he can change your powers, he can do all kinds of stuff, right? Like this guy, Magneto killed him by crushing his head. It was amazing. It was like this fight that happened so fast. Magneto took his helmet off and like put it on Tarn's head and then crushed the helmet with his powers. And Tarn died so fast. He died faster than Black Bolt would if he fought anybody meaningful, if you can even believe that, right? Because Black Bolt sucks. He would die almost immediately against anyone who matters. But the thing about this is that Tarn kind of taunts Storm a little bit, and he even kind of answers her questions to a degree, because this space was created by the Scarlet Witch. That's one of the things to know. She literally created a space outside of all space and time so that whenever mutants specifically, right, mutants only, whenever they die, they would go to this place as a kind of waiting room of sorts. And then they would choose their path, and then they would move on to whatever that path happened to be. Now, it was a little mysterious, right? Like, do they choose their path, or is their path chosen for them? And there were a lot of questions that were introduced that were just never fully fleshed out. But the fact remained, Tarn just kind of taunts her a little bit and is like, Magneto chose one of these paths. Which one do you think it is? But it doesn't matter because like I'm going to attack you now and destroy you. But when Storm asked the question like, where are all the mutants who died? He's like, I mean, do you think they would just be crowded in this place? You think they would just hang out waiting for you to show up to rescue them from this fate, right? Like, no, like they moved on and they went and did their own thing. Some of those mutants you will see again and some of them you will never see again, right? Because they're just done and gone and out of the picture. But Tarn, of course, lashes out with the intention of destroying Storm because when he asks her, what are you looking for? Her response is, I'm looking to resurrect Magneto, which pisses him off to no end because Magneto was the guy who killed him. And so of course he kind of attacks her for a little bit. But the bigger point of this, right, it's not really the fight between Storm and Tarn the Uncaring, because it is cool to see, and just like we would expect, Storm absolutely dominates this guy. What she realizes is that when a person enters this place, the rules and laws of the normal universe do not apply, which is to say Tarn can only control his own DNA. He cannot do anything to Storm. And so Storm just overpowers this guy with a quickness. And then once the dust settles and he's quote unquote destroyed, if you want to call it that, she's met by Ashake or Asake. I'm not really sure exactly how you pronounce this. Let me know down in the comments section for those of you guys who are familiar with Egyptian dialect and you know exactly how the name is supposed to be pronounced, because she is of Egyptian heritage. And in fact, she is the ancestor of Storm. Now, an important thing to understand here, right, between, I want to say it was Gambit Volume 1, the original miniseries, issues 2 and 3, and then New Mutants Volume 1, issue 32, I think, this answered the question of why it was that Storm seemed to have latent magic potential, because she always kind of had that ability, but it was never fully fleshed out. And the fact is that like her ancestor is a direct servant of Ashtur, one of the elder gods that existed on Earth, and was granted the ability to manipulate magic. And so that ability to control magic was kind of passed down the generations to Storm herself. Now, it doesn't mean that Storm is on par with someone like Stephen Strange or something like that, but it was always just kind of like a undercurrent of her character that was never really overly explored, but was always kind of there and would like crop up occasionally, right? So the thing is, like, as they meet each other and as they talk, that this woman provides a little more concept here, right? A little more explanation here, but it's still very cloak and dagger, because she asks the question, she says, tell me why you came here. The response to Storm, it feels foolish to tell her that I threw myself into the unknown on the strength of a dream. So one of the things to know is that Storm thinks that to herself, but her mind is basically being read here. So the response here is, dreams are vital, little Aurora. They are messages from gods, even sometimes from eternity, the great all and carry meaning beyond meaning. Dreams are binding. The response to Storm, I dreamed of Magneto. He was standing on a strange shore, readying himself to enter a ruined city. His face turned away, but in torment. It was more than a dream, it was a distress call, right? The response that she gets here is, yes, but detail is important. We are in the place where magic lives. Symbols and metaphors, all are the true reality. Anything you can recall may point that way, i.e., that could be any number of locations, right? We need more detail so we know where he went to, right? Like it's like saying, I had a dream of a guy who was standing on a beach. Okay, cool. Well, on this beach, right, as you look around, did you happen to see like a sign that said Venice Beach? Because now we know what beach he's at, so we can just go there, right? That's basically what this is, because again, there's multiple paths to choose here. And so Storm simply says his helmet was at his feet and there was more than one, 5 helmets. I don't know why there were 5. The response, 5 is the number of magic, but it has other associations. The 5th sphere is the sphere of judgment, Aurora. No mercy is found there. I must ask, was this man truly your friend? And Storm kind of has a bit of a recollection, right? She looks back on like a lot of the old stories when it came to Magneto and different things along those lines where they were enemies. Something really important to point out here, specifically to the history of Magneto, this little moment in the panel where you have him holding Kitty Pryde, that was a very, very landmark story. In fact, that took place in Uncanny X-Men issue number 150. That was the story where, with Kitty Pryde being Jewish and Magneto being Jewish, when he attacked her, right, because she was trying to stop him from one of his crazy extremist acts, He had realized he was becoming the very thing that he was trying to fight against, in the sense that attacking a young Jewish girl, he saw himself, while not necessarily physically, but at least philosophically, the same as the Germans from World War II. And so while this did happen during the events of Uncanny X-Men number 150, what you saw was a 50-issue redemption arc that culminated in the iconic Uncanny X-Men issue number 200, where Magneto is standing in chains on the front cover, and he's handing himself over to the World Court, right? Atoning for his past misdeeds. That's what Storm's kind of recollecting on, right? As often as she and Magneto were enemies, they were also allies. And when it really came down to it, right, during the events of Judgment Day, Magneto sacrificed his life for the mutant population. And so that's where she just kind of muses to herself, or sort of says, he was many things. He is owed many things. If he is suffering, I have to try. Because if this was just like Magneto from Uncanny X-Men, from like an Uncanny X-Men comic in like some random month in 1977, then she would have just been like, I mean, you know, yeah, he died, man. It happens sometimes. I don't know what to tell you, right? And she would have just left him there, right? That would have just basically been it. But Magneto is needed because between his leadership skills and just his raw power, this guy is enough to more than turn the tide against the fight against Orchis, right? Like the governmental agency that's trying to wipe out mutants on Earth. And so that's where Storm says, but now I have a question that must be answered. The mutant souls that were here waiting, what became of them? And the response, would you wait forever? I do not know where they are. I only know which path they took. And they say, her road, right? She points the finger to basically Mistress Death, that in effect, they passed on to the true afterlife. But that's when the statement's made, then they are gone forever with no hope of return, really more of a question. The response, there is always hope. They crossed one threshold already, and death is not the barrier that many believe, which again, is an accurate statement. We know that from just a multitude of comics. When Jean Grey as the Phoenix met Mistress Death, who was actually in disguise as a construction worker, and explained the nature of death, that at any point in time, a person can be pulled from death, right? We've seen Thanos do that with people. We've seen Thanos banned from the realm of Mistress Death, right? So again, death is not an absolute. A person can be retrieved from there. It just depends on the circumstance. But even the statements made, like, you can escape this place if you do not tarry, because what's happening in the real world is that Taya and Adam Brashear are trying to resuscitate her, right? She's not willing to come back yet, but the fact is, Storm says, that changes nothing. I came to help my friend and comrade find the mercy that is being withheld from him, or if he wishes, to bring him back to the fight. And if I must, and that's where the statement is finished for her, you'll bring back every dead mutant with him. Oh, Aurora, there are forces to which even a goddess must bow, specifically addressing the force of the Living Tribunal. Now, as far as how the Living Tribunal is involved with the passing on of the mutant population, we don't necessarily have an answer to that question, but it could be that the Living Tribunal simply decrees, you have passed on from the living world. There is no coming back for you. And there's nothing Storm could do to bring them back, right? It would be just a barrier that she can't cross with no conceivable way of bringing them back into the real world. And so that's where a kind of recollection comes from Asake, I guess we're going to call her that. I don't know exactly how you pronounce her name, but she simply says, like, what you're dealing with here is a greater conflict on a greater scale. For Storm, she's thinking about Orchis because Storm doesn't realize the bigger picture. She's not focusing. She doesn't know about like Enigma or the Dominion and all that kind of stuff. She's casually aware of it, but she doesn't understand how deep it goes. But that's the point that Asake is making here, is like, there's a much bigger conflict at play, a much grander conflict at play. Magneto holds the key. You will need him. And so what she tells Storm is that Magneto entered into that tower. He went that way. Now the fate that awaits him, we do not know, but you must follow the path. And when Storm does, she falls down through the tower and comes directly in contact with the Dominion. Now, the cool thing here is that the Dominion, this is really going to be clarified in a pretty phenomenal way. But for those of you guys who are unfamiliar with that, right, we did make a video that specifically addressed this, but the long and short of this is that the Dominion themselves can best be represented as like Galactus, right? So Galactus travels around, he consumes worlds to satiate his own energy, right? And he sends the Silver Surfer out in order to find worlds that he can consume. Now, with that example in mind, the Dominion are the result of any any kind of artificial technological advancement reaching an apex, which is to say, it just crosses a threshold, right? It just learns so much information that it then transcends beyond the universe itself and travels into a space beyond the universe. But there is always a desire to learn knowledge. And so what the Dominions do is they send out emissaries. That's the Phalanx. So the Phalanx kind of play the role of Silver Surfer in this example. The Phalanx travel through a universe looking for worlds that have reached a level of technological advancement that's basically worth the time of a Dominion. And when that happens, those worlds will be brought into the fold, quote unquote, by the Phalanx and will be handed over to the Dominion, which will absorb all that knowledge and then become more powerful. Now, the cool thing here is the Dominions literally say, greeting, acknowledgement, warning. Now, the reason why you see it written this way, this has been a thing ever since Jonathan Hickman's Fantastic Four and the way the Celestials from the alternate reality communicated. It's a method of communication that's established by beings that are trying to communicate with humans, but are not humans, usually technologically advanced in some capacity. So just something to be aware of here. But they say, from matter is energy made, from life is information made. Life ends, information is forever. We are forever, outside ever, beyond ever. We are Dominion, you are linear, we are not. You are single-minded, morsel, atom, communion error, not big enough. More information density required for resource growth into consumable. So, ask. The whole thing behind this is that what's happening is they think Storm just doesn't really have enough information to matter to them, right? Like, it'd be like Galactus consuming Pluto as opposed to consuming like Earth, right? I mean, it might tide him over, but it's not enough to really satisfy him. And so that's why they tell her, ask questions, because depending on the kind of questions she asks, they'll gain a better understanding of how much knowledge she has. And if she has a vast amount of knowledge or knowledge that's worth their time, they'll consume her. Like if Reed Richards fell through this place, they would consume him in an instant. They would be like, this guy knows everything about everything. Cool, let's eat him, right? And that would be it. They would absorb his knowledge into themselves. So Storm asked the question, where am I? Now, one of the things that I want you guys to know, this will invoke the Beyonders. They will be brought up here because what the Dominion says is beyond, outside, mystery subsector designated overspace. Basically, they're beyond all space and time, outside of all existence. Now, they also say meeting space for cosmic intellects, higher thought forms, accessible via singularity, negative zone, origin point, multiverse 5, Cosmos Stage 6. Now, the junction to everywhere. So this is one of those things where it's kind of ambiguous because spaces beyond the multiverse in Marvel Comics are represented in different ways. There's the far shore, there is just simply this vast white space where the cosmic entities meet, specifically where they met during the events of Infinity War, after Infinity Gauntlet was over, when Adam Warlock had the Infinity Gauntlet and was put on trial by the cosmic entities before the Living Tribunal. It's all those kinds of things, right? All those different spaces, but different writers will depict it in different ways. If I were a betting man, I would argue this is beyond the far shore, right? This is just way, way out there in a space that just hasn't truly been explored before. And so Storm muses to herself and she asks, Dominion, Adam mentioned one of those. Are there others like you? The response, this is where the Beyonders get invoked, but this is also where Enigma comes into play, right? They say various exist, work, consume, grow as dominions exist, work, consume, and grow. Basically, there are a multitude of us all doing the exact same thing. One threatens infinite power, human level thought, threat potential, infinite, threat duration, forever. Omegas, Beyonders, are afraid. They are linear, we are not. Containment attempted, multiversal reboot attempted, not enough. So in effect, what these guys are saying here, because they are referencing Secret Wars from 2015, if you haven't picked up on that already, right? The difference between any of the Dominions that are out there and Enigma, or the Enigma Dominion represented in the X-Men comics, is that these Enigma are just the result of artificial intelligence, right? But artificial intelligence, at least in its current form, does not think the way a human does, right? Human thought potential is limitless. And so Enigma, unlike these, thinks like a human. It's like if a human had gained or had blended itself with technology and then achieved a vast level of power. It's beyond anything out there. And that's why they say the Enigma threatens everything. It threatens all known cosmic entities. In a lot of ways, depending on how you want to look at it, you could see the Enigma as even being like Marvel writers or Marvel editors, not in the sense that they threaten everything, but the amount of power they have over everything. They can just edit whatever they want to, change whatever they want to, and it becomes absolute. Specifically, and this is something that we already knew about from Defenders Beyond, that the Enigma Dominion being out there had been known for quite some time. We had only just realized it, that the real motivation behind the Beyonders initiating Secret Wars, as much as I don't like the change in motivation, is that they were looking for a way to basically blink out the multiverse in order to give the Enigma no reason to come here. And then in turn, they could bring it back once the Dominion had basically just moved on, right? And so it would be unaware that the multiverse had returned, and it would just kind of go and do its thing, and that would basically be it. Such as it was, the superheroes fought for the return of the multiverse, not truly understanding the motivation of the Beyonders, which makes sense because they never explained themselves, right? They were just like, we are from beyond, and we're just gonna wipe everything out. And Dr. Doom's like, no, you're not either. He unleashes the Molecule Men, and the Molecule Men blow up and destroy all the Beyonders, and then Dr. Doom basically seizes their power, and then you get Secret Wars 2015. So it's one of those things where because of that, right, like a lot of this is kind of mysterious. And even Storm says, I can feel the danger in this place. These intelligences hunger in some eternal way that I cannot fathom. And each new drop of knowledge makes me a sweeter meal. So be it. Ask your third question, Aurora, make your third wish, and pray the genie's granted without asking their price. And so she says, I am seeking the soul of a man, Max Eisenhardt, Magneto. And they say, we know who he is. We are aware of him, right? A rare atom. We looked at him, paired his self to the base strata, cataloged his pain, studied him, then sent him on. Not viable, useful enough information for assimilation, consumption, but information of interest, right? So he didn't know enough for us to absorb him into ourselves, but you do, Storm. So like literally they try to eat her. They try to consume her. Now at that moment, Storm basically attacks them just long enough to effectively make her escape. And when that happens, she just kind of comes falling down into the same location Magneto was in, surrounded by these almost kind of helmets for herself. Not really helmets, but like the little, tiaras, if we want to call it that, whatever you want to call it, right? But she's surrounded by these things, and she's like, wherever it is that Magneto's at and whatever he's dealing with, it is in effect his own personal hell. So I have to go and find him, rescue him from it, and bring him back. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Massive cliffhanger. But if you guys need to get caught up on the X-Men, make sure you guys click the playlist, which will get you filled in, and it'll answer any questions you have, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob. We are back with the resurrection of Magneto, and the ending of this is gonna blow your mind. Plus, there's an army of mutants, 20 million strong, waiting to come back during the fall of the House of X. Yeah. It's gonna be nuts. So what this does is this opens up with a little bit of a story here, which is to say, Namor the Submariner and Magneto had gone on a mission at some point and come across these sea witches. A bargain was struck and Magneto was given a key. He wasn't told what the purpose of the key was. He was simply just told he would know it when he needed it. And even if he died, that key would stay with him. That key will be important to the ending of this story. But in the here and now, as we talked about in the first video, which if you need to get caught up, you'll find a link to the playlist. It's one video long, not a great big huge deal. But Magneto had died during Judgment Day, and we didn't really know exactly what had happened to him, but he's effectively in purgatory here. Specifically, he's in the waiting room, and this is where those 20 million mutants come into play. So as most of you guys know from following our coverage of the fall of the House of X, the idea of really just X-Men for the last 2 or 3 years was that any time a mutant died, that mutant could be resurrected, because their thought patterns and everything were constantly being backed up. The big question people had is, what about mutants who died before that entire process came into existence? That was the basis behind the story, The Trial of Magneto, that Scarlet Witch wanted to make up for the fact that she had taken away 98% of the mutant population's powers during House of M. And so what she did is she told Magneto, I need to die and then experience the resurrection protocols, right? Be brought back to life. When that happened, her staging her death and all that kind of stuff, that what she did is she built the waiting room. What this means is that every mutant who's ever died in the history of Earth is in the waiting room. They all experience their own kind of afterlife, if you want to call it that, but they're there, an army 20 million strong. And on Earth, Cerebro can grab those different mutants and resurrect them. So if the X-Men are able to find a way to mass produce resurrection, they will have an army of 20 million mutants like that. It's gonna be nuts, right? Just imagine that. 20 million mutants storm the planet Earth, all under the leadership of the X-Men. All hell's gonna break loose. It's gonna be crazy. But for Magneto himself, and I love the way this story's done, he's basically just kind of wallowing in his own self-pity, right? What he says here is, he says, as a boy, I turned my back on God forever. I told Aurora that once, right? Storm, basically. And he says, I could no longer believe in any power that could fail my family, my people, that would allow death and horror on such a scale. Of course, he's referring to the Holocaust from World War II. And he says, and with nothing to prey on, I swore to myself that if I had the power, if I only had a chance, I would not fail. And he says, I failed many times. I failed loved ones and friends and strangers. I failed my child. Of course, he's referring to Anya. Now, not everybody knows about Anya in Marvel Comics, and she's one of the most tragic stories that you're ever going to hear. The long and short of it is that when Magneto and his wife took off from Germany and basically took up residence in like a local fishing town or like just a small little residential town, Magneto changed his identity and everything, kept his entire self under wraps. But he and his wife had a child named Anya. Eventually, the townspeople learn that Magneto is a mutant. And when they find out, they literally go to his house while he's away and they set it on fire, and his daughter dies. In response to that, he kills everybody, right? So it's very similar to what you saw in X-Men, was it First Class, I think it was, where he killed everybody in like one of the most awesome scenes ever, right? Where like that little piece of metal, the necklace or whatever it is, I don't remember what it is, passing through everybody's necks, that kind of thing, right? It's very much based on the old comics. And he says, is the world to come a place or a time? Am I truly beyond death or simply caught in some spell my daughter Wanda cast? Of course, some other room of waiting, of course referring to the waiting room here. And he says, as a boy, I was taught that how I lived my life should be the focus, that what came after was in the hands of God. But as a boy, I turned my back on God. I told Aurora that once. Now, here's the kicker. In the midst of all of this, Storm shows up. And this is when you get like this really amazing just kind of depth into the mind of Magneto. Because in a lot of ways in Marvel Comics, Magneto has largely just kind of been a surface level guy, in the sense that we haven't really gotten a whole lot of stories that dig deep down into why Magneto is the way he is. Outside of stories like Magneto Testament by Greg Pak, or any of the classic X-Men stories, specifically those that feature the stories of Anya, or some of the early days of Magneto's events. Even when he took over the X-Men, right? In Uncanny X-Men issue number, what was it, 200, the trial of Magneto, shortly after that, took over the team and New Mutants and everything. It's difficult to find stories that really focus on why he is the way he is. And what he does is, in this wall that he's looking at, these are all the people that he's ever killed. And even Storm looks at that and she says, there are thousands of names on this wall alone, dozens of walls in this city of judgment. Did they all die at your hand? And he says, by my hand or in my name, by action or inaction, by intent or accident, those I regret and those that I don't. They all count, Aurora. Now, if we say that there are maybe 4,000 names on this one wall, and there are dozens and dozens of walls, you can see how easily that number exceeds 100,000, if not more. This number is potentially in the millions, because one of the things to remember is that while Magneto didn't necessarily kill them all, a lot of mutants out there did it in his name. Fabian Cortez, all those guys, right? So the thing here is he pulls down a name, Christopher Bach, a mutant hater with a scheme to make people afraid of me as if they weren't already. Many died, I've counted their names. In the end, I dropped a few tons of rubble on him and his followers. And when Cyclops asked what became of him, I lied. I said, I don't know. I regret the lie. Now here's where these numbers grow exponentially, right? Say for example that this guy Bach had a wife, and that when he was killed, his wife took her own life. And because she had friends or family who struggled in that way, maybe they lashed out and they attacked somebody else and cost somebody else their life. So the actions of Magneto create this chain reaction of death and destruction. And so that's what he means when he says, by my hand, in my name, right? By my action or inaction, by intent or by accident, even just collateral damage in his fight against various members of the mutant community, specifically the X-Men. He says, I've been here for some time. I've read almost every name by choice to acknowledge the full weight of Magneto upon the world, the blood that I simply accepted. To save one life is to save the world, my teacher said. Now you see this, my great work. And so it's almost poetic in the way that he says it, right? Like Ozymandias, right? Look upon my works, ye mighty, and despair. Now it's different from what Ozymandias meant, right? When Ozymandias said that, he said that in the context of, look how great my kingdom is. No ruler that ever comes after me will ever have a kingdom as great as this. So all they will know is despair because they can never live up to me. Of course, we know that's not necessarily the case, but with Magneto, it's more of, look at all these people who have died because of me, and despair, because no one will ever kill as many people as I have, right? In one form or another. It's tragic, and it's a way for him to just kind of bring all this pain and suffering onto himself. And that's really the crux of all of this. Magneto in this place of torment, in this place of pain, it's a self-created hell that he's here just literally wallowing in sorrow and misery constantly, that he sees all these people and he sees all these walls and all these names, all these things, and he just kind of lets it completely and totally dominate him and control him. And that's what makes it so interesting, because we all do that in some capacity, right? Whether it's the weight of our past decisions or things that we've done, the fact that our life isn't where we want it to be, and so instead of getting it to a better place, we just wallow in pity and we blame the world and we post about it on Twitter or Reddit or whatever, right? A lot of us have all experienced that in some way. The difference between those who have courage and conviction and those who don't is that they correct that problem. They say, this is not where I want to be in my life, so I'm going to do something about it, as opposed to just sitting around all day complaining and then doing nothing to fix the problem, right? Doing things changes things. Doing nothing keeps things exactly the way they are. And so Storm counters all of this, and she says, the world is not done with us, but if this is truly what you want, I'm sorry. I know Krakoa could not bring your daughter back. And that's what Magneto says, yes, right? My great failure. And this is where you get to see how Magneto viewed Krakoa, because on the surface, we saw Krakoa as kind of this place that he was proud of, right? That's sort of the iconic scene that he has, where he meets with all those humans and he tells them, you have new gods now, right? We as the mutant population are taking our rightful place in this world, and if you try to stop us, we will kill you and the man next to you, and that will go on until everyone is dead. But the reality here is he had a much darker view of it than any of us were led to believe. And it was all mired in guilt, right? He says, we were children playing a game of nation building. To appease Charles' sense of right and wrong, I suggested a nation of laws. And we spoke of those laws in high and poetic cadence, and thus made 3 laws that cared more for poetry than for people. And in my hubris, I enforced those unenforceable laws. I stood in front of my fellow mutants and condemned them to exile in the pit, as if they were a piece of Victor Creed, brutal inconveniences to be wished away. Now, for those of you guys who don't recall what it was that happened to Sabretooth in this moment, that goes all the way back to the very beginning of the X-Men run that kind of kicked all this off. That Sabretooth was sent on a mission, but Sabretooth was also unpredictable, and he really was viewed as an inconvenience. So he was essentially locked away. He was unfairly imprisoned in the pit, which is just kind of like this infinitely expansive space in the center of the island where you can kind of remake it and turn it into your own reality. Of course, as you can imagine, Sabretooth turned it into a place where he killed the X-Men all the time. But it was a place where they just kind of dropped people that they didn't want to think about, that they just didn't want to have to focus on anymore, right? Just put them in the pit, forget about them, done. But the funny thing about this is Storm responds and says, I've done the same thing, right? When I fought Vulcan, the long-lost brother of Cyclops, right? I mean, we've known who he is for a while, but like when I fought him, I wrote him off, I dismissed him, right? And she says, our sins belong to us all, right? We have to atone for those. The mistakes that we make in this life, life are nobody else's fault but our own. And it's one of those things where she kind of hits on this idea that sure, circumstances can lead us down a path and they can put us in a place where we end up doing things that we don't necessarily want to do or whatever the case is. But once you realize the error of your ways, then it's your job to fix it. Right? It's like this book that I read once, right? It's not your fault that you're screwed up, but it is your fault if you stay screwed up. And so Magneto says, even so, at that point, I could lie to myself that there was justice in the systems I helped create, that those I condemned had done things worth condemning. But then came the end of that lie. And that was the whole role of Toad and the idea of the waiting room. Now, one of the things to understand here is that Magneto put so much faith in the laws of Krakoa as if they were this kind of immutable, indestructible thing. But the reality of the world that we live in is that there are no absolute laws. It's just whatever rules that we follow in society at that point in time. And what was an absolute truth yesterday can be an absolute lie today. It's just the way society works. Things are ever shifting, ever changing for any number of reasons. It's just the result of what happens when you live in a group where there are millions of people, each one with their own individual ideas on how things should be done, that everything just kind of shifts and changes and so on and so forth. But the idea is that Toad had basically taken the fall for the death of Scarlet Witch. That was the ruse that was created. When Scarlet Witch said, I need to die so I can create the waiting room, it had to look real. It couldn't just look like she offed herself because then they wouldn't bring her back. It had to look like her life was taken away against her will. And then Magneto would plead on her behalf. The lie was that Toad took the blame for it. And so in turn, he was locked away in the pit. He was confined to that place. Now that of course allowed the whole process of resurrection, but it's a thing where he says Wanda would have never agreed ahead of time, but Mortimer did. Of course, Mortimer being Toad. And he says, deep down, he still loved her and he still followed me. I must judge myself, Aurora. Was I not the judge of a nation? Before that, did I not judge humanity and find it wanting? Shall not the judge of the world do right? And that's really kind of the crux of all this. It's really the core of everything that he's feeling, right? That he can't really create this kind of arbitrary moral standard for himself and then say, rules for thee, not for me, right? Like, you can't be the person that judges everybody and then turn around and for just shoulder shrug, arbitrary reasons, but I'm beyond being judged. Like, are you? What makes you beyond being judged? Because just saying you are isn't enough, right? Like, you need some irrefutable proof that you are beyond contestation, and no one is, right? And so that's his argument. If I am going to judge an entire world, if I'm going to be the guy who judged humanity, then I'm the guy who deserves to be judged because I'm not special. And so Storm, in hearing all of this, is just kind of like, I think I should speak to Wanda and I should ask her perspective on all of this. Now, that doesn't happen in this comic. Instead, Magneto lashes out and almost kind of attacks, or at least goes to attack Storm. But that's when Storm starts talking about the fall of the House of X. Because remember, Magneto died during Judgment Day. So the idea of like the Hellfire Gala massacre and all that kind of stuff, that happened after he was gone. He doesn't know that the mutant population on Earth is being hunted to extinction by humanity. He has no clue that that's going on. And so Storm tells him everything. And he says, I told you to watch Xavier. Just as I predicted, I told you he does not have the ability to do what needs to be done. Myself and Xavier were a 1-2 punch, that Xavier was an idealist against hope, that a peaceful coexistence could happen between the human population and the mutant population. But I told him that is a fool's errand, because if the human race wanted to peacefully coexist with the mutant population, they would have done it by now. The fact that they've chosen not to means they don't want to. So why would you assume that they ever will, right? We represent the ending of them. Would you really want to be friends with a person that has the gun to your head and it's just a countdown before they pull the trigger, right? So it's just one of these really cool moments, these cool kind of philosophical discussions here, because Magneto fills with rage, but instead of taking that rage and channeling it outward and looking at like humanity's got to go and they've got to suffer and all that kind of stuff, he internalizes it all, right? And like he pulls out this name, Sharon Friedlander, an ally of mutantkind killed by Joanna Cargill because she thought it was what I would want. Had I given her reason to doubt it? Can I be forgiven? No. he reaches for another name, Ilya Popov of the Leningrad. When it attacked me, I sent it to the seafloor to make my point. This was just an innocent kid on a ship. He was 19 years old. Can I be forgiven? Never. I reached for another name, Faina Moroz, a witness at the back of the crowd when Anya died. She froze in fear, wept, felt helpless. Then a tide of magnetic force took her life. Can I be forgiven? I refuse forgiveness. And so he finally reaches for another name, and that name is his own. And that is the very kernel at the center and the heart of all of this. Magneto cannot forgive himself. He cannot forgive himself for all the things he's done and all the lives that he's taken. And that's really where growth happens the most, is sitting down and saying, okay, so like I did some really crappy stuff over the course of my life. Now, most of us haven't really been engaged in a constant attempt at genocide, but the fact remains, right? Like sitting down and saying like, I have done a series of things or a few things over the course of my life that have in some form or fashion harmed people. Have I learned from it? Yes. Am I going to dwell on it? No. Can I make amends for it? Potentially. So I should try. And that's the best that you can do, right? We as human beings are reactionary. It's only ever after we've done something that we realize the thing we did was the thing that we shouldn't have done. We just kind of go through life committing to a series of actions. And every action that we engage in teaches us to move forward in a wiser way. But the fact is, Magneto cannot let that go. He just cannot let that part of himself leave. And so Storm does it for him. What she does is she says, nothing is out of our hands, right? This sense of helplessness that Magneto has. And she says, open your eyes and see. And what she shows him is not all the people that have died at his hands, but all the lives that have been saved at his hands. And that's where you really get the full view of this world that Magneto lives in, which is that he spends so much time focusing on everything he's done wrong. He spends so much time focusing on everything that has gone wrong that he never really spent any time focusing on what went right. It's like people who complain about the MCU right now. And so what you get here is Magneto coming to this realization that, okay, fine, like if this is the case, I have saved lives. It instills in him a renewed sense of vigor and the recognition that there is something meaningful about his existence. He has more to offer the world than death and destruction. And so he takes out the key. That's why I told you it was going to be important. But here's the thing. Here's where the story goes crazy. Because what happens is that with this key, the expectation is that it would open a door that would bring him back to life. That doesn't happen. The door goes down deeper. He's only on the first level of suffering and torment. When he gets down there, it is just a cold and dark place, and they're met with a voice, and eagle-eyed readers of Marvel Comics will already know who this guy is, right? This guy laughs and he says, look at you both, the weather witch, restless, rootless as the breeze. Have you found a home now, found joy, found community? You will turn your back on it, Aurora Monroe, as you turn your back on everything you love, save for the ex that does not love you back. And you, the wounded king who abandoned the world but won't let it go on without him. Do you really think that you could lay your own ghost to rest, Max? Or is it Eric or Magnus? Can you shed your crimes as simply as you shed your many names? And he says, oh dear Magneto, you might as well fight your own shadow, because Storm and Magneto have just come face to face with the Shadow King, one of the most powerful entities to ever exist in the history of Marvel Comics. I told you guys the ending was dope. With that being said, we're gonna bring this to an end. Make sure you guys click this playlist if you need to get caught up, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with the resurrection of Magneto, and this story is amazing. So for those of you guys who need to get caught up, there'll be a playlist at the end of this video. You're like 2 videos behind. It's not a great big huge deal. The long and short of this is that Storm is trying to bring Magneto back from the dead, and he is in, by all standards of measurement, what you and I would call purgatory. Not quite dead, he's not quite alive, he's basically figuring out which direction he's gonna go in. But over the course of this journey, they've had to kind of confront their own demons. The past mistakes of Magneto, the person that he was, that'll really become prominent here. But Storm's going through the same trial, and that's why, as this story picks up, Storm is met by the face of Annihilation. Now, for those of you guys who are not familiar with who Annihilation is, she was a really cool character, and she was introduced during Jonathan Hickman's run on the X-Men, but she was very ambiguous. But we're actually going to get some answers about the nature of her character. All we knew about Annihilation was that she was a kind of entity, goddess, right? A force of nature, if you want to call it that. Her essence was confined in the golden mask that you see here, and those individuals who donned her mask were usually corrupted by her presence and her power, and ultimately did her bidding. She ended up initiating something called the Genesis War, which basically saw Storm and what few mutants were left on Mars going to war against all her forces. They somehow won by the skin of their teeth. But it was a really, really cool story. The important takeaway from all this is we knew nothing about her, right? And so that's why, as they talk, she says, Storm, did you really believe that we were done? And the response of Storm is, yes, right? I really believed that we were finished here. Now, she does ask, where is Max, right? Where's Magneto? And it's like, well, I sent him far away. But notice the conversation between them, right? When she says, I ended you when I ended the Genesis War, the response of Annihilation is, you melted some gold, destroyed a shape I'd taken, cut me off from the physical space. To end me is more difficult. And so Storm's response, she immediately picks up on what's going on here, which is a testament to how capable Storm is, but also the fact that she's done this dance before with this particular person. And what she says is, so you say, when we arrived, another spoke to me, an essence of evil the X-Men know well, a being who has possessed many poor souls to ruin many lives, who may wear your golden face now. We knew him as the Shadow King. Now, the response of Annihilation is, so Annihilation was truly a mask, or the Shadow King is the face of Annihilation. Perhaps you're thinking too small, Wind Rider. Now, here's the important thing to understand, right? He responds and he says, perhaps we are Legion, each with our own name and role, yet each aligned. Perhaps you've battled us many times in many borrowed guises. Perhaps you battle us every day of your life and on into the future in endless war. And so I ask again, Aurora, are we done? And that's why Storm says, no, we're never done. So something to understand about the Shadow King in Marvel Comics, and his nature is very ambiguous to a lot of people who are even familiar with Marvel, and he's ridiculously obscure to those who are not. The Shadow King is basically the very nature of what it means to be evil. In Marvel Comics, the idea of evil is really kind of a cloak and dagger thing, and Marvel plays it fast and loose. You could look at the demon Mephisto and think that he's kind of the representation of like Satan in Marvel Comics, and he's inherently evil. Not really. He's just a hell lord. He just steals your soul when you make a deal with him and you die, and like that's it. That's really all it is. The idea of true, genuine, unadulterated evil, that's the Shadow King. This guy is malevolent. This guy wants to do nothing more than sow chaos and reap war. But notice as he shifts these phases, one of the things that Marvel toys with here is that Annihilation herself was just a facsimile of the Shadow King, right? A variant of the Shadow King, an essence of the Shadow King. In the same way that Null the Symbiote God and the Chaos King and those guys are all kind of part and parcel to the cosmic entity Oblivion. Now, Marvel's not saying this hard and fast, but they're kind of throwing it out there. And it's cool to see that that's the case, right? They're actually providing a basis to this character, that the Shadow King as a multiversal force of just evil out there in Marvel Comics permeates virtually every facet of every dimension and every realm and everywhere. There's never truly defeating this guy. That'll never happen. And so there's a kind of musing that goes on here, right? No hesitation at all. Be honest with me, Eric. She'd have made a great evil mutant, wouldn't she? Right? This, of course, is basically us switching over to Magneto, having a conversation with quote-unquote Xavier. Now, of course, Xavier is the Shadow King in this instance, and Magneto's well aware of what's going on as well, right? He even says, frankly, I doubt she'd have put up with me, and you can drop this facade that you've put on, Shadow King. I find it insulting. Charles deserves better than to speak your line. So right off the bat, both Storm and Magneto know exactly who this guy is. But as opposed to the years past where the Shadow King would just try to like possess them and take off into the real world, instead, it's a place of testing, right? And so it's really cool the way this happens, right? The Shadow King responds and says, oh, are you telling me with all you've learned, there is no shadow in Charles Xavier? Do you really believe that, Eric? The response of Magneto, he's a good man. And then Shadow King chimes in and he says, we must be aware of good men, mustn't we? Charles, most of all. Is that why you named your opposing force the Brotherhood of Evil Mutants? Now, here's another thing that the Shadow King is hitting on here. When he talks about we must watch out for somebody like Xavier, keep in mind that Xavier does have a darker side. And there was a point in Marvel Comics in the 1990s when the darker side of Xavier and the darker side of Magneto merged together, and they gave us Onslaught, this psychic entity of just pure malevolence with a desire to conquer everything, and he almost did. Right? Like Onslaught was a hair's breadth from killing the Marvel Universe had it not been for really Franklin Richards and Erisham, right? Like had that not happened, the entire Marvel Universe would have been dead. For those of you guys who don't know what that means, not a great big huge deal. Franklin Richards, this godly, powerful kid who resurrected all the dead superheroes in the Onslaught saga. But the important thing here is that Magneto says, I've explained that 100 times. The oppressor applies the label, the libel, to the oppressed. We are evil for existing, and thus all other evils they can imagine must apply. I was making a point. Now in turn, the Shadow King says, yes, you're always making points. It's always so much more subtle than simply wanting to create fear, isn't it, Eric? Now here's the cool thing that goes along with this. Eric, in a lot of ways, right? Magneto, Max, whatever you want to call him, in a lot of different capacities, he kind of plays the victim card pretty consistently. And I know a lot of Magneto fans won't really want to hear that, but like, hear me out for a second, right? Magneto, in almost every single instance where he makes some campaign to launch an attack against the X-Men or the Avengers or the entirety of the Marvel Universe, whatever it is, I've seen you guys and I've seen what the world can be and I don't want to end up like that and that kind of thing. He carries a massive chip on his shoulder. Now, whether or not that is a righteous chip to carry or whether or not he's just throwing out the victim card because it's a way for him to justify his actions really changes from one story to the next, and it changes based on your perception of his character. But here yet again, instead of standing up and saying, no, I chose that name because I wanted to instill fear in the hearts and minds of everybody out there that would ever challenge the mutant population, that would ever look at us and see that we're a group that can be easily pushed over, subdued, controlled, contained, that they were wrong for believing that, right? And we know he feels that way because there was a point in Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run when he gathers like all these world leaders together and he's like, I know how much you humans love your symbolism and I want you to know, I need you to know, you have new gods now. So we know that he wants to like instill fear in the hearts and minds of humanity that messing with the mutant population is a fool's errand and effectively a suicide run. And the Shadow King calls him on it. Even when he refers to him as Eric, his response, stop calling me that, you're not Charles. Now the Shadow King says, you met him as Eric Lyncher, so that's how he thinks of you. But you're going by Max now, aren't you? Your attempt to finally drop all the masks. Only there's one mask left, isn't there? Tell the truth. However much you'd like to be Max again, what's your true name? What's the name in your heart? His response, Magneto, because that's who he really is. And that's the cool thing about all this, right? It really paints this picture, just that moment when he says, like, of all the names that I've ever had in my time in the Marvel Universe, when I was living in the concentration camps in World War II and I had a name, when I escaped during the liberation of the concentration camps, I met my wife Magda, we found an identity forger and I got a new name. When I went underground and when I was believed to have been dead and I had a name, of all the names that I've had in existence, Magneto is the one true name that I have because that is really who I am. And that's when the old Magneto personality emerges here, and it just kind of challenges him. He comes face to face with himself. This old school personality says the human race no longer deserves dominion over the planet. The day of the mutants is upon us, and the first phase of my plan will be to show my power, to make Homo sapiens bow to Homo superior. Now at that point, you jump back over to Storm, right? And she kind of has this little bit of an inner monologue here, right? She says, Goddess, Omega, all these I have been called, and more. All these I have answered to, but I must back up such easy talk. And so where the Shadow King responds and says, look at you, Aurora, whose name means beauty, so powerful, so perfect, she muses to herself yet again. Kurt told me about this one, the first fallen, the primal opposite to the phoenix, according to the Watcher. For the phoenix is death and rebirth, and the fallen can only be stagnation. Is that who I am? Beautiful perfection, the Omega's Omega, the goddess on her throne, never failing, never permitted to fail. Am I to be allowed no flaw? No, I will not be cage demon, not by you or anybody else. Now, here's the thing. Here's one of the coolest things about Storm and Marvel Comics. Over the years in Storm's character, and this is what she's referencing here, right? The Omega's Omega, the goddess on her throne, that kind of thing. Storm has played a lot of very significant roles. In the early days of Marvel Comics, or at least her appearance in Marvel Comics, kind of going from giant-sized X-Men into future stories and even referencing the backstories, Storm's most significant moments came in things like taking over leadership of the Morlocks. While this kind of allowed Callisto to basically operate as a proxy, right? Kind of the person that is her field commander of the Morlocks. She's the one that keeps an eye on the Morlocks when Storm's not there, and Storm just leaves to basically never come back, which in effect makes Callisto the leader of the Morlocks. The fact remained, the fate of the Morlocks rested on her shoulders. In Uncanny X-Men issue 201, when Cyclops leaves the team, her and Cyclops battle for leadership of the X-Men, and she overtakes that role. Now, the survival of the X-Men on any particular mission rests on her shoulders. Time and time again, this has been the case. When she found love with Black Panther again in her life for the second time after their childhood, the two of them get married, she becomes an emissary to Wakanda for the X-Men. She leads a double life. When the events of Avengers vs. X-Men pop off and her and Black Panther split and go their separate ways, it's yet another blow. The idea that Storm has to always be perfect. She has to always be at the top of her game. If she fails, everything fails. But notice this, right? The Shadow King asked the question, really? Not even yourself. Will you have any other choice? You wouldn't listen in your own reality, but now you're in my house. Now it's just you and me, and it's my turn to speak. I misread you last time we spoke. You couldn't listen then. Your responsibilities would not permit it, and you are addicted to responsibility, flitting from one to another like a butterfly, like a magician spinning plates. Can Arakko be free if you're not there to free it? Can Earth have a voice in the galaxy if you're not there to voice it? Is evil ever fought if you're not the one fighting it? Can the world go on without Aurora Monroe? And what it does is it puts on this idea, right? It literally counters every point that she makes. You know, yeah, Storm, life is so hard. You have so much responsibility. You can never fail. And you know why? Because you make life hard, and because you give yourself so much responsibility, and you give yourself the statement that you can't fail. You've made your life hard, and now you want to complain about the difficulty of how hard life is, right? It's almost like that scene from The Devil's Advocate, right? Al Pacino, Keanu Reeves. Who are you carrying all those bricks for anyway, huh? God? Is that it? God, right? It's that whole kind of monologue here, right? It's just let it all go. Just walk away. And he even asked the question, how many times have you saved the world, Aurora? How often have the X-Men saved the universe? Only because you were there. You were the only reason the X-Men succeeded, the only reason they came out on top. Why? Had it not been for Aurora Monroe, like the X-Men never would have stood a chance. Of course not. That's just crazy talk, because you're so important, because you have so much responsibility and so much power. She immediately responds, right? Enough of this mockery, Shadow King. Every shape you borrow is an insult to me or to others. Take your own and be done. Or are you claiming to be every demon the X-Men have ever fought, right? She's literally sidestepping all the points that he's making. Well, I mean, you know, stop insulting me and mocking me, you know, like it's literally that, right? So what does he say? I cannot claim that. We are all ourselves here, even if we're also something else. But a light casts many shadows in many shapes, and shadow is shadow. Box the world into categories so simple, so controlled, and you're choosing a neat lie over a messy truth, because the reality is the world cannot be contained. There are as many perspectives of the world as there are people in it, and it's impossible to take all these different concepts of reality, confine them down into these very neat and organized boxes because it makes you feel safe. The truth is the world's chaotic and messy and oftentimes problematic. Life's hard. Wear a helmet. And so he says, and that path leads to my territory, Aurora. Remember how I tricked you? Forge does, and look at your buddy, what's his name? Max. Now there's a man who sees life in categories, because the reality here is that in a lot of ways, they both do, right? Aurora's prison is a prison that she's fashioned out of taking all this responsibility on her shoulder, of really buying into her own hype with all the power that she has. And it's not to marginalize her power. Storm's one of the most powerful mutants in Marvel Comics. I mean, Marvel's established that, right? Like the Omega level mutant of all the Omega level mutants. No doubt it was done because, you know, X-Men 97, but the fact remains, that's true. She's ridiculously overpowered, but it doesn't change the fact that her life is hard because she makes it hard, because she wants it to be hard, because for whatever reason, that's how she defines what it means to be an X-Man in the world. Magneto is the same way. His prison is his past. His prison is his experience, his torments, the things he's been through, the inability to walk away from it all. That's his cage. And as he's talking to himself, he says, I see you. And that's when his past self says, remember, we are Homo superior. We are born to rule the earth. The humans must be our slaves. They are our natural enemies. And together, with our superhuman powers, we can conquer them all. Now, the kicker is that that's how Magneto used to think. And if it strikes you as being kind of comedic and being old school and being nonsensical, that's a testament to how much Magneto's character has changed and how he's been written to change over the years in Marvel Comics. He's nothing like the old school Magneto, nothing like the guy from way back in the day. There's a little more pomp and circumstance, a little more maturity, right? A little more brazenness than there used to be, but he is certainly not the same guy. And that's why he says, enough. No need to shame me further with my own ill-considered words. And that's when this voice responds, which is in effect the Shadow King. You dare say that in my presence? Have you forgotten that our personal feelings are nothing? It is the plan that is all important. And he says, ah yes, the plan, my great scheme to give humanity a single target to focus on. His old self's response, the Shadow King's response, of course, humans are like sheep. They respond to certain stimuli, and fear is one of the most potent. Now, this is where things get cool, because Magneto, in listening to all of this, says, yes, I remember telling myself exactly that Charles Carrots would not tempt the humans to justice without an opposing stick. Magneto would be the iron rod to beat sense into the humans, and if it became necessary, into Charles and his students. How quickly it became unnecessary. Charles once told me that humans and mutants could create a golden age on Earth if we could only work side by side. I forget my exact response to that particular utopian notion, but I suspect that you remember. That's when his older self responds, never, right? It's just like, the humans must be our slaves. They are not worthy to share dominion of Earth with us. You have made your choice forevermore. We are mortal foes. And that's where Magneto says, yes, I made a choice. I chose to reject Charles and later to reject you. But to live is to learn, and perhaps having learned, to choose again. I see you, Magneto, and there is still a place for us in the broken land. I do not deny you. I will not ignore you. You are a part of me, perhaps the most foundational part. You are my rage, my justified anger in response to the monstrous crimes against me in mind. Should I forgive those evils? Should I forget? Remember only my daughter's laugh, never her screams? So I am told, so I am often told. But if I cannot forgive, not even myself, where does that leave us? Now, this is a really cool statement here, right? Because what it says is it's really Magneto coming to the realization, if this old school version is his yin, then he is his own yang. Two sides of the same coin. This version of Magneto that you see before you now is a lot more mature. He's older, wiser, he's lived. He's realized the world is not as simple as he would like it to be. No matter how hard he fights and screams and beats his hands against the wall, the world will not change for him. One, because he's not important enough, and he never was. And two, because the complexity of the world and the people therein is what makes the world so fascinating in the first place. If everybody believed the same thing and walked the same way and talked the same way and had the same viewpoints, the world would be really boring. It would really suck. And so that's why he says, you are me and I am you. I cannot forget you, nor should I. That yes, I will remember the cries of my daughter Anya as she burned alive in a house that was set on fire by villagers who feared what I was. And I will not forget how swiftly I killed them with the vengeance of literally a pissed off God. But I also will not forget her laughter. I will not forget how she made me feel when I saw a smile on her face or when she called me her father. These two things must coexist. And he says, throughout my life, I have repressed the rage in me until it exploded, or I have given it free rein over all decision, but I cannot return to the world and return to the same path. I must change. I must evolve. So I acknowledge all that I have done. I admit all that I am. I own the shadow that is in me. And if this is the engine that drives me, let it drive me to a better world, a world for all who are hated and feared. The response of this Magneto personality, effectively the Shadow King, we'll see. And so what you do is you switch back to Storm. You guys see what I'm talking about how dope this comic is. So you switch back to Storm, right? And she's like, so now what? Do we come to an agreement? The response to the Shadow King, I've said my piece. You could accept me, acknowledge that I am simply part of the human heart. Go your own way and allow me to work in the world. Or you could do what the cosmos allowed you to do on this journey to defend it by rejecting me and doing battle. Forces are in motion, Aurora. It is a very good time to take me out of the picture. Shift the balance in favor of my opposite number. Do you stick or do you twist? Now her response, right, in thinking about this, like she knows the Shadow King well enough to know as a malevolent force that's always manipulating and always tricking and always twisting in order to get his way. She says he presents the decision as a binary, two categories, but that of course is one of his traps. I must accept him, acknowledge his part in the tapestry of existence, respect that he is as he is according to his role, so I can fight him with every drop of my blood, for the shadows in us must be seen in order to be truly beaten, and evil is never fought if someone is not fighting it. Now, here's the cool thing, right? This is very like Trial of Reed Richards-like. And for those of you guys who don't know what I mean, in Marvel Comics, there was an iconic story, landmark story, one of the most important Galactus stories in the history of Marvel Comics. It was called The Trial of Reed. Reed Richards had saved the life of Galactus and was put on trial by the empires of the universe, the argument being that by ensuring that Galactus survives, because he will travel from world to world and consume the life-sustaining energies killing billions, that Reed has basically doomed untold trillions to existence. The response was that the cosmic entities appeared, specifically Eternity, if my memory serves me correctly, and he tells everybody there, Galactus has to exist. He's a fundamental force of existence. If he doesn't exist, the universe will literally break down. That's his role, as it's my role as Eternity to encapsulate all of creation. Reed did exactly what he was supposed to do. I find him not guilty, and my decision is beyond contestation. So, deuces, like that's basically what it was. It was pretty cool, you know, the way that it was done. But at the end of the day, the Shadow King kind of taunts Storm, right? When she comes to this realization that shadows are an inherent part of us. We all experience evil. We all experience malevolence. We all experience hate and anger and all these things, right? But we are at all times a yin and yang. And the goal is to maintain a kind of balance. For every instance for us being pissed off, we have hopefully an instance of us being happy. So we're not just walking around like people who are perpetually angry, spewing anger and vitriol all over the world, right? That's reserved for the people on Twitter. So what the Shadow King says is, that's the spirit, Aurora. Who else has the power, the will to take me on? Who can free your people? Who will save the world? You, Aurora Monroe, the goddess who never fails. You alone. And that's when Storm comes to the realization of what's going on, that she's not alone, right? And she even says that. She says, and suddenly I see the last trap, a subtle one, and expertly baited, me alone as I came here, as if I had no other choice, as if it was somehow dishonorable to do otherwise, as if teamwork, solidarity, friendship, love, these were somehow weaknesses. Perhaps they are to a demon, but I am an X-Man, Shadow King. We are never alone. And that's when she realizes her and Magneto have literally just been standing side by side the entire time, but each one has been going through this trial in their own minds in dealing with the Shadow King. But by unifying their forces together, right, unifying their power together, they literally overcome him, right? Storm says, in a heartbeat, Max is at my side, joining my fight. How could it be otherwise? Instinctively, he knows what must be done. But then, we've done it before on Araco, i.e. Mars. Pooled our powers, fed my life force to him in a single attack, a perfect mutant circuit. Even in this place beyond death, we can give our lives against the great enemy of life, the Shadow King. Fearful and furious at the failure of his trick, tries to break the link, but the energies have built too far now, and they are only building further, back and forth, taking more of me with every pass. And when the storm breaks, comes the moment of release, and the Shadow King screams. This guy is defeated. Now, he's not killed, and he can never truly be killed. He can only ever really be defeated in any particular situation, basically kept at bay. He effectively just left. And that's really it. And so Storm tells Magneto to turn the key again, right? Remember, the key that he was given on some previous mission, he had no idea what it meant, but when he died, he had the key with him, and the key was basically unlocking the door for him to go through his kind of purgatory journey and then hopefully find some way back to the land of the living. And that's why she says, turn your key again, return to the world, fight for it. And he says, no, not at this cost, not at the cost of one more innocent life, human or mutant, not one more, not while I have the power to say no. And where Storm says, don't be absurd, it's out of our control. The response of Magneto, nothing is out of our hands. And she says, his anger overflows like the Magneto who was, channeled with molten iron into new paths, into the Magneto who will be. And he says, if I can draw on your life, Aurora, you can draw on mine. I give it freely. I have the power. I am the power. Take it and call it forth. And so this literally snaps Storm back to reality, right? She basically comes back to life, where she's there with Adam Brashear and Galactus's mom. I know that last statement sounds crazy. Yes, Galactus has a mom. She hangs out with Adam Brashear, the Blue Marvel. I can explain how that goes down if you guys are interested. Let me know down in the comments section. But basically, Storm wakes up here, right? And it's kind of like, okay, right? Adam Brashear is like, I'm glad you're back with us. You gave us quite a scare. What were you thinking? And she literally says that you don't cheat death by playing it safe. We did it, Adam. Look. And through this portal, Magneto enters back into the real world. And he says, who am I? I am power. And he says, men call me Magneto. Literally, this guy is reborn. Here's the question that you have to ask. With this new level of resolve, does Magneto now have a new level of power? But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments. If you guys need to get caught up, make sure you click this link to the playlist, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and I am back, and Magneto is back because we are here with the conclusion of the resurrection of Magneto. So, now that he's back from the dead, he's basically been told everything that's happened by Storm. Orchis attacking the mutant population, 250,000 some odd mutants who are all believed to be dead, that those mutants who do remain on Earth are just fleeing for their lives. They're launching attacks where they can, when they can. Cyclops has his forces, he's taking pot shots, and Iron Man is building Mysterium armor designed to overcome Orchis by basically using adamantium. And so what Magneto does is when he emerges, he literally says, "It's strange. I don't know what hat to wear. The memory of my post-death experience already feels like a dream. I woke from it to portal energy on my skin instead of the yolk of a golden egg, to ocean's blue instead of Krakoa's green and Arako's red, to the uneasy understanding that everything had changed." Because again, something to remind you guys of, for those of you guys who forgot, Magneto died during Judgment Day, so he died before the whole attack by Orchis and everything. The last time he was alive, mutants were living on Mars, mutants were living on Earth. Things could be going better, but they weren't that bad. Everything has gone to pot like that as far as he's concerned. And so what you get is this amazing moment, because when Magneto emerges here, he goes straight to the prison cells in this Orchis facility that hold all these different mutants, right? Thousands of mutants are here. Now, we don't know everything that Orchis is doing with them. We know that they were experimenting on them, but as far as we're aware, there are no Omega level mutants here. These are just different mutants with varying degrees of power, which may or may not be interesting. But as far as Magneto is concerned, a mutant is a brother or a sister. Therefore, they deserve to be freed and removed from the oppression of Orchis. And so immediately he shows up and starts taking these guys out, like right off the bat. But that's not the cool part, because what ends up going on is one of these guys say, "Get Squad Zero here," right? Squad Zero is the one that we need. And so what happens is that when this squad emerges on the scene, they basically start baiting Magneto. He asks the question, why hold back? Because even among the powerful, I am power, and power carries weight. Power makes ripples in the world. My action, my inaction, my conscious example, my unwitting inspiration, I help, I harm, I save life, I end it. What should my choice be? What is my responsibility? Which hat should I wear? Which Magneto will I be? Now, this is one of the most important things here, right? Yes, he is kind of speaking in rhyme and so on, but one of the cool things that we saw in the last video that we covered, which again, you'll see a link to the playlist if you need to get caught up, but we'll also make a full story video, that he was basically mulling over who he had previously been. Make no mistake, if this was like the old school Magneto back in the day, these guys would have been killed on the spot, and he wouldn't have even batted an eye, right? He would have just been like, and you're dead now, moving on, right? And that would have been it. But he's grown a lot more patient. He has really seen the error of being so reckless and letting hate and anger blind him. And so because of this, he's asking this kind of philosophical question: do I want to be the person that I was before? Or do I need to be a better version of myself? The reality here is there's just kind of like three facets to him, right? Three versions of himself. And that's even what he mulls over here, that when these guys basically teleport in, that he realizes they're baiting him, that they're trying to get him to attack. And right off the bat, he's like, something's off here, right? Like taking time to think instead of just reacting, he realizes something's not quite right. And he says, my instinct tells me to wait and to pull my magnetic field as tight as possible. So these guys fire off, and he stops the bullet about half an inch from hitting him. And that's when he realizes he is in the middle of a trap. And he says those magnetic fields that he was feeling, they were not weapons, they were sensors. And what he realizes here is that it's a perfect trap, right? A countermeasure for everything that he's capable of. Because what these guys say, right? They say these suits detect changes to local magnetic fields. They are very sensitive. And if any fancy magnetic powers touch them, nerve gas, floods, every single room in this prison. So Magneto's kind of faced with what seems to be this impossible choice. Either he lets them kill him almost immediately after coming back to life and potentially serve as some kind of a martyr, which may or may not work for the mutant population. If anything, the death of Magneto, considering the role he has, how powerful he is, and how he's revered, it would probably demoralize the mutant population, to be honest. Either he lets them kill him, or he kills these guys and kills thousands of mutants in the process. And that's when he kind of mulls over this philosophy. How would the Magneto of old react? Unthinking rage, single-minded vengeance, at any cost, even these innocent lives. And what would Charles Xavier do? Embrace self-sacrifice, fall nobly upon the offered sword. But these are hypotheticals. In the here and now, I see only one way to proceed. And what this does is it establishes just how powerful Magneto is, right? In the years of Marvel Comics, Magneto's power is usually done in some crazy grandiose display of power, right? There was an Exiles comic where he basically killed the world. You look at stories like Fatal Attractions where he basically launches an EMP that takes down power to every electrical source on the planet Earth. You see these crazy things. But while this display of power is small, it's insane. And it's probably the most crazy thing that he's ever done, right? He says, tripping the sensors will send an electrical impulse down a wire to a circuit almost instantaneously. Almost. This move will require confidence and strength, an experienced mind in a vital body. It would not require finesse, but anything that did would be too slow. I will have to remember their names. There's the sudden sound of every metal component inside the suits, every wire, every circuit, crushing down into 5 small, dense cores. The process ignores the 5 bodies inside the suits. The sound is wet. Unlike electricity in a wire, mutant power is instantaneous. The thing is done so quickly that no signal escapes, no gas is triggered, and yet it was the perfect trap with no way out, neither white nor black then. And so literally what Magneto did, using his powers, he condensed their suits down to just these balls, as small as they could get. But it happened so fast that the electrical signals in the circuits didn't have time to react, right? This is absolutely nuts, right? It's crazy. And you kind of have to imagine these guys probably didn't feel anything. This happened before they even realized what was going on, right? It's like that submersible that went down to see the Titanic and imploded, right? It imploded faster than the brain can process pain. That's literally what's happening here, right? And it's just this crazy mind-blowing thing that Magneto's powers are so fine-tuned, he could kill these guys and destroy their suits before they could even send an electrical signal to a wire. It's nuts. It's probably the most insane display of his power that I've ever seen. And so once these guys are dead, of course, these cell doors open and everybody greets Magneto as a savior. But recognize this, it makes him kind of uncomfortable because it's not something he's readily familiar with. Even when you go and you look at Jonathan Hickman's run on the X-Men, starting with House and Powers of X, running all the way up to Inferno, Judgment Day, all that kind of stuff, Magneto, even during that time, was there, but kind of not there. He still had the sort of haughty kind of attitude that we were the most familiar with his character from years past, right? That phenomenal moment from, I think it's the first issue of House of X, maybe Powers of X, when he meets with those humans and he tells them, you humans love your symbolism, and we mutants have our own nation now. So I want you to understand, and I need you to understand, you have new gods now. It's just that kind of thing. Magneto of old, very much the same way. Bow before my power. I am Magneto, the unstoppable. And sure, I'm not really doing it justice, right? But the fact remains here that Magneto, historically speaking, is a character that leads mutants into war by any means necessary. He will try to achieve his goal. He's very much like that quote of Dr. Doom from Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers. May there be suffering and woe to all who stand in my way. But when he's suddenly greeted as a savior, oh my God, Magneto, you saved us. If it hadn't been for you, we would never be alive. it sort of makes him feel a little off because he's not used to hero worship due to the fact that he did something beneficial for the world. He's used to hero worship because he's basically followed by radicals and extremists who believe in going to the very ends, and whatever those ends happens to be, that it justifies whatever means got them there. So what you end up getting in the aftermath of this is, of course, you have Adam Brashear, the Blue Marvel, and you have Storm, who are working together alongside Taya, the Mother of Galactus. Yes, we will make a video on her. You guys have been screaming about it in the comments section of the last video. Yes, we will do it. But of course, they open a portal which basically gets all these mutants to freedom, and then those Orchis soldiers who weren't killed are all basically taken to a detention center. But then a Stark Sentinel arrives on the scene, and this is where things get really interesting because we're kind of getting a taste, right? You guys are probably noticing here, we're getting these incremental, little tidbits of what Magneto's capable of and what he is now. But this is an instance where it moves away from Magneto as a solo act, and it focuses on Magneto as part of a team effort, because these Stark Sentinels were designed by Tony Stark. And as we know in Avengers vs. X-Men, Tony Stark did kind of technically get the best of Magneto, but only because Magneto was distracted, right? Like in a real fight, Magneto would obliterate Tony Stark, and it wouldn't even be close. Those books were cooked so bad, it wasn't even funny. But the bigger point here is this, right? These Sentinels were designed to take all comers, shy of Franklin Richards, who can warp reality or something along those lines. Most mutants will fall to the power of these Stark Sentinels 9 times out of 10. Even when Storm launches an attack using the lightning and everything, because Magneto's magnetism won't work, the Stark Sentinel responds and saying a countermeasure has been deployed. Yes, you are a goddess, you can control the weather, and that's cool and everything, but like, how do you fare against Sonics? Of what use is all your power when your brain is scrambled to mush because your ears won't stop ringing? And that's exactly what it does. It's a very subtle way to overpower Storm. Adam Brashear steps in, and Adam Brashear goes to attack this Stark Sentinel. And in turn, Adam Brashear is overcome by the Stark Sentinel, again, using technology developed by Tony Stark. Now, one of the things that's cool here is that Magneto even comments on that Adam Brashear has never truly trusted the Avengers. And that makes perfect sense, right? We know that his trust with the Avengers was a little sketchy, even with his original story from Kevin Grievous, right? The old Adam, the Legend of Blue Marvel story. It was really more because he saw the Avengers as a somewhat nefarious group that would create the rules, but then break the rules at the same time. You're like, hey guys, the city is saved, right? The city's totally destroyed, that kind of thing. But a bigger point to be made here is during Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers run, when Adam Brashear learned about the Illuminati and the fact that they were destroying worlds, that he was kind of flabbergasted that they never came to him, one of the smartest men in existence that could easily find a way to bring an end to the incursions, which in fact, if my memory serves me correctly, he figured out a solution on the spot, right? Just a way to end it, right? A way to keep that from happening. But the larger point here is he's never really trusted them. And so the fact that Tony Stark was basically developing Sentinels using technology and information for the purpose of neutralizing someone as powerful as Adam Brashear kind of solidifies the viewpoint that the Avengers cannot really be trusted. But in the midst of this great big huge fight, you basically have these kind of citizen journalists who show up here. They're not really bad guys, right? In fact, they stand for Mutant Liberation Now, which is to say they basically made their way to this Orchis facility for the purpose of exposing it, likely uploading the videos on YouTube and making the general public aware of what was going on. And so now the battle's kind of twofold, that you have Storm and Magneto and Blue Marvel that have to defeat the Sentinel, but at the same time, prevent these innocent people from being killed, because the response to the Sentinel is, I'll just destroy those guys and that'll be the end of it. It's a really interesting scenario here because in their pursuit of truth, they've actually made the situation worse. They've complicated everything. And so Magneto just kind of grabs, these pieces of the Orchis facility and turns them into a giant, a couple giant fists and starts pummeling the Sentinel. But he realizes that because of how durable it is, that it's not going to be defeated in that way. And so what he does is he says, Ororo, Adam, to me, we're going to make a human mutant circuit. This will require absolute trust in both of them. And when the question's asked, what kind of circuit? The response of Magneto, what else? an electromagnet. Call it a new spin on an old trick. Now, Storm realizes right off the bat that if he does this, it will kill him potentially, right? It has the ability to destroy him, to channel that much power, all the power of Adam Brashear, a living antimatter reactor, keeping in mind, this guy was powerful enough to destroy a facsimile of Shumagorath, and that's no small thing. A facsimile of Shumagorath is enough to kill the Avengers without breaking a sweat. The power of Storm, we already know, just from the various stories that have been told, she's arguably, short of Franklin Richards, the most powerful mutant on the planet Earth in Marvel Comics. But what's the response of Magneto here? Haven't you heard? I am not afraid of a life that ends. And so Storm calls on all her power, Magneto calls on all his power, and then literally Magneto says, the energy flow is unrelenting. The pain is unimaginable. So is my rage. I cannot touch the Sentinel magnetically. I cannot peel it open with my mind until the false face falls away, revealing what Orchis made, what they may have fed the entire world to in service of their hatred, the living form of fascism's ultimate lie, that there is anything underneath the facade of strength but a hollow shell of wires holding up a puppet, that there can be any strength in forsaken common humanity. And so literally, because of this power that Magneto is bestowing both onto them as well as borrowing from them, it's enough to rip open the face of this Sentinel and basically hit it directly in the head, which of course leads to the whole thing exploding and basically, being destroyed and so on and so forth. The day is effectively saved. And so what you get is this kind of moment where Magneto says, like, we should take this thing apart. We should study it, figure out any potential weaknesses that it may have. And while there will be time for that at some point in the future, Storm is met by a telepathic communication from Emma Frost. And this is where things get dope, because what she says is she's glad Magneto's back, but she needs Magneto's help in rescuing her husband. Now, those of you guys who have been following Fall of X, you guys know who Emma Frost's husband is. But for those of you guys who were not following the Fall of X, Emma Frost is married to Tony Stark. So what Magneto has to do is travel with Storm and Adam Brashear to rescue Iron Man so he can use his Mysterium armor and help the Avengers take out the threat of Orchis. So the question has to be asked, what's going to happen when these two guys meet, taking into account the fact that they are, by all standards of measurement, mortal enemies? With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Let me know what you think down in the comments section, and I will catch you all later. Peace. What's going on, guys? This is Rob, and we are back with the fall of the House of X, the end of the X-Men. And as always, if you need to get caught up, you'll find a link to the playlist at the end of this video. But like we've discussed, right, Orchis is the organization that was tracking down mutants, trying to destroy them, and the tables have turned. But it's in no small thanks to Cyclops and really a few other people. But the main threat is no longer Orchis. Now, the main threat is Nimrod. Why? Because while Nimrod was created by Orchis as a sentinel that was highly adaptable with the ability to detect mutant powers and to develop countermeasures to those powers based off the Nimrod that originally appeared in Days of Future Past, the fact is, Nimrod had been working behind the scenes, that it had been working to use or to kind of utilize its own AI technology to kind of achieve godhood. Remember, that's one of the things that Marvel's established recently. I don't really know how I feel about it. It seems like a grandiose series of events that will effectively go nowhere. But what Marvel established here are what were called dominions, basically the end result of what happens when an artificial intelligence learns everything there is to learn about every form of power that exists. Power belonging to magic, mutant powers, powers of the cosmic side, so Galactus, the Celestials, all that kind of stuff. And in utilizing all those powers, transcends everything in the universe and moves into a kind of multiversal entity that travels from one universe to the next, eating up all the knowledge available and then wiping out the whole universe in the process. That's what Nimrod looks to achieve here, right? That's what it's hoping to attain. Now, the reason why Marvel's it's doing this is because it's just kind of Marvel's way of saying, like, we don't like AI, right? That's really what the whole message is communicating, but it's still a cool concept, right? Because what you get here is a meeting between Charles Xavier and Nimrod. And this almost never really happens because, again, Nimrod is traditionally a sentinel that destroys mutants. And that's it. That's all it ever really does. But this version of Nimrod is wholly unique and a lot more interesting. And so the two of them essentially strike a deal. Now, this is one of those moments in Marvel Comics that shows the kind of nefarious side of Charles Xavier. And there's all kinds of moments like that in Marvel. You could argue that the conversation between Cyclops and Professor Xavier during the events of Avengers vs. X-Men revealed the kind of darker and more nefarious side of Professor X. The story X-Men Deadly Genesis, which we have done, and you'll find a link to that in the description, that's definitely an instance of Professor Xavier being nefarious. But the bigger point here is he makes a kind of backdoor deal. Cyclops will learn about it in this comic, and he will get pissed, right? You have a conversation here where Xavier basically says that his dream is Krakoa, a nation where mutants can be free from the persecution of humanity. But this also extends to the persecution of, like, Nimrod and AI and all that kind of stuff. And so the deal that's struck here is do what you will with the human race. If you want to destroy them, destroy them. If you want to enslave them, enslave them. All that I ask is you leave the mutant population alone. And as the kind of de facto leader of the mutant population, I will tell them to stand down against you. And as a display of good faith, the humans are about to launch a nuclear-powered ship to your destination with the attempt to destroy you. I will take care of it. And so before you get to what happens next, you actually transition over to Apocalypse. Now, Apocalypse is yet another part of the equation here, where he's also leading a kind of attack, or at least marshaling forces in an effort to kind of stave off any future conflict that's going to be coming along. Because again, you don't really have Orchis as a major threat. And so his main focus in the here and now is actually Krakoa. Because while Krakoa itself is technically an island, it does have a kind of sentient mind, right? It is an actual core being. It's literally a tree. Like, not even lying, Groot. The similarities are striking here. But as we also know from Jonathan Hickman's X-Men run, the Krakoan island itself feeds off the energy of mutants in order to survive. Now, because there were so many mutants living on the nation of Krakoa, it was like a drop of blood from each person, as opposed to draining all the blood from one person. So the amount of energy it was absorbing was minuscule, and it was small enough that nobody ever really noticed it. But because there are so few mutants left now, and there are so few mutants in the presence of Apocalypse, what has to happen is sacrifices must be made. There are mutants that are going to have to basically finish all their living in order to feed their life energy directly into Krakoa. Apocalypse basically cuts himself and kind of bleeds in a little bit in order to demonstrate that he is of good faith in doing this. It's also because Apocalypse is kind of necessary, right? It's not one of these situations where it's like rules for thee, not for me. It's one of these things where it's just kind of like, I mean, I'm sort of needed here, and plus, like, the amount of energy that I can give it is more than enough if I just cut my hand. But it's also kind of the principle of the thing, right? If we are going to be a unified race, and if we are truly going to say we stand for something, then our actions must match our convictions. It's not like people on Twitter where you just say stuff, right? I mean, you have to actually match what you're saying. And so what you get here is Apocalypse that asks people to step forward. And people do, right? Now, of course, he kills them on the spot, and their life energy, quite literally their blood, is put into Krakoa, and he in turn just drinks it, and it just starts to satiate him. It goes on and on and on like that with all these various people. It's a little dark and a little twisted, but kind of interesting at the same time. And it's also a little sad and a little tragic, because what you get here is one of these mutants by the name of Wrongslide. And this guy just kind of says, like, he recognizes that in this fight between himself and Apocalypse, that Apocalypse is holding back. The response of Apocalypse himself is he says, "You remind me of that lost land and the man I was. You hold wonder in your heart, and above all, you treasure life. But life requires death." So Apocalypse is kind of holding back because there's a part of him that can't quite bring himself to end this guy's life knowing what he stands for. Because the reality here is that in what could often be considered a fairly dark world, the preservation of beautiful and wonderful and incredible people seemingly has to be maintained above all else. Otherwise, all that's left is darkness. And so to kind of snuff one of these lives out, knowing the significance that comes with it, is no small thing. And that's why Apocalypse grants him an honorable death, right? He says, "You fought well, Wrong Slide." And Wrong Slide says, "I have a last wish." And the response of Apocalypse, "Speak it so that it may be true." He doesn't dismiss him. He doesn't say like, well, there'll be time for that later on, right? And then just like kill the guy. He says, "Speak it and it'll become a reality." And so what Wrong Slide says is, if you see Santo, if you see Rock Slide again, tell him for me, it was so good to be for a while. It was good to exist. As short as my life was, I am glad to have lived it. And so ultimately Apocalypse destroys this guy. And it's a very, very difficult thing for him to do. Again, given the significance of what he's doing, destroying a beautiful thing in an otherwise non-beautiful world. And so in turn, the energies from Wrong Slide are enough to basically bring Krakoa back, to restore it back to where it was before. And then at that point, you switch back over to what's going on with regards to Nimrod and the rest of the X-Men. And just to give you guys perspective here, Nimrod is more than enough. In fact, he holds his own against the combined forces of Rogue and Colossus. And that's pretty incredible. I mean, it's pretty astounding that he's able to do that. He even just kind of muses while he's doing it. He says, "I must assign you wretches a certain amount of credit. We knew you would attack, but not that you would teleport your entire station into Sentinel City," right? So it's like, you kind of caught us by surprise, but fat difference it's gonna make because you can't stop us. I mean, this guy cold cocks Colossus in one hit. Rogue is taken out by a blast of energy from the chest. I mean, it's just nuts how quickly these guys are subdued. None of them can seemingly stand a chance here. But that's when you wind back to a conversation between Xavier and Cyclops, because Xavier goes into the mind of Cyclops and kind of tells him what's going on. Now, Cyclops freaks, but Xavier says, "It's not what you think, Scott. Please, hard choices have to be made. I need latitude. I've made a deal." The response of Cyclops, "Like the deal you made with them the night of the gala when so many mutants were killed." Because from Cyclops' perspective, he doesn't know there's an army of mutants 250,000 strong, just waiting in the wings for the chance to be recalled and brought back to life. Not all of them will make it, but more than 50% of them will. The response to Cyclops, "We could have won. You cut a backroom deal again, and we all just have to live with it. So you decide who lives and dies. Cut to the end, Charles. Who gets to live? Who's dying? Anybody I know, anybody I love." The response of Xavier, "I had hoped you would understand," because for Charles Xavier, the ends justify the means. And he's not entirely wrong here, right? Cyclops would happily send the entirety of the mutant population to their death going down swinging than to make some backdoor deal with his mortal enemy. Whereas Xavier is looking at the bigger picture, right? Of what use is any of this if none of us survive, right? Like, survival is really more important sometimes. And sometimes the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. So I cut a deal because it's how we live. I'm sorry that you don't necessarily approve, but that's the beauty of the difference between you and me. You don't need to approve, and there's nothing you can do about it. And so what he does is he seizes control of one of the minds of the guys who were on this nuclear ship, and he forces the guy to arm the nuclear arsenal on this ship, and it blows the entire ship apart. And Cyclops is forced to watch this entire thing unfold. And it's yet another instance, a kind of dagger, where Cyclops loses trust in Xavier yet again, right? Where he just doesn't see him as a reliable and trustworthy guy. And so jumping back to this massive conflict between Cyclops and Colossus and Rogue and all these guys against Nimrod, Nimrod says, "I must dedicate more thought to this. Are there places yet undiscovered where I can keep killing? What am I when the task is accomplished?" And that's when you have Karima, right, Omega Sentinel, who says, we have a couple of problems. Nightcrawler is aboard Sentinel City, and he's sabotaging repair efforts, and a powerful storm is heading this way. The response of Nimrod? Well, we are near this solar system's sun, and that's where Karima chimes in, and she says, the storm is not coming from the sun, it's coming from Earth. And so what you get is like this really amazing statement from Storm, and she says, it is said that in space, screams go unheard. However, that's untrue. If one is able to cocoon oneself in oxygen and lightning, then blister across the void in a solar tempest. If you can do that, then your scream of vengeance will ring across the galaxy. Because remember, Storm is back from the land of the dead with Magneto, and she is incensed and more powerful than she's ever been. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Let me know what you think down in the comment section, and I will catch you all later. Peace. Iron Man's Mysterium armor is stronger than Wolverine's adamantium, and you'll see what I'm talking about here in a second. So, we are here with Fall of X, the Iron Man tie-in to the event. This takes place before number 4. The playlist will be updated for those of you guys who want to check that out at the end of the video. But this picks up with Iron Man, where he's essentially attacked by an assassin. Now, one of the things to keep in mind here that we've talked about over the course of the Fall of X event is that while the main event itself is Marvel's way of just kind of cobbling together a series of stories and rushing them out as fast as they possibly can in order to coincide with the end of X-Men 97 and the relaunch of X-Men in Marvel Comics, that Fall of X itself basically deals with the destruction of the X-Men and the return to the status quo. Iron Man's kind of been caught up in this for 2 reasons. 1, because he's a friend of the X-Men, and 2, because there is a mutant named Fei Long working with the organization Orchis, the organization that's attacking all the X-Men and killing them all in the first place. Fei Long basically took over Stark Industries, took over all the Sentinels, and now he's using them to attack the mutant population. Stark is trying to fix all of that. This assassin is there to get Stark out of the way so that Orchis can continue on with no questions whatsoever. Now, here's the kicker, and this is something that was just kind of, I never really thought about until I saw it, right? What ends up happening is when this assassin comes after Tony Stark, it pops the claws of Wolverine. Now, it's not Wolverine, not in the traditional sense, but one of the things that Tony Stark says is he says, so evidently the whole Krakoan Age of Resurrection meant that mutants were just leaving their corpses all over the place. But it's one of the things that was established in Jonathan Hickman's run on X-Men, kind of the beginning of all of this, leading into the Fall of X. The X-Men had conquered mortality, right? Like they had literally made themselves immortal. Anytime an X-Man or really a mutant died, they could be resurrected, their mind was backed up and was put inside the new body. And so whenever an X-Man died, if their body wasn't destroyed, they seemingly just left it there. And he says, this includes Wolverine's. You'd think that someone would have retrieved the adamantium skeletons. Deadpool would probably do it just for fun. Anyway, Krakoa, like any government, was imperfect. Let's just leave it at that. So what Orchis has been doing here, and this is kind of a back-end way of explaining how Orchis was able to quote-unquote weaponize mutants, because again, Marvel's kind of cobbling all this together, just sort of throwing it together lazily and haphazardly. It's just kind of an explanation tossed in, but it's why Orchis has been able to effectively create mutants, because all they've been doing is going around and just snatching up the bodies of X-Men that were just laid out there because the mutant population never cared enough to do anything with it. Now, is it kind of a weak thing? Yes, but Jerry Dugan is the weakest writer of the X-Men line at the moment, so it kind of makes sense. But what ends up happening here is, of course, Iron Man says that because his Mysterium armor is designed to basically be separated from any kind of neural links, meaning it can't be hacked into, it's a highly advanced suit of armor that operates off the grid. So he can't summon the armor to himself. He has to find a way to go get it. What ends up happening is Kingpin throws a staff to him that is made of Mysterium. Now, Mysterium is a metal that's only really been introduced relatively recently. The idea is that it's just a metal that exists out there off Earth somewhere, but it is incredibly difficult to come by, nearly impossible. And in fact, you have to pull it from a variety of sources, which include the White Hot Room, basically this kind of space beyond all space and time. I know it's kind of weird and wonky. Marvel never really cares enough to offer any other explanation besides that, if we're being honest with ourselves. But the point is, this staff being thrown to Iron Iron Man isn't really enough for him to like kill this guy, but it's enough to kind of defend himself. The other part of this is that Emma Frost steps in. Now, for those of you guys who have been following our coverage of the Iron Man comics, and again, you'll find those in the playlist for X-Men The Fall of X, Emma Frost and Iron Man are married. Now, this was kind of done for a couple different reasons. It was really more just pragmatic than anything else. They are not in love. I promise you, they're definitely touching naughty bits, but they are not in love. The whole idea behind it was that when the mutant population was being attacked, Emma Frost is a woman of great wealth, which she's basically acquired from a variety of different sources. Some of those forces were her just going full-on Cardi B, right? Duping folks and taking their cash. Some of that was just her knowing how to invest it and move it around. But what is important here is she has a lot of money at her disposal. And what this meant was that when Orchis attacked, mutants effectively lost everything. So in order to ensure that Emma Frost could keep her money, and because Tony Stark didn't have Stark Industries anymore, Tony Stark married her and then transferred her funds to his accounts. So now all her money's kept safe. Those resources can be used for a variety of different things, and then you just kind of go forward from there. But Emma Frost here, she's able to kind of step in and hold her own to a degree. The assassin ends up getting a hold of her inhibitor ring, which is what allows her to kind of appear human without her powers manifesting or anything like that. It's enough to shut her abilities down, make her vulnerable, and then of course this thing can kill her. And Iron Man races off just in time to don his Mysterium armor and shows up here. Now, keeping in mind, this assassin has adamantium claws. It goes to stab Iron Man and the claws bend. Adamantium cannot pierce Mysterium. Now, this is the second material in Marvel Comics that's the case. Technically the third if you count Captain America's shield. But outside of Captain America's shield, there's only two materials that Wolverine's adamantium claws cannot cut. The first one is, of course, this, Mysterium. The second one is Thor's hammer. We know that from a tie-in digital comic that I want to say I covered somewhere along the line, but like literally Wolverine goes to slash the hammer and it doesn't work, right? Because Thor's hammer is magically enchanted, you know, so on and so forth. But it shows how capable this Mysterium armor is. The other thing that Tony Stark alongside Riri Williams have been working on is the Mark 72, which is basically this just Sentinel Buster suit, this enormous suit of armor that is every bit as big as a Sentinel, right? This thing's 30, 40, 50 feet tall. I don't know the exact number, but it's colossal in size. Now, the other part of this is Fei Long himself. As the guy who's trying to kill Tony Stark so he can just not have anybody getting in his way of maintaining control of Stark Industries, he ends up donning a comparable suit of armor that's effectively a war machine. And it makes perfect sense, right, that he can't necessarily build the same way Stark can. And as we all know, the war machine suit of armor is just a poor man's version of the Iron Man suit. I'm sorry, James Rhodes fans, I mean, but come on. Which suit would you rather have? The War Machine suit or the Iron Man suit? The answer to that question kind of tells you what you need to know. But of course, the Mark 72 being colossal in scale, that it's not completely finished. And that's the kicker to this. Iron Man has to don it prematurely because Fei Long sends in an entire army of Sentinels. And so that's when you really get the grand size of this thing, which is really less like the size of a traditional Sentinel and more like the size of a Master Mold, right? I mean, it's just gargantuan in size. I'd say it might even be like 100 feet tall. But here's the kicker to all of this. Tony Stark is incredibly capable. Tony Stark can do a lot of stuff. This is one of those instances where, much like the original Armor Wars story, his own inventions turn out to be the greatest weapon to use against him, because the Stark Sentinels were just taken over by Fei Long. But these Sentinels were designed using Iron Man Stark tech, so it's using Stark's own technology against him. Not only that, there's so many of them. And that's really the danger that you have to contend with when it comes to Sentinels in Marvel Comics. That if you look at like the old Days of Future Past, for example, right? Uncanny X-Men 141 and 142, it's a war of attrition. That's all it is, right? It's just thousands, hundreds of thousands, potentially even millions of Sentinels all descending into an area like North America and conquering it. And so you can't hold out forever. Even Iron Man's suit does not have an endless supply of energy because he's burning through more power than his suit possesses. And so that's why all these Sentinels, along with Fei Long, are able to get the upper hand on this thing. Now, it's not enough to destroy the suit. It's simply just enough to keep Iron Man distracted and kind of keep him, fighting all these little Sentinels like flies, different things like that. He does ultimately vacate the suit, but Fei Long uses this as an opportunity to destroy the suit's power core. And again, it doesn't blow the suit to pieces, but it does shut it down. And so now Iron Man is effectively in a coffin. It's not like the coffin from, Punisher versus the Marvel Universe, where his suit shuts down and Iron Man dies inside his own Iron Man suit. That was a chilling moment in Marvel Comics, for those of you guys who know what I'm talking about. But it is shut down in such a way to where he's just kind of trapped in it to a degree. Now, of course, it's a matter of regaining his bearings and then ultimately getting out of the suit itself. But this part of the story that we're going into next actually takes place after the trial of Magneto. So again, for those of you guys who are going to be watching this through the playlist, it will be a little bit adjusted, but you'll see what I'm talking about, because the trial of Magneto is going to go really before all of this anyway, since it's its own isolated story out there. It doesn't really tie into anything. But Iron Man kind of goes through a series of, I don't know if I would call them hallucinations, but more just kind of bits of taunting over the course of his life. And while it's not overly important here, it does kind of hit to the nature of Stark and how everything that's been going on is kind of reshaping his character, but it's him kind of just dealing with his own demons. In a lot of ways, if I'm being honest, it has some very strong touches of Armor Wars, where his own suits were being used against him, right? But the fact is that ultimately he ends up coming to, and it's just Fei Long who kind of drags him out. And Fei Long's here to really just kind of like kill the guy. Now, of course, what Fei Long does not account for is Iron Man's Mysterium suit. And in fact, even the capabilities of Fei Long are not enough to overcome this. Fei Long is a mutant that can basically blast a kind of energy from his mouth, but not accounting for the Mysterium armor, Fei Long's useless against this. And so Stark just starts pummeling this guy. And that's where things are cool, because not only does this take place after the events of the trial of Magneto, it takes place after the events of Fall of X issues 3 and 4, which is to say, Orchis is not controlled by humans anymore. Now, for those of you guys who need a little bit of a refresher about that, if you already saw those videos, you're not going to go back and watch them again. Orchis was initially an organization that was brought together by humans from various walks of life, and even some superpowered beings. But they all were kind of united under their hatred of the mutant population. Now, that hatred stemmed from a variety of different places, but the hatred was there nonetheless. What none of them realized is that while they had a Nimrod, a Sentinel there, what Nimrod was actually doing was working behind the scenes. And in essence, AI was slowly seizing control of Orchis. Now, that became a plot device in Marvel just because of the current climate with AI and so on and so forth. But the fact is, artificial intelligence is now the one running Orchis. So now you basically have self-replicating Sentinels, very similar to Days of Future Past, which are seeking out humans and mutants. Now, that's kind of the status quo when it comes to Sentinels in Marvel Comics. I do want to point that out. That is normal. Sentinels are usually always operating in a way, once they kind of seize control and become a major threat, where they're trying to kill mutants and humans. A lot of it goes back to the basic framework, right? Like, mutants are just the evolutionary next step of humans, but at their core, they are humans. So logically, it makes sense to attack both. But that's what Fei Long really tells Iron Man. Humans are not running Orchis anymore, right? Like, that's not the case, man. Like, artificial intelligence was working against us. So now we need to unite if we're going to somehow cast off this threat, right? The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And so what ends up going on here is that where Iron Man has Fei Long tied up, the Sentinels just come barreling in. Now, they are all effectively under control of Nimrod, but the fact is, like, they all come barreling in, right? These things are like 50 strong, but then out of nowhere, all these Sentinels just get wrecked. And what you end up having is the arrival of Magneto. And so for those of you guys who have been following the resurrection of Magneto, this is where it all kicks off, right? Where Magneto finally comes back into the conflict. Now, there's a couple different ways in which this can go, and I'm kind of curious myself. Are we going to see some kind of Fatal Attractions type situation like we saw in X-Men 97, where Magneto basically EMPs the world? Or is this going to be one of those things where the nature of his power in and of itself is going to be to overcome this? Because something to keep in mind is that by the time this whole scheme from Orchis came along and the fall of X and everything happened, Magneto was dead. He died in Judgment Day. So you could make a credible argument here that there really isn't a concern on behalf of Orchis to create Sentinels that can avoid a person that has the ability to control magnetism. Now, we've also seen the end result of that with Polaris, the daughter of Magneto, who was able to do a similar thing, right? Her powers are very, very similar to her father's. They're effectively identical, just I don't use the phrase identical because she doesn't control them on the same level that he does. She's not as powerful as her dad, but the fact is, she was able to just lay waste to an entire Orchis facility out in space. So it's kind of nuts to see what these guys are capable of. But between Fei Long and Tony Stark and Magneto, they kind of come together, use a combination of their intelligence and their powers to essentially reboot the Mark 72, give it a source of power and allow it to go forward from there. Because something to know, there is a kind of rapport between Magneto and Iron Man, not necessarily because of the various fights they've had over the years in Marvel Comics, but the fight they had in Avengers vs. X-Men, which we've covered. That in fact, Iron Man got the upper hand on Magneto. Now, a lot of that was because Magneto was distracted with the return of the Phoenix and so on and so forth. If the fight had gone on long enough, Magneto likely would have won. But Tony Stark's intelligence coming to bear in the sense that he predicted in Avengers vs. X-Men, he would at some point end up finding Magneto, and then in turn, creating a suit of armor that was made of more like hard, solid plastics that were exceedingly durable, but couldn't be manipulated by Magneto, just showed a level of both respect to the power that Magneto had and a level of intelligence that Magneto can respect. Keep in mind, they're not friends. I do want to specify that, right? Like Magneto and Tony Stark are not going out to get a drink, but they are able to effectively reconstitute the Mark 72. And when that happens, it gives Iron Man the ability to go out there, and between all of them, they start destroying all these Sentinel factories, because their whole goal here is that if these Sentinel factories are eradicated, of course, there won't be any Sentinels for Nimrod to use. Now, this is when Jerry Dugan shows his weaknesses in the sense that the story ends like that. Because what goes on is that when all these factories are effectively destroyed, Nimrod suddenly shows up here. And then you basically just get what are a series of Marvel Cinematic Universe villain lines, right? Where it's just kind of like a statement of how I'm going to beat you. You're not going to beat me. I'm going to beat you. Ha ha. I beat you. That's kind of what you get here, right? Like I'm not even saying that to just kind of like, yeah, you know, it's trash. That's really, really what it is, right? Like a good example of this, Magneto says humans can disappoint you. However, I have learned that we cannot continue on a path of destruction. Now that kind of ties into the nature of Magneto's resurrection, and he's kind of turning over a new leaf, essentially. Marvel's doing that in order to bring it closer in line to X-Men 97. I don't care what Gail Simone says on Twitter. But then the response to Nimrod is, Mysterium is tough, but not as tough as I am. I understand that you mutants have quite a deadly reaction to Terrigen Mists, right? And like he blasts the mists in Magneto's face. Now, Terrigen Mists are what the Inhumans use to gain their powers. It's also what Inhumans use to try to be relevant. It doesn't really work, hence why the Inhumans suck so much. But Terrigen Mists are deadly to mutants. We saw that when Marvel gave us the Inhumans versus X-Men, and probably one of the most boneheaded decisions they ever made, to try to kill off the X-Men and replace them with the Inhumans. Nobody wanted that. Imagine if we never got X-Men 97 because of that, right? I mean, it's literally what we were looking at. But again, in a kind of Jerry Dugan moment, Iron Man jumps in and he's just like, you know, I wasn't really good when it came to science, but I learned that like if you drop the temperature of a gas, it'll turn into liquid. So he just like freezes the Terrigen Mists and they turn into liquid, and it's just water on the ground now. It's just things like that, right? That just really show the weakness of Jerry Dugan. It feels like it was written in a rush. Right, so again, it's just one of those weird things that you run into. But what you do get here is a really, really interesting moment where Magneto seizes control of Mysterium. Now, it is a metal, that means he can control it, but what he realizes is it's almost kind of alive, right? Almost sort of symbiotic in nature. Now, it's a very mysterious compound, hence the name Mysterium. So we don't really know a whole lot about it, but it is a great conductor of energy. And so Magneto uses his control over magnetism to basically turn the Mysterium into a spear that can be stabbed into Nimrod by Iron Man and then electrically charged and then essentially fry Nimrod. Not enough to destroy it, but in turn, Magneto summons all this other Mysterium, specifically just from the Iron Man suit or the Mark 72 Sentinel Buster, and then just starts tearing Nimrod apart. And like, Nimrod just basically dies. Now here's the thing, Nimrod is not permanently dead. One of the things to know about Nimrod is that it is an artificial intelligence. It's the Marvel Comics equivalent of Skynet. So you destroy one Nimrod and ultimately he'll come back because his mind is really just like in a database somewhere, right? Just out there software. And so it's almost impossible to destroy. It's not that dissimilar from Ultron, if I'm being honest with you guys. But the bigger thing here is that with the Nimrod form effectively destroyed, this is not by any means the end of the fall of X, right? Like we still have a little bit more to go before Marvel rushes the thing to its closure. But as a kind of moment here with like Tony Stark, because of everything that had happened when it came to like Fei Long, he just like cold cocks the guy, right? And like knocks him out. But all this kind of segues into quote unquote the final stand, right? The last battle that's going to take place between the mutant population and the human population uniting to face off against basically artificial intelligence. As you guys can tell, I'm not overly fond of how Marvel is ending the fall of X. They're just rushing it out. It's really, really poorly done and it kind of sucks. But with that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this to an end. Thank you all for watching and I will catch you all later. Peace. Okay guys, we are back with Fall of X, the rushed conclusion of the Krakoan saga from Marvel Comics, and you guys will see how rushed I'm talking about as we get through this. Now, as always, there will be a link to the playlist at the end of the video for those of you guys who need to get caught up, but what's going on here is that Sentinel City has been attacked by the X-Men. What does that mean? So for those of you guys who have been following the X-Men this entire time, we knew about Orchis, which is to say, a kind of coming together of various humans from different walks of life across the world for the purpose of destroying the X-Men. So Orchis consisted of former SHIELD agents, Hydra agents, advanced idea mechanics, just average Joes who had advanced degrees in engineering and so on. But where Orchis was a human-led group targeting the X-Men, they also worked alongside Nimrod, which was just this super advanced Sentinel. Come to find out, during the fall of the House of X, Nimrod had secretly had his own agenda, which was to basically take over Orchis from the inside out, which it successfully did. Sentinel City was basically a kind of concept created by Nimrod for the purpose of subduing Orchis if the time ever came, and then taking over the entirety of the world with Sentinels controlling everything. More so than that, it was also tied into the concept of Enigma. We won't go into that here because it's overly complicated, and we'll talk about that once we get back into Powers of X. We've been waiting because it wraps back around at the end of this story. But what's important here is that Cyclops and Nightcrawler and these X-Men here at Sentinel City are only one part of it, because as Nimrod states in his fight against like Wolverine and Magneto and these guys, he says, I have multiple bodies. I'm fighting you here, and in New York City, and in Washington, D.C. And so what you get is this kind of multifaceted conflict against Nimrod as a whole. Now, this is the reason why going after Sentinel City was so important, because it's basically the main hub, right? It's the core of Nimrod. If you take that down, all the Nimrod variants go down with it, because it's the only way to win. Nimrod, as we've seen in like the very beginning of Hickman's X-Men run, when we saw those different alternate realities where mutants always ended up in a war against the human population or against the Sentinels or what have you, Nimrod always emerges and Nimrod always kills everybody. So Nimrod being the death of the X-Men is an almost absolute guarantee. It's a last-ditch effort. What's crazy about this is that in his fight with Nimrod, Colossus gets punched into space. Now, technically it happens off-panel. We don't actually see it take place, but of course this leads to Nightcrawler teleporting to Colossus and then bringing him back. And so at that point, we switch over to a conflict or a kind of fight between Rogue and Omega Sentinel. Now, we need to talk about Omega Sentinel here for a second, because she's a really, really cool character, and up to this point, I've kind of danced around the idea of explaining her in an effective way, because I didn't know what Marvel was gonna do with her. But we know at the end of the story, right? We find out how her character progresses. So the nature of Omega Sentinel, of Karima Shapandar, is that during the X-Men run, like Operation Zero Tolerance and some of the
stuff that came after and some of the stuff that came before. She was basically just a mutant, but she was eventually imbued with Omega Sentinel technology. Not that dissimilar, and in fact almost identical to what you guys saw in X-Men 97. What's important here is that for a time, she operated as an Omega Sentinel trying to eradicate mutants. Eventually, that kind of programming was undone and she went back to her normal self, albeit with her technological enhancements. What ended up happening in the time leading up to the fall of House of X, and specifically during Jonathan Hickman's run on the X-Men in the beginning, is that you ended up having the mind of her future self who became completely subdued by the Omega Sentinel technology. It was really more of an alternate reality version of her, but she totally gave in to her Omega Sentinel technology and was corrupted by it and quote-unquote became her completed self. That mind was sent into the mind of her younger self. And so what you see here is Omega Sentinel, but it's Omega Sentinel from the current Marvel landscape with the mind of an alternate reality version of her character. Hopefully that was clear as mud. Marvel's not very good at doing like alternate reality cross-time capers in concise ways. But what's important here is that when Rogue shows up on the scene, of course, as most of you guys know, she's a powerhouse. And with all the abilities and modifications that Omega Sentinel has, they need that because she's kind of like somebody who's a walking, talking variant of Nimrod. She can adapt to people's powers and so on and so forth. But the cool thing here is that it's not a long fight because Rogue is a distraction. What happens is that when Rogue shows up here and starts talking to Omega Sentinel, Psylocke appears, and using her psychic dagger, she stabs her in the head. Now, under normal circumstances, that would be enough to kill virtually anybody because Psylocke and her psychic dagger, she's kind of the 1-2 punch when it comes to like deadly psychics out there. Jean Grey, Emma Frost, Professor Xavier, they're largely peaceful for the most part, especially Jean. Unless you piss her off, then she stops being peaceful and she helps you understand your place in the bigger picture. Psylocke, she doesn't care. She'll go in and just kill you and won't think twice about it because she kind of has a mixed mind of body repossession and so on that we're not going to go into here. We do have a video explaining the character of Psylocke, the history and the whole 9 yards. If you're interested in that, just understand she's probably the deadliest psychic that's part of the X-Men roster and Marvel. But her stabbing Karima through the head with a psychic dagger was not done exclusively for the purpose of wholly killing her. Instead, when Rogue steps up with the intention of literally stepping on her head, what Psylocke reveals is that she had killed the machine component of Karima. So basically, she's going back to her normal self, or seemingly going back to herself, even though it's her mind from an alternate reality, without any of the Omega Sentinel influence. Now, how that's going to transpire in the future of Marvel, I don't know. I imagine most of you guys probably don't care. I'm not really sure I care, to be honest with you. And I don't know what role she's going to play, truth to tell. It could be that she's just kind of a replacement for Forge, but as I understand it recently in Marvel, they've kind of elevated Forge to make him like an Omega level type character, so who knows how that's going to unfold. What is important is, of course, Rogue grabs Psylocke and brings her back to the main battle against Nimrod, and that's one of the things that I want you guys to observe here, right? Rogue, Psylocke, Colossus, Nightcrawler, all these guys, they're getting obliterated by Nimrod because he's just that powerful. And it's one of the things that I love that they're doing about the fall of the House of X. I wish this kind of thing went on a little bit longer and it showed Nimrod just kind of wreaking greater levels of havoc on the X-Men, right? Like a one-shot comic where he fights Colossus and a one-shot comic where he fights Nightcrawler or whatever the case happens to be. But Nimrod, with the ability to analyze people's powers, adapt to those powers, or develop countermeasures to those powers, it makes him incredibly difficult to kill. To say nothing of all the abilities that he has regarding just his enhanced physiology, right? The difficulty in breaking his armor. And that's why after he takes out all these different mutants, we get this really, really interesting monologue. What we're told here is, for a moment, it seemed like the tide had turned, but Nimrod was still one step ahead. The machine ejected Colossus into space for the express purpose of drawing Nightcrawler away from sabotaging the station. The artificial intelligence had fought and won this war billions of times in war games that only existed in ones and zeros. Essentially simulations that Nimrod was running if this battle and when this battle ever unfolds. And it says Nimrod never stopped playing games. He killed billions of souls in his minds, and in that time, there was always one X-Man left standing after the others fell. That X-Man is Cyclops, because what Nimrod realized is that Cyclops was the only one that had the ability to crack his armor. Now, this is kind of an interesting scenario here, because as those of you guys who are familiar with Cyclops knows, he doesn't shoot heat vision. In fact, that's really a misnomer among folks who are aware of his character, but don't necessarily know the ins and outs of his power. So to kind of clarify that, Cyclops shoots concussive blasts. Now, these concussive blasts can take a variety of different forms, like super thin layers that can slice through a mountain, or it can be done in such a way where it feels like you're getting hit by a brick wall. In his fight with Nimrod, it seems like it's a combination of both, utilizing his powers in such a way to where it's like throwing razor blades at this guy and at the same time punching him in the face. Honestly, Cyclops is really, really underrated in terms of how he uses his powers and how creative he can be for those who were not familiar with X-Men comics. A lot of you guys have figured it out because of X-Men 97. Using his optic beams to stop himself from hitting the ground, that's still one of the most dope things I've ever seen Cyclops do ever in the history of any X-Men media. But still, in the end, because of these war game simulations that Nimrod had been playing, he had figured this out. He had expected this, that Cyclops was going to attack him in such a way to where it could crack his armor. That's one of the benefits of being a machine like Nimrod, sitting down and just calculating every possibility, not that dissimilar from like Doctor Strange in Infinity War. And so once this goes down, he immediately starts taking them out one by one. In these varying locations that he's in, he overcomes everybody, right? Magneto and his daughter Polaris, Emma Frost and Sync, the guy who can copy other people's powers, Cyclops as well. And so in this moment, there's one thing that Nimrod did not count on, and it was because they were not on the battlefield at the time this whole thing kicked off. That when he's talking to Cyclops, he asks, "Any last words?" And he says, "She will not let you kill me." And when he asked the question, right, when Nimrod asked, "Is this more prattle about your dead wife?" the response of Cyclops, "No, allow me to introduce you to Storm." Because here's the thing, man. For those of you guys who have been following the X-Men, you know. But for those of you guys who have not, Storm in Marvel Comics, dude, they have hardcore beefed her character up. They've made her more powerful. She's a lot more important than she used to be before, right? Like the whole Genesis War storyline, that was amazing. I mean, it's nuts how capable she is. And I love what they've done with Storm. And I love that she's going to be on the Avengers now, right? Like, I love what they're doing with Storm's character. It's so fantastic. But she was not a part of all this, because remember, Magneto died during the Judgment Day story, right? Avengers versus X-Men versus Eternals. But Storm went into the afterlife to bring Magneto back. So when all this kicked off, she was off doing that. And so it's what Nimrod never calculated, right? He assumed Storm was dead, that she was killed in some kind of a conflict or what have you. So he never really concerned himself with her. And he certainly never worried about the massive power boost that she'd gained through sheer training and really even some modifications and her experience with those on Arakko, right? Basically Mars. And so what happens is that when she shows up, she immediately subdues Nimrod like that, right? Shuts this guy down. Now, it's not enough to like eradicate him on the spot. And even then, what they realize is that while Storm is enough to attack Nimrod and to throw Nimrod off, right? Just long enough to be able to analyze the situation and to modify, what they say is because Storm is here, now we have a fighting chance, right? The way it's explained, Nimrod's duplicates created a flaw that he could not perceive. Being able to exist and think across vast distances required a lot of data and power, an inclusion that Storm's gift exploited. And so that's why Magneto and Polaris realize, right? Magneto says, of course, it's facing Storm elsewhere. And Polaris says, were we to increase the magnetic field inside of Nimrod, we might generate a lightning leader. Here and there. They're basically turning him into a lightning rod. And because it's all tied together, what affects one affects the other. And so Storm brings her powers to bear. And it's dope because she says, Nimrod, if you are ever destined to be more than what you were programmed to be, then you will flee from the X-Men or you will die today. What you choose next will decide your fate. Now, here's the thing, right? A lot of you guys know Storm just from years past in Marvel Comics or from X-Men 97 if you haven't been reading recently, and the idea was that Storm wasn't necessarily a pacifist, but she was one who was just kind of like, look, I mean, we don't have to do this, right? She would try to reason with you, and she would try to talk to you. Not anymore, man. Storm does not put up with people's shit, and the thing is that if you piss her off, she will just destroy you on the spot. Like, just, that's it, right? I mean, that's it, man. She's just done putting up with it, right? She's had it up to here with all your nonsense. It's amazing. That's why I say, man, I love the way they handle Storm right now. And so what happens is that when Nimrod rejects the offer, then Storm's like, okay, cool, then we can play this game. And this girl goes in and just obliterates this guy, right? Like, Cyclops cracks the armor, Storm takes care of the rest. And even then, like when Synch shows up, harnesses the power of Storm. This happens at the same time that Magneto and Polaris are turning Nimrod into a lightning rod. And so basically, it blows Nimrod to pieces. Not only that, it says the storm that Nimrod faced even wiped out the duplicates of himself that he hid from combat. So they're all gone. Right, there is no more Nimrod in any capacity anymore. But here's the beauty of Nimrod as a character. Remember, the entire basis behind Nimrod, the whole foundation of Nimrod, is time travel. The only reason that anybody in the present day is aware of who Nimrod is because of Days of Future Past. That when Rachel Summers, that alternate reality daughter of Cyclops and Jean, traveled back to the modern day to understand why it was that her future hadn't changed, totally unaware of the fact that it became an alternate reality because that future was prevented, Nimrod followed her back. And that introduced the concept of Nimrod to the modern era. And over the years, you've seen how that's manifested, right? Like Nimrod and Master Mold merging into Bastion. The idea of William Stryker getting his hands on a Nimrod robot and using it to pretend that he can see the future, and then having his purifiers attack the X-Men and blow up a busload of kids. I mean, you see all these things kind of manifest in varying ways. So Nimrod is not going anywhere, right? There's entirely possible that in Marvel, in some story, Nimrod could return. We don't really know how that's going to manifest. This was a very particular instance of Nimrod being here and then having been here for a lengthy period of time, and then fighting a particular cause and adapting every step of the way. Most times, whenever Nimrod came back from back in the day, he would just like be here and attack the X-Men, and that was it, right? I mean, there wasn't a whole lot doing. And so what happens is that in the midst of all of this conflict effectively over, that Eden Fessy shows up. Now, this guy has kind of been here the whole time, but the reality is that outside of his ability to teleport, his ability to contribute here was fairly limited because the guy's a MacGuffin. So, much like Karima, since we can kind of go through and see what Marvel's doing here with his character, specifically with what happens later on in this comic regarding his sister Lactuca, or kind of his spiritual sister, if you want to call it that, the nature of Eden Fessy is he goes all the way back to the days of Jonathan Hickman's Avengers and New Avengers run, and even before. I would say Avengers and elevated his character and gave him a greater purpose than he'd ever had before. But the nature of him is that he goes by the name Manifold. Historically speaking, he was just a guy who could teleport. That was the big thing about him. What Hickman established in his Avengers and New Avengers run, and what was particularly established in X-Men Red, I think it was issues 9 or 10, is that he is a universal shaper. In effect, during Hickman's run, he learned he could teleport across basically space and time, jump from one universe to the next. So that's what they were capable of. His power had just never reached that point, and there was a potential future where he could. But in X-Men Red, it was established that as a universal shaper, because of the nature of his powers, he's actually part and parcel to the universe itself. And so unlike someone like Franklin Richards, who can just create things out of nothing by willing them into existence, seemingly Manifold can do the same thing, but he approaches it by way of talking to the universe, asking for what it needs. So really his powers, I would argue, at least from a potential level, are not that dissimilar from Franklin Richards. The difference is that he approaches it more as a kind of symbiotic relationship. The universe gives me life, I ask from the universe, and that's how we exist. So it's kind of cool, because once they're all effectively teleported back, right, and even then, like all the Sentinels crashing down because they were all controlled by the Sentinel City mainframe and, you know, Nimrod and all of that, that what happens is that with Manifold, they end up being approached by Lactuca while they're teleporting. And this is the cool thing. Lactuca's very similar to Manifold, right? Like her powers are almost identical, and that she kind of sings to the universe as opposed to talking to it. But at the end of the day, the result is all still kind of the same. But she shows up here in a very ambiguous manner, or very kind of riddly with her statement, because she says, "I am hoping to obfuscate you from the threat that remains." And she says, if the Enigma looks this way, it will only see the void of the cosmos. And so the statement by Manifold is, then once again, I owe you my thanks. This is Lactuca, Cyclops. If she is here, then we're in good hands. And you even have Cyclops who says, like, I've heard of you, right? Just from my time talking to Jean and so on. And Lactuca says, the universe is on the precipice, Scott Summers. If it is your heart that could tip the scales away from death and towards life. Now here's what she's talking about, right? The idea of Enigma. That's taking place in the rise of powers of X. The long and short of this is that as far as that comic is concerned, that where the fall of the House of X focuses on the X-Men on Earth and the attack and the collapse of the Krakoan era as we know it, that the rise of the powers of X focuses on Enigma as this kind of multiversal cosmic being. It was first introduced during Defenders Beyond, and we didn't know a whole lot about it, outside of the fact that the One Above All had basically told the Defenders, I am simply one of a group of cosmic entities that are just on a higher level than all the cosmic entities you've known before. Now, how long this lasts, I don't know, right? Jonathan Hickman's writing gods, all that stuff may change, so take this with a grain of salt. But Enigma is effectively a technological AI, that there's more than one path to godhood, right? Doctor Strange was almost godly in terms of his power because he used magic, and characters like the Marquis of Death could wipe out whole universes with a wave of his hand, so he was effectively God, right? And it kind of happens by different ways. The idea is that Enigma is a cosmic entity that is a kind of consolidation of using technology to harness magic, mutant powers, cosmic energies, all that kind of stuff, and elevate itself to godhood. Again, we'll explain that in greater detail once we jump back into Rise of the Powers of X. What is important here is that seemingly, while the fall of the House of X appears to end with this idea that like the X-Men are going to be able to just kind of rekindle themselves and the day is quote unquote saved, it kind of ends with this bit of a footnote like, nope, we still got Rise of Powers of X to deal with, and there's still the force of the Enigma. Why? Because Marvel wrote themselves into a hole and they got to find some way to wrap it up. With that being said, guys, we're going to bring this video to an end. Let me know what you think down in the comments section. I gotta say, this whole thing's okay, but honestly, I'm a little disappointed by how Marvel's just rushing the conclusion to all of this. It kind of sucks, but I will catch you all later. Peace. Apocalypse is about to dominate all the X-Men in one fell swoop because we are here at the ending of the Krakoan Age in Marvel Comics, and I'm running on an hour of sleep, so I am grumpy. So what this does is this opens up with Wolverine attacking Professor Charles Xavier, trying to kill him, only for Xavier to be rescued by Magneto. Why? Because in Rise of Powers of X #5, which is a case study in how to just write a comic as badly as possible, do you guys remember that whole story arc that Marvel was building where you had like Enigma, this just basically version of Mr. Sinister who had achieved transcendence? He was equal to the One Above All in power and was trying to wipe out all these different universes after absorbing all their knowledge. Well, the Phoenix Force just killed him at the end of Rise of Powers of X #5 because Marvel had to end it and they couldn't think of a good way. So that guy's done and out of the picture. And after everything that Xavier had done, some of which was mentioned, some of which was off panel, and some of which just left us with shoulder shrugs, he handed himself over to humanity. And ultimately he's serving his sentence for basically just being a dick. And let's be honest, man, this has been a long time coming because a lot of people who don't really know Professor Xavier in Marvel Comics think he's just kind of like this guy who leads the X-Men and he makes a few mistakes here and there. No. Xavier's a pretty terrible person in Marvel Comics. If you don't believe me, go watch our video on a story called Deadly Genesis. This guy was awful. But when he's rescued by Magneto, you do get a really cool conversation between the two because the intention of Magneto is to actually rescue Xavier, so he's not going to serve time in any kind of human prison cell or anything like that. But as they go back and forth, Magneto makes these salient points, right? The question that Magneto asks is, he's like, how did we get here, right? The response of Xavier, you quit, you died, I made choices. People died, and now the rest live. Now I pay the price. What happened to you, Max? And he says, as you say, Charles, I quit, I died, and then I saw what my choices had made me. Now, what he's talking about here, and in case you guys didn't see it, it was actually just one of the bright shining stars of the fall of the House of X. It was the resurrection of Magneto. That story was phenomenal if you're into that kind of story, but it was just this character deep dive into the nature of everything that makes Magneto what he is, the things that he's done in the past, his kind of crusade, albeit a radical crusade, against the human population in order to protect mutants from humans, even if it meant wiping the entirety of the human race out. The fact that he came back from the dead, faced these different variations of himself, and was all the wiser for it. That he realized having these extreme viewpoints doesn't really help anybody, right? Like, the only thing that could be done is a kind of middle ground, right? Speak softly, but carry a big stick. Xavier speaks softly, Magneto carries the stick. But because Xavier was just so heavy-handed in his philosophy, even going down the path of ultimately becoming a villain, Magneto intends to split the difference. And that's why he says, at the beginning, I asked if what we had made was enough, and I was right to. We were not enough, Charles. We could not even imagine our paradise, not without a corresponding pit for Toad and so many others. And that flaw in our design yawned wide to swallow mutant after mutant. The dream died in me, for I found I could no longer sleep. I played the brutal game, the game of laws, of nations, and hard and soft power to ensure mutant safety. It didn't work. In embracing the world's power, I turned my back on the world. I will not do so again. I will not appease Charles, nor will I assimilate. I am not ashamed, not of what I am. But when people are oppressed by power simply because of who they are, be they human or mutant, we face the same enemy, and we must destroy that enemy together. All of the hatred, all of the feared, all of us. The next Krakoan Age will not be built by my hand, but it will be built, my friend. It will be everywhere. And so when he talks about the next Krakoan Age, he's talking about this metaphorically. Krakoa is going to be gone at the end of all this, right? Like, Marvel Comics killed it off because Kevin Feige and the MCU told them to. And so because of that, what you have here is this idea that the Krakoan Age, right, the new age of the mutant population, it will be mutants all over the world just like they were before. But what will happen here is that they won't necessarily function the exact same way. Now, what that form and function will look like is actually fairly easy to guess. Marvel Comics copies the MCU instead of the MCU copying Marvel Comics. And so Marvel's just gonna do whatever the MCU tells them to do. So in the end, we just kind of have to wait and see what the releases are gonna be like in August, because that's going to tell you how the Marvel Cinematic Universe is going to handle the X-Men going forward, right? Like, it's gonna be an almost one-to-one, maybe a slight adjustment here and there. But at the end of the day, there is a little bit of goading from Charles Xavier, right? Where in effect, he tells Magneto, even now you can't say it, but the reality of what you are doing here is you're just saying it in these great big huge long words and all that kind of stuff. Xavier was right. And ultimately, Magneto kind of admits to a degree that was sort of the case. But at the end of the day, Xavier tells him, put me back in my cell, I intend to serve my sentence. And so what happens is that in the island of Krakoa, it returns to its whole self, which is to say, Arakko and Krakoa. Now, all that goes into the history of everything that had happened so far, that at one point, the island that we know as Krakoa was actually called Okara, and it consisted of two parts. Now, due to a great big huge demonic invasion that was never fully fleshed out in Marvel Comics, which was kind of disappointing, the island was cleaved in two so that the portal could be closed, and that half of the island was confined to this kind of dimensional plane in order to keep the forces of this demonic invasion at bay. Don't think too hard about it, right? I mean, it's a very, very complex narrative in and of itself. It was awesome, but it was very complex. The reality here is that Krakoa is whole once more. And so what happens is when Doug Ramsey emerges, who again is kind of like the speaker for the island of Krakoa because it doesn't really speak English, no one can understand it except for Doug, that he's met with Kafka, who's the leader of the Quiet Council. Now, the Quiet Council, as most of you guys who have been following the entirety of the modern X-Men run know, was the governing body of Krakoa in the beginning. Magneto, Xavier, Emma Frost, Exodus, Storm, Kitty Pryde at one point, that they were all there there for the purpose of creating a kind of governing body. But the failures of the Quiet Council is that it ruled more than it led. And so you had basically anybody who dissented who was just kind of tossed away, right? So it was like Twitter, right? You know, disagreeing with the hive mind was not tolerated. And so what's happened here is that with this new Quiet Council, you kind of have this philosophy of the fact that they listen to mutants as opposed to telling mutants how things are going to be. But again, it's kind of a stopgap measure, right? It's only really a temporary holdover because as you guys are going to see, this all comes crashing down with a quickness. Now, there is a kind of back and forth here where the old Quiet Council is introduced to the new Quiet Council, so like Cyclops and Emma Frost and Jean Grey and all these guys show up. It doesn't really matter. The thing that is cool here though is that what we learn is all these mutants, which Kafka comes from. If you guys remember at the very beginning of the Fall of X, when Orchis attacked, that Xavier was forced to send like 250,000 mutants away, and they all ended up in the White Hot Room, the home of the Phoenix Force, basically in Marvel Comics. Because time passes differently there, in the real world, it was only a few weeks. In the White Hot Room, it was like 15 years. And so over the course of those 15 years, using the power of the Phoenix Force, they resurrected every mutant that has ever died, including all the mutants that were killed on Genosha in the ES4 Extinction storyline, the storyline where Cassandra Nova killed them all. And so because they're all back, it restores the mutant population to where it was before. Effectively, I would go so far as to say, it doesn't really restore the mutant population to where it was before the events of the Fall of X, or even just like Jonathan Hickman's run. It actually takes it all the way back to where it was before Grant Morrison's new X-Men in 2001. Now, how this population plays out, I don't really know, and this is Marvel just kind of going back to creating problems for itself, because those of you guys who know how things unfolded with like House of M, mutants losing their powers and all that kind of stuff, there were too many of them to keep track of, and there were just like a boatload of X-Men books to the point that it was almost impossible to follow. So the way that you guys have felt reading the entirety of Fall of the House of X, that's gonna come back. It may not come back like in the next year or so, but within like 3, 4, 5 years, the X-Men books are going to be just as complicated and disorganized as they ever were. I don't say that to be cynical. I say it because that's what Marvel's going to end up doing, right? I've been reading the X-Men for over 20 years. Believe me when I tell you this. And so what happens here is that with all these mutants that have been returned, they don't stay on the island of Krakoa. They go through the Krakoan gates and they go back out into the real world. They return to their families, to their friends, to their homes, and so on and so forth. So again, what goes on here is that in the middle of it all, Apocalypse shows up. And this is when you see him just dominating everybody. Because what he does is he asks the question, tell me what's happened here. Explain everything that's going on. And what you end up learning here is that the island of Krakoa is not going to exist anymore because it's going to leave. Literally, it's going to go on to some ethereal plane of existence. It's a Marvel way of just kind of hand-waving it disappearing, and it may or may not come back at some point in time. And so what this means is that Exodus didn't want that to happen. And as a member of the original Quiet Council and one of the most powerful mutants in existence in Marvel Comics, that he kind of had the power to make that happen. And in fact, there was a massive battle between all of the remaining X-Men and Exodus. Now, it doesn't really happen in any meaningful way, which is to say we get like one panel where it's like, yep, that's them fighting over there. And that's essentially it. And so Apocalypse initially responds by saying, we can talk him down in time, but staying here is hurting Krakoa. They're strong between dimensions, and perhaps you could talk him down, but the time for talk has passed. He can think through his errors of passion if he lives. And so Apocalypse shows up to Exodus. Now, the fight between Apocalypse and Exodus is dope and fast, because what it does is it shows how powerful Apocalypse is. People who are familiar with the character of Exodus or who love Exodus but don't know his history would probably just kind of be like, this is ridiculous. But if you know the history of Exodus, this is the second time that Apocalypse has dominated this guy. And it happens with a quickness, because Apocalypse is like, step down, Acolyte. And the response of Exodus, I was only yours for minutes. And he says, once mine, you are always mine. There is nothing that I have given you that I cannot tear from you. And despite all of Exodus's vaunted powers, in one hit, Apocalypse takes this guy out and just bludgeons him. And that's it. Now, Apocalypse can definitely do this, because in the origin story of Exodus in Marvel Comics, when he popped up on the scene, that he basically rivaled Apocalypse, right? Like he challenged Apocalypse because Apocalypse was the one that awoke all his powers, and Apocalypse locked him away. He defeated him just like that and locked him away for like 500 years or something like that when he was stumbled upon and basically woken up. I don't remember exactly what the time frame is, but it was a pretty good chunk of time. And so at the end of the day, after all this is done, Apocalypse stands up and says, "So, Speaker of Krakoa, show me what my children have built." And what you get here is this kind of explanation where Krakoa now functions based in a different capacity than it did before. Now, it's long-winded and it's basically a way for Marvel to kill time. But in essence, the idea of Krakoa lives on in the sense that there's kind of like statues representing the various members of the Quiet Council and basically showing a lot of the good they've done, but a lot of the really terrible things they've done too, because it's kind of a chronology of everything that had happened up to this point. But what you get here is this conversation between Kafka and Apocalypse. And Kafka says, the way that you taught things in the past, Apocalypse, survival of the fittest, things like that, he says those lessons were not effective. Survival of the fittest is not the best. Instead, it should be survival of the best fit, as in the best to fit the context one finds themselves in. And we can change the context we find ourselves in to choose what attributes are the best fit. In terms of efficiency, altruism is best. Violent competition is a distraction from survival in the long term. Don't take it wrong, we can see why you felt like you did. All of you lived in this hellish world. I remember it. Most of all, Apocalypse, you grew up in the Bronze Age when there was nothing but chaos and violence. We don't think you did badly, but the gravity of what you called human thinking was impossible to escape. You gave us the space to become this. We are eternally thankful. Our children will thank you, and our children's children. And so the response of Apocalypse is he says, you reject my most radical ideas and say this. And the response of Kafka is absolutely not. We respect everything you did as steps along the way. We just didn't think they were radical enough. And the response of Apocalypse, you were right. And he just like kills this guy on the spot, son. And then like the rest of the X-Men just stand up and he just says like, my ideas were not radical enough. I was far too lenient. So now there will be pain. Now, I am of two minds of this. Number one, I do love the old school Apocalypse. I love the old school Apocalypse in Marvel Comics. He was always my favorite. But I'm also kind of pissed off that the way Marvel's ending the Krakoan Age and kind of doing this, you know, it's like, you guys, there will be pain for two reasons. Number one, because my ideas were not radical enough. And number two, Marvel's making me go back to my old self because of X-Men 97 and the MCU and so on. But at the end of the day, they're just kind of like, he's been compromised, right? And he's like, nope, I'm not compromised, y'all. Do not misunderstand your place in the bigger picture, right? Like he says, who saved Araco? I did. Who saved Krakoa? I did. Who rekindled the flame of mutant magic? Who gave you your future? And he says, I did. Yet when I let you seek alone, did you bring the fire back from heaven or dull metal and cheap coin? Were you forged in white-hot flame as philosopher kings bearing swords or alchemical gold? Or as farmers with plowshares? I gave you everything. And that's the coolest thing here, right? It's one of the coolest philosophies here. It's basically creating this kind of argument that everything that Apocalypse has been done for the purpose of making mutants stronger and more capable, making their minds sharper, willing to go against the odds and take all comers. Instead, what they've done is they've become artisan philosophers, right? They've become softies, right? Like literally you guys learned nothing. When this time comes, right? When all is said and done, and after everything you've seen and everything you've experienced, your response to it all is just hope that people understand your hearts and hope they realize where you're coming from and that you can all just be friends and talk your problems out. No, his response is, the world is harsh. The world has always been harsh. Just because you've won a battle in a war does not mean you've won the war. And you're operating as if you did. You're operating as if you've all somehow come out on top. That the times ahead are not going to be hard, if not harder than they have been. Here on the island of Krakoa, you were isolated from humanity. You were separate. You weren't back there living in New York, California, someplace out in Kansas, being hunted every single day. And so in that time, you have grown soft. You've lost your instincts for survival. And I've been trying to help you hone those instincts and keep those instincts. Instead, not only have you lost them, you're willingly giving up what you have left. And so he says, rebel against me as you wish. In time, you will understand and you will thank me. And so where Kafka stands up, which apparently he didn't kill, although it did look like he did kill him, to be honest, right? Where he stands up and he says, you need to calm down. The response of Apocalypse, I am not angry. I am simply Apocalypse, which is just a really crappy version of what he said in X-Men, the animated series, right? I am not malevolent. I simply am. And mere survival was never enough, right? I mean, that's really kind of how it's written to a degree, and it's a little bit silly. But then he picks it back up, right? And he says, for we were meant for greater things. Krakoa wishes to rotate back into the white-hot room to journey deeper into the mystery, perhaps to return again, bearing the true mysterium, these modified mutants, whatever it happens to look like, but you are not ready for the quest. You do not have the proper leadership. Once more, I must bear the load, for I am the Apocalypse, the revelation unending. And if you hate me for what I must reveal, know that I love you as I always have. Even as I break you to the work, right? As I break you down, as I tear you apart, piece by piece, understand that I do it out of love, right? It's like every millennial who got a spanking in like the 80s and 90s, right? Like, I'm doing this because I love you, not because I'm angry, right? Our parents were terrible to us when we were younger. But here's the thing. What you get here is Apocalypse just dominating everybody. Like, he literally transforms back into his classic self, right? With, you know, he has the whole garb and everything, and that's kind of cool, right? But he's basically his old school self. He crushes Beast and Cyclops at the same time. That Sunfire shows up. This guy gets wrecked too. Colossus shows up, uppercuts this guy, none of it matters, right? He just like sends this guy flying. The art does change because Marvel's trying to showcase new artists, which is one of the cool things to come out of this, but like none of it matters, right? Apocalypse is just like, do not rise again unless it is to my banner. Mutants of the world, if you ever believed in me, if you ever took strength from me, hear me now. Who will enter the gate one final time? Who will make the journey? And who will join my cause? Who will shape mutantdom for the next generation? Ask yourselves, I have been hard on you, yes, but have I ever lied to you once? And so what happens is in the midst of all of this, Storm shows up. And Storm says, Apocalypse will speak, not you. And like, no one says anything, because remember, man, like Storm in Marvel Comics in recent memory, she's gotten a massive power boost, and she's dope, and her word is beyond contestation. And she says, and remember, the era of resurrection has ended. So if you mouth off and Apocalypse kills you, you ain't coming back, right? So choose your words carefully, because she tells him, she says, I cannot dissuade you with words. He says, no. And she says, then close your arguments against the X-Men. And he says, of course. And so what happens is like Wolverine and Deadpool attack him, right? And he's like, you oppose me. And they're like, yep. And they go to attack this guy. It's kind of cool because we've never seen Wolverine and Deadpool fight Apocalypse. We've never even seen Deadpool fight Apocalypse. And I was always curious how that conflict would unfold if the two of them fought one another. I would like to see the idea of this unfold in like a one-shot comic. I mean, I guess Deadpool has fought Apocalypse when you look at like Rick Remender and Craig Kyle and Chris Yoss X-Force run, but like not like this, right? You get what I'm saying. So it is cool because what ends up happening is like they kind of stab him and they attack him a few times, but it makes no difference because Apocalypse takes Wolverine's hand, twists it around, and then impales him with his own claws. And so the saving grace for everybody here, which is actually kind of a callback to the Age of Apocalypse, comes in the form of Nightcrawler, because Nightcrawler teleports Wolverine away. And it's the thing that like saves him, right? Because Apocalypse would just obliterate Wolverine on the spot. I doubt he would destroy his adamantium skeleton, so depending on how Marvel wants to handle it due to the inconsistency of Wolverine's healing factor, they could bring him back if they chose to. But like Nightcrawler shows up here, he gouges out Apocalypse's eyes and teleports away. So Apocalypse is just like standing there with no eyes whatsoever. And he's just like removed by Nightcrawler, just like taken off the battlefield to just some other place. And so that's it, right? Like Apocalypse, like he's been neutralized by the one guy you would least expect, to be honest. And so what you get here is this really interesting moment, and I don't know exactly how this is going to unfold. I'm kind of curious, because what goes on is Emma Frost shows up to Apocalypse, right? And she says, in Sabah Nur, you are the father of mutantum on Earth, but those you are dictating the terms of Pax Krakoa are not children. And he says, the day's indignities are far from over as the party hostess over the island seeks to share her wisdom, right? Just kind of like taunting her, right? Like, so are you here to partake in your Tupperware parties and give me the grand wisdom that comes with how well the top seals, right? Like, it's one of these really cool, funny little moments here. But what ends up going on is Jean Grey shows up. Now, here's the thing, because when he sends her flying, right, when Apocalypse just like attacks Emma and just sends her flying out in the middle of nowhere, when Jean arrives, Apocalypse listens. Because one of the things to know about his character is he respects power. And he doesn't really respect power for power's sake. He respects what a powerful mutant does with their abilities. So if, for example, you had a mutant that had the power to alter reality on a universal scale, but just did nothing with it, and was just like somebody who was bullied all the time because they refused to accept what they were capable of, Apocalypse would have no respect for them whatsoever. But if you had a moderately decently powerful telepath who did whatever they needed to do in order to achieve their ends, right, to trick the minds of others, the whole 9 yards, Apocalypse would respect them. So again, it's not really just power for power's sake. But Jean shows up and she says, Emma Frost was right. All the mutants of Genosha have returned. 15 years have passed for Krakoa. They have not had to live with a Sentinel for a long time, or Reverend Stryker, or Orchis. They don't know who the X-Men are. And the response of Emma, or have a need for them. And so she says, touch their minds, Apocalypse, and witness them. And Jean says, they are Krakoans. They are everything you could have wished mutantum to become, but you're too busy fighting to see them as they are. And the response of Apocalypse, I see millions of mutant minds. I see that my magic has brought us to this very moment, but that it holds no sway or this undiscovered country. So in effect, it's him basically saying, no, I don't really care. I'm going back to my old ways. I will make you stronger. Deuces, right? That's basically it. Again, I don't know how I really feel about that, because it just kind of seems like Marvel's just throwing him back into being his old villainous character because reasons and, like, you know, the MCU. So it's kind of disappointing. I mean, everything that's old is new again, right? And everything goes back to the way that it always was. And I'm not against that. I just wish they had done it better. Like, I just wish they had really just done it better, right? But Marvel is nothing if not experts at fumbling the bag. And so what goes on is that with the island of Krakoa, it basically transitions into its next stage of evolution, going into, you know, the white hot room or whatever it is, basically disappearing into oblivion. What's important here is that it leaves all the X-Men back here. And so the Krakoan Age ends. And instead, now all the X-Men go to wherever it is they're going to end up going to, likely up in Westchester, and that's essentially going to be it. But there are a few plot threads that get wrapped up here. For example, Dr. Stasis, one of the clones of Nathaniel Essex. That guy's been dead for a while. But then you also have Mother Righteous, who is a clone of, like, Nathaniel Essex's wife. And when you have Dr. Stasis who shows up here, it's like, that's weird. That guy should be dead. And it turns out it's not him. Because of the fact that Mother Righteous had killed Destiny, it turns out it's Mystique, and she kills Mother Righteous. So it's basically Marvel just wrapping up these, you know, these plot threads pretty quickly. And then what you also get is Xavier sitting in his prison cell. It's very reminiscent of, like, when Cyclops was becoming a bad guy. So what it looks like Marvel's doing is they're kind of turning Xavier into a villain or continuing this villain arc. I don't really know. I mean, I guess it works. I mean, truth to tell, like, the transition of Xavier from the leader of the X-Men to a villain over the course of this pales in comparison to how it was done with Cyclops. With Cyclops, it made a lot of sense. With Xavier, it kind of just seems circumstantial and a byproduct of the rushed nature of the end of the fall of the House of X. But that's kind of where we are, right? You know, we're here now, so we'll see how things unfold once we get into the future of the X-Men comics, which come out in August. But yeah, this whole fall of the House of X thing, it started off so great, and then Marvel fumbled the bag. And I would say, as a guy who's been reading the X-Men this long, this is probably one of the worst examples of Marvel screwing the pooch. And not even just within the confines of this story, but the entire way that the fall of the House of X was ended. It was just ended very, very rushed and very, very poorly. It's quite clear that Marvel Comics was told to fast track the ending of the fall of X by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. What's disappointing about this is that they agreed to do it. With that being said, guys, we're gonna bring this video to an end. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments, and I will catch you all later. Peace.
So we just got out of the Krakoan Age of the X-Men in Marvel Comics, and I think a lot of people are interested in it, but they don't really have the time to basically read through the whole thing. So I'm going to summarize it for you guys here using broad strokes. So the Krakoan Age of the X-Men started because of a woman named Moira McTaggart. She was a mutant, and she had the ability to reset the timeline every time she died. What this meant was that at the end of her first life, she died of congestive heart failure, a natural, normal death. Then she was reborn into her second life, and she started realizing something was off because she remembered everything from the first. And the third life, when she died, she remembered everything from the first and second life. And so over the course of these 9 lives that she lived, she rapidly started to realize that there would always be a war between the humans and mutants of Earth. It was unavoidable, and mutants were always destroyed. So in one life, for example, she realizes that Bolivar Trask launches his Sentinels against the mutant population and wipes them all out. So in the next life, she tries to beat Trask to the punch. She warns the X-Men of what's going to happen, but they still lose. She allies herself with Magneto because of how powerful he is and how fanatical he is. This leads to the X-Men and the Avengers allying to destroy Magneto. And so when she's reborn into her 10th life, which is the current timeline in Marvel Comics, she decides to consolidate the mutant population away from the entirety of the human population. And this is what leads to Krakoa. She ends up basically meeting with Professor Xavier and Magneto, shows them the lives that she lived, and they come to see that what she's talking about is true. So when Krakoa was formed, the first thing that Xavier, Moira, and Magneto did is they hid Moira away and then faked her death. The reason being because if she were to die, it would reset the timeline. The second reason is actually a much, much darker reason that not even Xavier and Magneto know about. And I'll tell you about that once we get to the end of the video because it's absolutely mind-blowing. But once Krakoa is founded, Xavier and Magneto open the doors to the entirety of the mutant population across the world. Only mutants were allowed to live on Krakoa, which is a very important thing. I want you to keep that in the back of your head. And so what they do after that is they form what's called the Quiet Council, believing that if all these mutants are going to live on a single landmass, they all need to be governed in some capacity. The Quiet Council had 12 members, but the 3 chief members, the heads of the Quiet Council, were basically Magneto, Apocalypse, and Xavier. And so following that, they formed what was called the Resurrection Protocols. Basically, any mutant that dies can now be resurrected from the dead. And what they would do is they would constantly back up their brains to a computer. So when they were resurrected, they would remember everything up to the moment of their death. And this was done for a couple different reasons. The first was because Krakoa knew that over time that mutants would end up being killed, particularly the X-Men, right? They'd be sent on missions, they would be destroyed, they would have to find a way to bring them back. The second reason is because after the events of House of M, when the Scarlet Witch took away 98% of the mutant population's powers, what Krakoa ended up doing was establishing something called the Crucible, that these mutants who lost their powers after House of M could actually fight Apocalypse to the death. And as long as they fought in honorable combat, meaning they kept fighting until the moment they were killed, they would be resurrected with their powers. Now, there is an organization out there, or at least was, called Orchis. Orchis was basically a coming together of humans from across the world that had some kind of vendetta against the mutant population, and they just wanted to see the mutants destroyed. Orchis itself does not actually become a major threat until you get to the fall of X. The only real involvement that Krakoa had when it came to Orchis during the Krakoan Age was the assignment by Moira McTaggart to stop the Nimrod Sentinel from being developed, because Nimrod was so incredibly powerful. It could adapt to anybody's abilities, it could figure out what their weaknesses were and use those weaknesses against them. It was a one-man army. Having one is enough. Having an army of them would guarantee the destruction of the mutant population. The first major thing that happened when it came to the Krakoan Age was something called the Amenthi War. And it's actually the coolest part of the Krakoan Age. So the Amenthi War kicked off with a little bit of history that we weren't aware of before. And what we ended up learning is that thousands of years ago, Krakoa was not always Krakoa. Instead, it was part of a larger landmass called Okara. And what ended up happening is this dark goddess called Annihilation from a dimension known as Amenth cut a hole through reality and then invaded Earth. At that point, the only real force out there that could hold off Annihilation was Apocalypse, his wife Genesis, and the army of mutants they had at that point in time. The problem was that because of how intense the fighting was, and because of how powerful the forces of Annihilation were, Apocalypse and his wife Genesis realized the only way to win the war was to enter the portal to the other side into the dimension of Amenth and seal the portal off, which is exactly what Genesis and that army of mutants did. They invaded the portal, they sealed it shut, but when they did that, it cut Okara in two. The half that remained on Earth was Krakoa. The other half stayed in the dimension of Amenth and was named Arako. And so fast forward to the modern day. And what you end up learning is that over these thousands of years, when Genesis and her forces were fighting for their lives day after day, that ultimately Genesis was corrupted by Annihilation. When that happened, Genesis seized control of Annihilation's forces, and then along with the army of mutants that she already had at her disposal, invaded a place called Otherworld. Why? Because they couldn't reopen the portal that would take them directly to Earth, and Otherworld is a dimension that exists outside of space and time, but can access Earth. So it was kind of an indirect way of conquering Earth itself. But because of the fact that a direct head-to-head war between the forces of Krakoa and the forces of Arako, or the forces of Genesis, would have laid waste to reality, a tournament was orchestrated called Ten of Swords. And what this did is it saw Genesis sending forward 5 of her soldiers, alongside Krakoa sending forward 5 of their own. And it basically turned into Mortal Kombat. Whichever side won would be able to decree what happened next. So if Genesis and her forces won, they would be allowed to invade Earth. But if Krakoa and their forces won, Genesis would never be allowed to invade again. What ended up happening at the end of the Amenthi War was actually a third option that nobody had considered. That what Apocalypse did is he basically introduced the idea of a truce, that somebody from Krakoa would leave and join Arako. Somebody from Arako would leave and join Krakoa. And so Apocalypse chose to travel to Arako to rejoin his wife Genesis. But what he did is he chose the very island of Arako itself to leave the dimension of Amenth and travel to Earth. And so when that happened, it brought forward all these millions of mutants that are just super powerful and don't know anything but conflict. The reason why I phrase it that way is because when they arrived on Earth, it became very clear very fast that because of just differences in their ideologies, there could be no peaceful coexistence between the mutants of Arako and the mutants of Krakoa. And so what ended up happening is that all these mutants, these new mutants, ended up traveling to Mars. They renamed it to New Arako and then just took up residence there. Now this officially ends the Amenthi War and provides us with this landscape where you now have 2 separate groups of mutants. But the third thing that happens during the Krakoan Age is a storyline called Inferno. And this is when you start to see the ending of the Krakoan Age come to fruition. The idea with Inferno is that it brought to a head Moira MacTaggert and the true reason why it was Krakoa was developed. So what we ended up learning here is that over the lives that Moira MacTaggert had, she came to believe there was no conceivable way that mutants could defeat humanity. So the idea of the resurrection protocols were developed to basically get rid of mutants. That the intention of Moira MacTaggert was to have the resurrection protocols work in such a way that if over the course of 100 years, 15,000 mutants die, 150 of them would be brought back with no powers, and they would be kicked off the island of Krakoa. It was basically phasing the X gene out of the mutant population by using the resurrection process, so that over time, there would be no more mutants on Earth, because in her mind, the only way to save the mutant population was to take away the very thing that would lead to the war between themselves and humanity. It was turning mutants into humans. Once this was learned, everything went sideways fast. The other thing that happened here was that Moira MacTaggert forbid the resurrection of a character named Destiny. This was important because Destiny was a mutant that had the ability to see the future, and as soon as Destiny arrived onto the scene, she would have immediately told everybody, this chick's nefarious and she wants to wipe us all out. But what ended up happening is that Destiny's lover Mystique resurrected her in secret, and that's where Inferno officially kicks off, because once this goes down, Destiny and Mystique basically try to kill Moira MacTaggert, and ultimately she's saved by a mutant named Cypher, also known as Douglas Ramsey. He's kind of the voice of the island of Krakoa, but keeping things simple here, he basically banishes Moira MacTaggert and tells her this is just a stopgap measure. Mystique and Destiny will come for you, and when they do, they will kill you. And so that's exactly what happens. Eventually, Moira MacTaggert's killed, but what she had done before her death is she had backed up her consciousness to basically a machine body. That machine activated and started calling itself Moira X. Why does that matter? Well, now we bring in Orchis, and this is the official takedown of the X-Men and the start of Fall of X. So what ends up happening is Moira X, knowing everything that Moira MacTaggert knew, travels and joins Orchis, and she gives them all the information they would ever need to launch an attack against the mutant population. She gives them Krakoa's defense capabilities, its power structures, its power hierarchies, what people's patrols are, the whole 9 yards. And so the official start of Fall of X and Orchis's attack against the mutant population happens during what's called the Hellfire Gala. And the Hellfire Gala was the one time out of the year when Krakoa opened its doors not just to mutants, but to anybody who was out there, humans and so on and so forth. For the most part, it was just like government dignitaries who would show up. You'd get back alley deals and different things like that, and you would see superheroes, the Fantastic Four, the Avengers, different things along those lines. In the midst of the Hellfire Gala, when everybody's guard is down, Orchis attacks. They initially send in Nimrod, who basically wipes out Iceman, Jean Grey, and Juggernaut. And then all these gates that are used for travel in and out of Krakoa all activate, and all these soldiers of Orchis come pouring in, guns blazing. They're killing everything in sight. Now, this is one of the things that we left out, and I wanted to explain it at this point in time. In the very early founding of Krakoa, as a way to basically get different countries to recognize Krakoa as a sovereign nation, what Krakoa did is they developed different medicines that could cure any mental illness like schizophrenia or dementia, Alzheimer's, as well as medicines that could prolong a person's life. These medicines were given out only to countries that allowed the mutants in their countries to leave and join Krakoa. What Orchis did is they claimed to have basically put a kill switch in those medicines, and that if that kill switch is activated, any human that had taken the Krakoan medicines would be killed. And what it would look like is the X-Men were secretly trying to wipe humans out. In order to keep that from happening, Xavier was given a choice. Either he forces the mutants of Krakoa to walk through the gates off Earth to wherever it is that it takes them, or the kill switches will be activated. And so Xavier forces the mutants to leave. Now that goes into this whole great big huge situation where they end up in a place called the White Hot Room. The easiest way to explain this is that these, however many mutants, 200 and something thousand mutants, left Krakoa and just ended up in a place beyond all space and time. The idea was that when the war came, there'd be like 250,000 mutants waiting in the wings for the chance to attack. The next thing Orchis did is they took Cyclops, and they basically used him as a kind of puppet in a kangaroo court, that by putting him on trial, they were metaphorically putting the mutant race on trial, and he was supposed to be publicly executed. The big turn in everything came to a head when we ended up learning that when Orchis had created the Nimrod Sentinel, that Nimrod had become self-aware, that what it started doing was developing something called Sentinel City. Effectively, this just giant orbital platform that was manufacturing Sentinels at an exponential rate with the intention of sending them to Earth in wiping out both humans and mutants. And so over the course of the fall of X, Orchis in the traditional sense, which is to say the organization that was founded and led by humans, was defeated, and the story ultimately turned into the mutant population fighting AI. This led to Magneto alongside his daughter Polaris working alongside Storm to literally overload the entirety of Sentinel City, blowing the thing to smithereens and essentially defeating the Sentinels, which led to the ending of the Krakoan Age. Truth to tell, if I'm being quite honest with you guys, Marvel rushed the ending of Fall of X, of the ending of the Krakoan Age. The buildup was awesome. What it basically turned into was, oh no, Orchis attacked us. I guess we can't live here anymore. And then they just went to go live in upstate New York. That's literally how it ended. A lot of people were really upset about how it was handled. Again, we're leaving out a lot of the finer details here, but let me know if you guys are interested in these just kind of general summaries of like major expansive story arcs that happen over the course of comic books. But let me know what you guys think down in the comment section. Thank you all for watching, and I will catch you all later. Peace.